Hello and welcome to Notre Dame Day 2021, a two-day celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Vahid Sadrzadeh, and I'll be your host for the next 3 hours and throughout the day tomorrow. Joining me is someone who is no stranger to Notre Dame Day. We're excited to have her here, but this is her first time behind the anchor desk, and we're so excited for that. Irish singing sensation, Chloe Agnew. Chloe, welcome.
Thank you so much, Vahid. I am absolutely delighted to be back at Notre Dame, the home of the fighting Irish, as you would say. And it's beginning to feel like a bit of a second home at this stage. So I'm absolutely thrilled to get back any chance I can. I know we've got some great stories and some great guests coming up this hour, so let's get right into it.
Absolutely we do. And just to let everyone know, Chloe will be performing live several times throughout Notre Dame Day. I'm excited about it, so you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned throughout our broadcast. You don't want to miss a single second. The reason we are all coming to you today and tomorrow is to share many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. And we will bring them to you over the next few days throughout one-on-one live interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
And we're asking you to participate by logging onto the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. If you're not watching from there already, you can click on the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. It's just 3 simple steps. For each new donation to a cause, that cause will receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in our challenge bonuses that they are participating in. So again, it's notredameday.nd.edu. That's where you can make your gift. And please do join us if you can.
Yeah, log on if you can, make a donation. That sounds absolutely amazing. And speaking of, you want a roster of who we're going to be talking to tonight over the next couple of hours in our entire broadcast. Notre Dame legend Tom Gatewood, Football Hall of Famer and great Joe Theismann, women's basketball star Arike Ogunbowale, a man who made an exact replica of Notre Dame Stadium entirely out of paper, which sounds great, a researcher tracking COVID spread through wastewater, Major League Baseball star and cancer survivor Trey Mancini, Olympic runner Molly Seidel, and many, many more. So you're not going to want to miss out over the next couple of days. We'll broadcast until midnight tonight, and then tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m., and again from 6:42 p.m. to midnight, all Eastern Time.
What a lineup. And that doesn't even include this hour when we'll hear from the Notre Dame Orchestra and the folk choir. We'll talk with a student ultra-marathon runner, a student who invented iDriving wheelchair, which just sounds amazing, and Super Bowl winner and all-time great quarterback, Drew Brees, who has just been named a broadcaster with NBC to call Notre Dame home games. But first, let's kick things off with Vahid, who has our very special first guest tonight.
Absolutely, we do. And I'm proud to introduce the 17th president of the University of Notre Dame, Father John Jenkins. Father Jenkins, welcome to Notre Dame Day 2021.
Real pleasure to be with you, Vahid, and with Chloe, and with all our Notre Dame family for this wonderful event.
Well, Notre Dame Day has been, or Notre Dame, I should say, has been in the news for its response to COVID-19. Can you provide, if you could, a brief reflection of the university's decision to bring students back for in-person education and provide an update on where we find ourselves with 5 weeks to go in the spring semester?
Well, thanks, Vahid. Yes, I remember 1 year ago, we were all thinking about the coming year in late April. The pandemic had just hit and was spreading, and we're just trying to decide what to do. I think in difficult decisions, significant decisions, always go back to your mission. The mission of Notre Dame is education and inquiry. But as a Catholic university, as Notre Dame, we put a high premium on presence, on community, on people being here, on the residence halls, on student life, on being here at this place with one another. And so at that time, we decided we were going to do everything possible to bring our students back. And I can't tell you how hard our staff, our committed staff, worked to make that possible over last summer. Just a tremendous effort. no one knows how to deal with the pandemic. We had no practice for this. None of us did. And so there were ups and downs. It was difficult. It was trying. I can't tell you how proud I am of our staff and faculty. I can't tell you how proud I am of our students to get through this year. All our students were here. There were in-person instruction. Over 85% of our classes were in person, not online. I'm tremendously proud of that. And just this past week, we were very fortunate to have the Indiana Department of State of Health and our Governor Holcomb, send up enough vaccines for our campus. 90%, over 90% of our students received a shot. Our faculty and staff were offered a shot, and I just feel we're in a tremendous place with those vaccinations to continue the work of Notre Dame. And I just feel a great sense of satisfaction having gotten through this difficult year with all our students here on campus and with instruction in person.
Absolutely. As some may have seen, Father Jenkins, the university is committed to an in-person commencement for the class of 2021. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, graduation commencement is sort of the culmination of your time here, and we wanted to do everything possible to bring our graduates of 21 here, and we're going to do that. We're going to have it in the stadium. We have to restrict tickets a bit. Our health authorities tell us that crowds can't be too long. We'll do that. And we'll have a wonderful commencement here and celebrate the heroic class of 21 who came through. And I want to say we missed the class of 2020, but we're going to gather them on campus to celebrate them as well. These great students who got through such a trying time, they deserve the highest degree of celebration for what they've accomplished.
Well, the focus of Notre Dame Day and the focus of the university is, of course, the students. Why is Notre Dame Day such a big event?
Well, it's just a chance for all of us to celebrate, both those on campus and those, the Notre Dame family around the world, to celebrate Notre Dame and all it stands for. But it allows our students and many clubs and organizations and their wonderful activities, it allows them to put themselves forward and talk about what they do and get people interested in what they do, and also to talk about the extraordinary people that we have here now at Notre Dame and who have graduated from this institution. It's really a celebration of this great institution that brings out so many wonderful people, and we have so much to celebrate.
Well, before we wrap up our conversation, Father Jenkins, would you be able to share with the audience and all who are watching a brief blessing with us?
I'd be happy to do that. I think at this time, above all, we need God's blessing and God's guidance in this difficult time, this time of the pandemic. So I just want everyone to know, the whole Notre Dame family to know, you are in my prayers and you remain in my prayers. And I'm going to ask God's blessing on you at this time. Let us pray. In this trying time of the pandemic, I'd ask God's special blessing on every member of the Notre Dame family and all who are dear to them. We remember in a special way those who have passed, who have died this year, either from COVID or other causes. We remember them and ask God to welcome them into his eternal rest. And we pray for all those who have lost loved ones. Let us pray that we come through this pandemic soon, and that we all can gather here on this campus in person, as we have done so many times in the past, and celebrate all that we have gone through this year together in support of one another. And asking the intercession of Our Lady, Notre Dame, I ask God's blessing on you. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Father Jenkins, thank you so much for that blessing, and thank you for your guidance and leadership. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Vahid, and thanks to the whole Notre Dame family for being such a great support and staying together in these trying times.
All right, thank you, Father John. And now let's head over to Duncan Student Center, where we will check in at the top and bottom of every hour for an update on giving.
Thanks so much, Vahid. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie. Welcome to Notre Dame Day 2021. Like Vahid mentioned, I will be here with my friend and coworker Brian Diss all through the night, giving you updates on the Notre Dame Day cause leaderboards, as well as social media updates that we are seeing throughout the night. So let's check out the leaderboards. First of all, I want to mention that we Have a total of 4,000 gifts that have come in so far tonight. That's absolutely incredible. Next, I'm gonna do the cause leaderboards. In first place, we have the Idea Center. The Idea Center is a critical resource for commercialization and entrepreneurial activities here at the university. So it's super incredible that this group is coming in first. Even more impressive, this group was not a part of the Notre Dame Day Top 100 list last year. So they're absolutely crushing it, and we'll keep cheering them on throughout the evening. Brian, would you give us a quick overview of what's going on in social media tonight?
Absolutely, Katie. So great to be with you this year, and so good to be here with all of you. We're going to be very excited to share with you throughout the night all of our social media updates. Please go online to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, talk about which causes at Notre Dame that you're giving to. Use the hashtag NDDay, and we'll share with you updates throughout the night. Also want to give a special shout out to our students who are watching from throughout the campus. Come on by Duncan Student Center sometime tonight. We will be giving out free Ben's pretzels in front of a balloon wall. You could do some Instagram shooting and share with your friends and family what you're giving to on Notre Dame Day. Every residence hall, every cause is a part of Notre Dame Day, and we want you to encourage you to give a gift, no matter what size, to the cause that's most important to you here on campus. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio, and Chloe.
Thank you so much, Brian and Katie. Appreciate that. Our next guest is a sophomore who is going to ultra great lengths in her pursuit of her passion. Trey Ashby, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Trey, give us your Notre Dame introduction.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Trey Ashby. I'm a sophomore neuroscience and behavior major with a double minor in digital marketing and sustainability, living in Kavanaugh Hall, and I'm originally from Carmel, Indiana.
Wow, fabulous, no small feat. You have a hobby, if we can call it that, which involves an incredible amount of endurance. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, I like to run far. More specifically, I run ultra marathons, which are any distance greater than a marathon or 26.2 miles. So many are on trails compared to the road, and typical races can span from 50K to 100 miles and beyond.
100 miles. I can't even comprehend that. When did you start competing in ultramarathons and why, Trey?
So I raced my first ultra the summer after my freshman year at Notre Dame. I actually ran a 50K before I ran a marathon. As for why, that's a tough question because I never ran track or cross country in high school. I played soccer actually, but the concept of ultra running always drew me in because it's so different from road running. You're running maybe through forests or mountains, and you get to experience the world by means of your own 2 feet. And it really connects with my passion for environmental sustainability. So my first ultra, I ran to race for the National Resource Defense Council. But running ultras is really like life compressed into a day. You could be running all day and maybe all night. And in those hours, you experience the widest range of highs and lows, where you can go from feeling like quitting to cresting the top of the climb and running down the other side with a renewed vigor. So it's really empowering, and it's taught me grit and perseverance and resiliency and gratitude. And you find out what you're made of, and you know you can dig that deep into yourself again and not only survive, but come out on the other side stronger with a smile.
Wow, girl, I think you were just fantastic. Talk to us about the preparation and the kind of training that you have to do for something like this, mental and physical.
Yes, so this is the fun part. So you really have to enjoy the process if you're going to succeed. So I do like to think of it as training your legs, training your stomach, and training your mind. So I'll typically run 6 to 7 days per week. During the school week, I'll slot in runs between classes or in the evening. But on weekends, I have a little bit more time. So I'll go for long runs, sometimes back-to-back long runs, sometimes 20 miles or 50K or more, depending on the time in my training block. But another component of ultras is eating. So in longer races, you have to continuously eat and take salt during races because you'll be out there moving on the trails potentially for a whole day. So I have to train my stomach to tolerate and keep taking in food. So sometimes it sounds weird, but I'll eat mashed potatoes or peanut butter and jellies while I run.
Nice.
As for the mental component, it really is a mental sport. So it's as much as a physical and mental sport. So running, it's kind of like meditation in motion. So you have to train yourself to be able to overcome whatever the day throws at you, because in ultra running, anything can and will happen. And if you don't have the tools to embrace what comes your way at mile 50, you may not make it.
Wow. So is there a connection between what you're doing as a runner and your major?
Yeah, I think there's every connection. You really get out what you put in. And personally, I think the biggest barrier is the mind. So as a neuroscience and behavior major, I've come to realize just how powerful and complex the mind really is. And it's pretty incredible what the body is actually capable of if your mind wills it to. So
Shay,
in
I
ultra
tell you
running, there are
something.
undoubtedly...
Amazing stuff. You know what? I think when you write the book, I'll be the first one in line to buy it, Shay. I think you're just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for joining us on Notre Dame. And now let's go to Vahid.
All right, thanks so much, Chloe. Our next guest has a personal reason for his research and development of a wheelchair technology that is operated only by the eyes. John Sexton, welcome to Notre Dame and Notre Dame Day 2021.
Thank you, Vahid. Great to be here.
Well, give us your introduction, if you would.
Yeah, so my name is John Sexton. I'm a sophomore electrical engineering major living in Dillon Hall, and I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, you have helped in developing something called iDriving. Sounds interesting. Tell us what it is.
Yeah, so for disabled individuals who have lost their mobility and independence, iDriving is a solution that allows for them to fully control their power wheelchair with their eyes. So whether that's driving the power wheelchair, adjusting their seating position, adjusting their speed, and even something as simple as turning the wheelchair on and off, you can control the power wheelchair fully with your eyes.
Incredible. You have a personal connection. I hear that spurred your interest in assistive technology. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so my dad, who graduated from Notre Dame in '88, was diagnosed with ALS 6 years ago. And ALS is a neuromuscular disease that slowly takes away your ability to move, to talk, and to breathe. And so about 4 years ago, he and I started to work on iDriving once he realized that he was losing mobility in his hand. And so he no longer could safely drive the wheelchair. So throughout high school, he and I worked together to build a solution that worked for him and also worked for my mom as his primary caregiver to allow him to have an improved quality of life and also to increase his independence. Because with a disease like ALS or other neuromuscular diseases, quality of life and independence are the most critical factors to wanting to keep fighting. And so I hope to share that same technology, that same quality of life and independence with others who are going through similar situations.
Yeah, that's just incredible. What are the next steps in the development of this technology?
Yeah, so I've been working with the Grand Challenges Scholars Program here at Notre Dame to do research, work on the business side of things, do some interdisciplinary coursework, service, and some other experiences as well. And right now we are almost done with our second prototype, our second iteration of the prototype, which should be working, and hopefully we'll be beta testing with other patients, by the end of the summer, early fall. And we're in a lot of programs and in the McCloskey Venture Prize competition at the Idea Center. So we've gotten lots of mentorship and help there as well, moving the business side of things along, because I'm an electrical engineer, I'm on the technical side of things. So learning the business side of things is what we've been mainly doing right now. And, being a semifinalist for McCloskey, we can have the opportunity to get funding and to really move forward as we go on to the Race to Revenue summer program at the Idea Center this summer. So I'll be working full time on this for the summer.
I know you said your father was a graduate of Notre Dame. Before we go, tell us about your family's deep connection to the university.
Yeah, definitely. So my dad was graduated in 1988. And then my mom also went here for grad school, and she graduated in 1991. And then both of them actually worked here for 10 years after they graduated. So my dad built the first network here. So he went into all the buildings and wired them. And my mom worked on the second website for Notre Dame, actually, and, worked in Hesburgh behind me. My dad was also in the band. I'm a tuba player in the marching band, shout out to all the band people watching. And, being a part of that community with the band and being a part of the Notre Dame community has always been a huge part of my life, from both of my parents' experiences here. And, Notre Dame's been home since I was born. So having that deep family connection made it so much easier to, decide to come here, but also, the support and really just the great community we have here is something that I'll cherish forever.
Well, John, your drive and your passion is the reason why Notre Dame is what it is. And thank you so much for being on Notre Dame Day this year.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's head outside to the performance stage. And Dave O'Connor, who joins us live. Dave?
Hey, Vahid, thank you so much. And by the way, congratulations to you as you enter a new chapter in your life at Notre Dame as well. Very happy for you, my friend. I am here down at the concourse as we get ready for our first performance, and it is the Notre Dame Orchestra under the direction of Daniel Stowe. They're going to be performing a song from the opera The Snow Maiden, also the Nutcracker and the Notre Dame Victory March as well. And I just want to let you know, as you watch Notre Dame Day and the performance stage, we are taking all precautions necessary, and all of the performers are 10 feet away from all of our camera crew and our audio techs as well. And we're outside here in the concourse. So let's take it away for the Notre Dame Orchestra.
Thank you, Dave. Our next guest is the Notre Dame Student Body President, Alan Jomo. Alan, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Let's start out with your Notre Dame Day story. Where are you from? And tell us, how did you get to Notre Dame?
Yes, as you can tell from behind me, I have a Texas flag. I live in Texas, but I am originally from Kenya. I moved to the United States in '09. And from there, my Notre Dame journey is, very rough, very weird. But I ended up applying to Notre Dame because I really liked their website, and finally visited here sometime in April 2018. Fell in love with the community, and that's when I knew that I had to come here, and somehow everything worked out, and I'm standing here before you.
How fantastic. I'll second that. You were recently elected student body president after serving as president of your dorm, Stamford Hall. So what inspired you to pursue these leadership roles at Notre Dame, and especially to want to lead all of your fellow students?
It all comes back to community. This community has really given me so much, and if I can give back, I always want to. So running for student body president was never in my plan. Neither was running for Stamford Hall president, but somehow the doors opened up. I met the right people who really saw that I could lead. And then from there, really falling back on what my father has always taught me, which is it's always been service. If you can serve your neighbor, serve them. And I remember when we were back in Kenya, if a neighbor didn't have a packet of salt or a packet of sugar or a packet of flour, you always go down and help them out. And so in the very same way, really want to continue that sort of mantra of being in service. And when the opportunity came, I knew that I had to take it. I went forward, ran alongside Matthew Bisner, and the students loved it. And so we're very lucky, very honored to be in this position.
I love that. That whole sense of giving is the Irish way too, Alan. So that's why you fit in right here at home. What kind of initiatives are you planning to institute during your term?
Yeah, we have a lot of plans, and we're lucky, right? First of all, I want to offer my gratitude to Rachel, Sarah, and Erin, who previously served in this capacity. But we were lucky that we were approaching what we want to call peacetime, the way that COVID is sort of not becoming so much of a factor through vaccinations. And we're very lucky. And so whenever we do approach what we call peacetime, we want to implement student voice summits where we bring together administrators and students, sit, talk about some substantive policy issues we're facing here on campus. From there, I know I have my personal pet project that I really want to work towards creating a subsidy of funds for textbooks, summer classes, and tutoring, especially for first-generation low-income students on campus. So really engaging with the administration towards building those things. And then from there, one of our cool initiatives is what we want to call a youth committee, where we engage with high school students throughout South Bend in order to figure out how do we better meet South Bend where it's at. With COVID, we weren't really meeting the city because we wanted to be safe. We weren't going to the city. Now that COVID's not so much a factor, hopefully in fall 2021, really want to talk about how do we engage with South Bend beyond just service, even though service is good. How do we support small businesses? How do we meet the city where the residents are at, and really help and foster the beautiful city that South Bend really is.
Brilliant. I agree with that. Tell us about your post-graduation plans, and what role Notre Dame has played in that journey for you.
Yeah, so eventually after graduation, I either want to work in healthcare administration, consulting, or policy. And the reason behind that is, there's a lot of, healthcare issues, especially with COVID, those really came to light. I want to work towards addressing accessibility, affordability, especially in light of sort of what we've seen with COVID-19. But even more so, the Notre Dame community has really helped kind of foster this passion that I have. I had the opportunity to work with, and I continue to work with, the Mendoza College of Business, which is where I major in business analytics. And I'm also working with some other multidisciplinary professors, but working towards figuring out, especially with Japan, how their healthcare infrastructure policy changed with the earthquake in 2011. And so that's really solidified my love for healthcare, seeing how Japan is handling their healthcare and seeing what things we can borrow, bring here to the United States and broadly back to my home country in Kenya.
Brilliant. Before we go, I want to talk about your history with Notre Dame Day. While you were president of Stamford Hall this fall, you led the dorm to the top of the pack in the Residence Hall giving. So tell us, how did you inspire your dorm community to get involved with ND Day, and what are the kinds of things that Stamford can do with the funding this time round?
Yeah, so the first thing is I didn't do it alone. I had an awesome mentor over in the development team. I had an awesome vice president, Michael Bubikian, and that all really helps foster this feeling of community and culture that we have here at Stamford Hall of what we call Big Stamford Love, you know, really reaching out, make sure we can impact everyone that we could. The incentives that we had as a dorm is, one, we offered to shave our heads. The hair's back now, but it wasn't once upon a time. We also offered to let residents pie us in the face, which they did. And also from there, we gave them the opportunity to embarrass me in public. I had to walk around with a sign saying, "Will you marry me?" Until I found a person named Kate. And so they really worked to embarrass me, and that it helps foster a community, brought us together. And I'm able to say now, we actually won Hall of the Year. And I'm so grateful for the team that I had behind me to really foster this community. So grateful for that. And before I even go, I want to say big shout out to Stamford Hall. So for ND Day, please get to Stamford Hall, but also some clubs that I'm a part of. Iron Sharpens Iron and Accessible. But thank you so much for having me here today.
Amazing. What an inspiring young man you are. Thank you so much, Alan. Appreciate it. Back to you, Vahid.
All right, thanks so much, Chloe. We want to, at this point, acknowledge the passing in our broadcast of a very special friend of the University of Notre Dame, Kathleen Whalen Andrews, who passed away on Friday. In 1993, Kathy was named a member of the Board of Trustees at the University of Notre Dame and was named a Fellow of the Board of Trustees in 1996, the first woman to serve on the 12-member group that is the university's core governing body. Kathy earned a master's degree in mathematics from the University of Notre Dame. Father John Jenkins, president of the university, released the following statement, quote, "As a fellow trustee, advisory council member, benefactor, counselor, and friend, Kathy served Notre Dame in these and many other capacities for more than 4 decades. Her wise and compassionate presence will be deeply missed by all of us who knew and loved her," end quote. Kathy received an honorary doctorate from Notre Dame in 2003 and had been an emeritus member of the board since 2007. She will be deeply missed.
When we choose to do something good, the difference we can make in the world has no boundaries. At Notre Dame, the question isn't if we will do good, it's how. There are so many ways for us to help others in our communities, from researching cures to disease, to finding solutions for homelessness, to mentoring youth. For Good makes it possible for us to apply our learning and service to others. For Good provides students the opportunity to reach into their communities, helping to create a healthier, happier, and more just world.
My time here at the University of Notre Dame has been really special. It's afforded me the opportunity to pursue my passion of uplifting marginalized communities. The work that I've done here involves working with the Questford chapter and working towards founding the Financial Literacy Club of Notre Dame. Both of these initiatives work towards supporting first-generation low-income students on campus. Also, I've been fortunate enough to receive a rich computer science education that I plan to use in order to evolve the field of public policy and make a difference in the world. For Good has proven that one man can make a world of difference.
Every day this year, I've worked with members of my engineering team to design and 3D print a prosthetic hand for a child in elementary school. At Notre Dame, cutting-edge technology is one resource I have to change the quality of life for others. For Good allows us to change the life and perspective of those who need it most.
On campus, I've become deeply involved in international research, especially about how underground music can relate to social discourse on race. After my sophomore year, I received a grant from the university that sent me to Cape Town, South Africa, where I performed ethnographic research and personally connected with township artists, really hearing their stories about how they're using the art form to protest injustice. For Good has allowed me to explore a global counterculture that's now empowering local movements.
Because of For Good, we can make our difference.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Chloe Agnew. Joining us now is Notre Dame sophomore Elliot Thomason, a master musician who has prepared something special for us. Elliot, thank you so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Before you dazzle us with some magic, I understand that you started a new student club for musicians on campus. Will you tell us a little bit about that briefly?
For sure, yeah. I just started the Wonder Association of Notre Dame, but I like to call it WAND with the acronym. And it's just for anybody who has any interest in magic whatsoever, from beginner all the way up to advanced, so that they can learn about magic and just kind of be introduced to that world of wonder.
Where do I apply? I love it. Sign me up, Elliot. Right, come on with the show. Give us a trick, will you?
Perfect, yeah. Well, I've been doing magic for about 7 years now, and over that time, I've realized that some of my favorite magic is actually magic with cards. And so I brought some cards with me here today, and I'd love to try something out with you.
Oh my goodness.
Now, with card tricks, usually the magician will start with having you pick a card, right? And I do that by maybe spreading the cards like this.
Okay.
But I have full control over the cards right now.
Right.
So I want to try this out, something a little different. In a second, I'm going to ask you to cut the cards just like this. So just go ahead and do that for me.
Oh, the pressure of cutting the cards, boys. Whew.
Perfect.
Okay, is this good?
And every time you cut those cards, I mean, the top card changes.
Yeah.
Now, I saw you cut those cards, so I might be keeping track of things. So, Chloe, if you could take those cards underneath the table so that no one here knows what cards you're cutting to, and go ahead and give the deck a cut underneath the table. I don't want to see. You can give it 1 cut, you can give it 2 cuts, you can even give it 3 cuts or none at all. And keep those cards underneath the table for me. I don't want to see. Now, Chloe, I don't know how many times you cut the cards, and we have no idea what card is on top. It's a random card. So I'd like you to take the top card and, without looking at it, just go ahead and put it into either one of your pockets.
Okay.
Perfect, and I don't want to see. As soon as you've done that, go ahead and let me know.
Okay, done. First card's
Perfect.
done.
I want you to take, we'll do the now top card and put that card into the other pocket. And again, I don't want to see which card which pocket you put it into.
Okay.
As soon as you're done with that, go ahead and let me know.
Done.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, we won't use the rest of the cards for this. They're just kind of, we'll put those off to the side. Now, at this moment, you don't know which cards are in which pockets, right? You don't even know which cards you chose.
No.
So I guess it's my job to figure that out. Okay. I'm going to take a guess. I feel like, Chloe, out of all the cards that you could have chose, I think you have a red card and you have a black card.
Okay.
I feel like the red card is a diamond. I'm going to say the red card is the king of diamonds. And the black card is the 2 of clubs.
Okay.
But hold on, that's not the impressive part.
Right.
Because we've got a good feeling of which cards you have, but we have no idea which pockets they're in. So we're in sort of like a Schrodinger's cat situation where at this point, I mean, either card could be in either pocket, or they could be in, I mean, both cards are in each pocket at the same time kind of thing.
Okay.
So the impressive part is I want you to decide which card comes out of which pocket. So we'll do this.
Right.
Which card do you prefer, the king of diamonds or the 2 of clubs?
I'll do the king of diamonds.
The king of diamonds.
Yeah.
Now, Chloe, which pocket do you want the king of diamonds to come out of? The right pocket or the left pocket?
The right one.
The right pocket. And you're sure? You can change your mind if you'd like. This is your decision.
Oh, I'm a very indecisive person. We'll be here till next Christmas if you say that to me. No, I'm going to stick to the right.
Stick to the right. Yeah. Now, Chloe, because you said the king of diamonds is in your right pocket, that king of diamonds is now in your right pocket.
Okay.
I want you to go ahead and take out the king of diamonds from your right
pocket.
pocket.
Your heart is actually beating. Why am I nervous?
Have a look.
Okay. Ah, stop it.
And show everybody, show everyone.
What? Look at this.
No, hold on. We still have...
It's the king of diamonds.
I said the 2 of clubs. Now, if the king of diamonds was in your right pocket, then that must mean, have a look at the other card.
Oh, lads.
The 2 of clubs. Show everyone. Show everyone.
That is, I don't know how you did that. I actually don't know how you did that. That is so unbelievably impressive. Oh my goodness, I am blown away at that. What?
It's incredible.
What?
And out of all these cards, of course, they're all different.
Oh my gosh, absolutely fantastic. If that isn't an ad to join WAND, I don't know what is. I'm sending in my application absolutely right now. My goodness, how fantastic. All the best to you. Good luck to you. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Now let's head out to the lovely Caroline Pineda.
Thank you, Chloe. I'm here with Notre Dame sophomore Paul Cassidy, a resident of Stanford Hall. Paul, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm really happy to be here. So, like she said, I'm Paul Cassidy. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a sophomore studying business analytics and Spanish with the minor in business technology. And this is my coffee cart. This is Cinderblock Coffee.
Yeah, Paul, tell us more about your passion for coffee and the research that went into this cart.
Yeah, well, I actually started and I didn't really like coffee. I had a lot of bad ones, so I started making it myself, and it became something really special. Not only that I could make something that's normally just okay and make it great, but I could also connect with my friends and family through making it. So I bought a lot of gadgets, as you can see. I read a lot of books. I watched a lot of hours of YouTube videos, and just through trial and error, I was able to make some pretty good coffee that people enjoyed. So I wanted to invest more in it. And again, being able to turn something ordinary into extraordinary and then meet people and connect with people through it was great.
Yeah, and Paul, you initially left it at home, right? Why?
I did. Well, I didn't want to be the freshman that showed up their first year on campus and tell my rector, hey, can you help me get my espresso machine into my room? So I decided to leave it home and bring some of the more simple gadgets I had to be able to make my coffee.
Yeah, and then you decided to bring it your sophomore year, right? What led to that decision, and what has that brought you in Stanford Hall?
Yeah, so my dad and I built this cart from scratch over quarantine, which was a really cool bonding experience. I'd never built anything with wood before, so it's a gift that keeps on giving. And then having it here, I've been able to connect with a lot of people in my dorm through coffee, people I would have never met. And we're hoping eventually to have some proceeds from the sales of this to our dorm members and then people else on campus to help go to a charity of our choosing, yeah.
What went into building the cart?
It was a lot of research. I had to measure out all of these equipment pieces, and I also had to learn how to work with wood and paint it. It was a really cool learning experience, and it helped me get to know the equipment a little bit more.
And what was it like bringing it back out to campus? It seems like not the easiest thing to transport.
No, it was a really long drive, and there's a lot of boxes, a lot of bubble wrap for the glass I had to bring. But all in all, it's been a great net positive because I've been able to connect with a lot of people. I've also had to make my own water and buy beans. I've got to go out into South Bend and meet some people there as well. So it's been really good.
Yeah, you mentioned meeting people. What about people in Stanford? How has this brought you closer to your community?
Yeah, there's a couple of my friends, Royce and Matthew. They'll come up every Saturday and grab a cup, and these are guys that I wouldn't normally run into. We have different classes and different majors. They're a little bit older than me as well, but through this, I've been able to develop some really good friendships and been able to connect with them, yeah.
How many cups a week do you think you make?
Probably 14 to 20. I make 2 for myself and my roommate Vincenzo, and then depending on how stressed people are or how busy I am, it kind of depends. But the better weeks I have are when I make more coffee, for sure.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing about making coffee for the people around you?
It's so hard to pick, but when they say, wow, this is really good, and that starts a great conversation, I think that's the most special thing.
Thank you so much, Paul, for joining us. Back to Vahid in the studio.
Yeah, the coffee looks amazing. I think we're going to need some of it here while we're on camera here today. All right, we're joined now by Notre Dame graduate student Anthony Esplin, who is here to talk about his brand new invention. Anthony, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
All right, well, you're a graduate student at the ESTEAM program. Tell us a little bit about that program and why you chose to come to Notre Dame.
Yeah, so I always planned on doing my master's, and so I did my undergrad at the University of Utah in biomedical engineering, and I had actually invented a different product, which is what brought me to the oxygen pillow, and I was looking for a program that really stems and helps with innovation and launching, because I have the science background. I just need to know how to execute and actually start a business. So that's what brought me to the ESTEAM program.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, in the ESTEAM, you work on innovative ways to solve unmet needs. So talk about the unmet need that you decided to tackle here.
Yeah. So what brought me to the pillow, I had a neighbor that's son had hypoxia and Down syndrome, and he refused to wear that tube that goes in your nose to get oxygen for certain patients. And so because he refused to it, his parents just would wake up multiple times throughout the night. And so I was like, there's got to be something better that we can build so that this little boy is going to sleep the whole duration of the night. And so this is the latest generation of the pillow that we built. And essentially, it has these windows or vents that blow oxygen through them. So as he's laying there, he doesn't even have to be aware the oxygen's flowing to his face. And so for that parent, it was amazing for him because his kid sleeps through the night now. And so he's not have to wake up 4 or 5 times through the day-to-day.
Sure. So talk us through, a little bit about how it works and the research and R&D that went into it, if you could. We talked a little bit about that.
Yeah. So some of the research we're doing is more about how someone sleeps on a pillow so we can get people the optimal oxygen. And so we currently have this pillow in about 20 people's hands, and we found that 30% of the people actually enjoy the pillow as is. And so we're going to optimize some of the different configurations of the pillow to make it better for the general population of people that sleep with oxygen.
Mm-hmm. How did you, I know you brought that with you, which I'm glad you brought that today. Can you give us an example without giving away your proprietary information? Talk to us about it a little bit.
Yeah. So this concept's not really proprietary. It's actually our next gen versions that involve tracking someone as they sleep, because you can imagine if someone's sleeping on this, if they roll, they might not get oxygen because they won't be close to this little vent.
Sure.
So our next gen versions are the ones that really have proprietary information of as somebody sleeps on a different position, we can then distribute that oxygen flow to them accordingly.
Okay. What are the plans to bringing this awesome pillow to the market now?
Yeah, so I'm actually working with the Idea Center. We're in the accelerator, and so we plan to go direct to consumer for this initial little bit after we register with the FDA, and then look at doing a sleep study so that way we can get to nursing care facilities. There's a lot of patient populations that have Alzheimer's and dementia that without knowingly will take off their nasal cannula. So for them, there's not really an option to care for those types of people. So this pillow offers an opportunity to treat people that otherwise wouldn't be treatable.
All right, Anthony, thanks so much. Great invention.
Thanks.
And we wish you great success with it. Thank you so much. All right, stay with us here on Notre Dame Day. We'll be right back after this short message.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Chloe Agnew. Our next guest is JJ Wright, Director of the Notre Dame Folk Choir, here to talk about an exciting event and ambitious new project. JJ, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Oh, good to see you, Chloe. Thanks for having me.
So come here, I understand that this is a big anniversary for the Notre Dame Folk Choir. Tell us a little bit about that.
It is. This is our 40th anniversary. So the choir was founded in 1980. And we're very excited because we are putting together a 40th anniversary virtual reunion and concert at the end of next month, at the end of May. So be on the lookout for that. We'll sing some of the favorite songs from the 40 years of the choir and have the opportunity to join with our alumni via Zoom and via the internet.
Oh, fabulous. Wonderful. You lined up this virtual choir event that you're bringing everyone together, I guess, to celebrate. Is there any particular pieces in it that we can expect for the anniversary?
Yeah, the song that we're going to sing here in a minute in the stadium concourse, Hallelujah, My Father, is one of them that we'll sing. And just some of the favorites from the folk choir, Lead Kindly Light, Rosa Mystica are some of the popular ones that we'll be sure to hit. And that the really exciting thing is, the choir really hasn't been able to sing all year in person. And so we're really excited to be able to join together and sing here at the end of the semester.
Oh, beautiful. Trust me, I know that feeling of how good it feels
Yeah.
to sing after a long time. How can people participate in this recording?
Well, we'll be sure to let people know exact dates and times, but the concert itself will be on Saturday, May 29th. So we'll be posting that on social media and other places, and especially for our folk choir alumni out there, if any of you are watching, we're putting together a massive virtual choir of Day Is Done, which is one of the most iconic folk choir songs. So if you have the ability to record yourself, we have these great instructions online. There's emails that you probably have gotten on our social media. So please take the time to record and send us your recordings so we can include it. We're trying to get about 300 faces on the screen. We've all seen these virtual choir videos popping up over the last year because of the pandemic, but we'd really love to be able to feature a giant group of current folk choir students and alums in this tribute to our 40th year.
Fantastic. Sounds amazing. In the upcoming school year, I understand that the folk choir is working on a unique passion project that involves professional musicians and even a recording session in the Holy Land. Tell us about that.
Yes, that's our hope. Yeah. So we're kind of co-creating a piece based on the passion, and it's a really exciting project because we're really getting to shape the whole project kind of hand in hand with the students. So from writing lyrics to writing melodies to forms and harmonies, the students are kind of involved every step of the way. And so, we're going to continue to workshop this piece, and hopefully next May we'll be on our way to the Holy Land to record at the University of Notre Dame's Jerusalem Global Gateway, which is the Tantur Ecumenical Institute. So it's very, very exciting possibilities.
Wow, JJ, I just love what you're doing. Power to you. Thank you so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day. And we look forward to hearing the Notre Dame Folk Choir perform right here on Notre Dame Day in just about 10 minutes. Don't miss it. Let's go to Fahid.
Thanks, Chloe.
Chloe, thanks so much. And now joining us, the only former Notre Dame student athlete in history to win an Olympic gold medal in an individual event. And get this, she's the first American to ever win an Olympic gold medal in her sport. She led the Irish to a national championship, and she won her own national title wearing the gold and blue. Marielle Zagunis, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. This is great.
Yeah, well, we're thrilled to have you on here. Let's go back to your days of growing up in Oregon first. Where exactly in Oregon are you from? And tell us a little bit about your family and whether they're athletes or not, too.
I am born and raised in Beaverton, Oregon. Right here, as you can see, it's beautiful. So can't blame me for coming back here. And that's where my home base has been the past couple of years as I've been continuing to train in fencing. And my parents my parents are from all over the place, but they chose to have this be our home base. And, I get my determination and my drive and my Olympic blood from them because they were actually Olympic rowers. So, my journey started here. It obviously has a lot to do with their dedication to me as their daughter and teaching me how to, just dream big and go after big goals.
2 Olympic rowers, and you became an Olympic fencer. So I got to ask you, naturally, how did that happen?
I know with fencing, it's such a random sport, but I did try the erg. We had an erg in my house growing up, the rowing machine. And as like a 6-7-year-old, that is not a very good idea of fun. So I shied away from rowing pretty early on. But my parents, obviously being Olympians themselves, were pretty active and had us in all sorts of sports. And we kind of just fell into fencing, finding a local club because my older brother wanted a sword fight. And I guess you could say the rest is history.
Well, we've done some homework here, Marielle, on your career. You started winning world titles during your high school years at Valley Catholic High School, and I'm quite sure you were the most qualified and recruited athlete in fencing history. So what led you to choose the University of Notre Dame?
Yeah, well, I also have to say shout out to, all the fencers who have come after me, especially the talented ones who have attended University of Notre Dame. Maybe at the time I was one of the most recruited, and I can be up there, but fencing since I was in high school has really improved nationwide. We have so many incredible fencers, medal contenders, Olympians now coming from the U.S. So I just want to put that out there. But yeah, growing up and going to Catholic school my whole life, and really just appreciating that super strong and supportive community has always been something that's really important to me to be involved with and continue to be involved with. So when it came time to, think about my NCAA career, I knew I wanted to obviously go to a school that had a strong fencing program, but also keep that small Catholic community. And obviously Notre Dame fit the bill. They had a very, very strong program, continue to have a strong program. They won NCAAs this year. So, it's just something that I knew I wanted to be a part of that program, because it already was very well established before I decided to go there, before I was eligible. So I just knew that, I just wanted to keep the good vibes, keep the small community, keep the Catholic faith, and just have a strong fencing program to go along with that. And so Notre Dame clearly fit the bill with all of those things.
Absolutely. You've got quite the great story, and something pretty special happened prior to your arrival on campus at Notre Dame freshman year. The women's saber event was being contested for the first time in the 2004 Olympics, and you just missed out qualifying for those games. So tell us what happened next.
Right. So I actually graduated high school in 2003. So I had already gotten into Notre Dame, knew I was going to fence there on scholarship, but had a discussion with them being like, Olympics is once every 4 years. This is really important to me, something I've always dreamed of, and made the decision to defer my admission. So I committed an entire year plus to that goal of making the Olympic team, bringing home a gold medal. And I actually fell short of qualifying for the team in March of 2004. So it was quite the roller coaster of emotions. I was the highest ranked fencer in the world not to be going to the Olympic Games. Was very devastated at the time, as you can imagine, but just had to learn the lesson that everything happens for a reason, and also to continue to pursue your goals, even if they're not showing up in the way that you think they are. And so I continued to train, even though I fell short of making the team. And it was good for me because one fencer that had qualified ended up dropping out. And so that guaranteed me a spot on the team. So I showed up in Athens and won a gold medal. So I was, instead of sitting at home that summer and headed off to Notre Dame on time, I actually arrived at campus over 2 weeks late because I was competing in the Olympics. So it was a different story than a lot of people have when they first arrive on their freshman year of campus. But, it was obviously something that I would never change.
Surreal and perseverance, 100%. The first gold medal in 100 years for an American fencer, and the first ever in women's saber. Then you do it again in 2008, winning another gold medal. Then in 2012, one of the highest honors of an Olympic athlete. You are selected to lead the entire U.S. Olympic team into the opening ceremonies. Now, for us non-athletic people, can you describe, Mariel, what that moment is like, and what that moment was like when you walked into London Stadium leading the American team, carrying our nation's flag?
I mean, yeah, even when I talk about it to this day, it's still so surreal because that position for the U.S. team is voted on by your fellow athletes. So every sport gets to nominate a name, and then you vote on who, you kind of tell the story of the person and what their accomplishments are. But Team USA is stacked and continues to be stacked with amazing athletes. So I never thought in a million years that I would have a chance to be selected into that position and kind of be the representative of the team in that aspect. But, the opening ceremony is like the biggest event, and that everybody watches. And so to lead Team USA, and that was a very, very high honor because our team is just filled with some incredible athletes, and everybody has an amazing story of how they made it to the Olympics.
No, I'm sitting here now and I'm getting chills watching that right now. And so we're here today, and you're a mom. So I want to tell you congratulations. You're a 4-time Olympian. You have 2 Olympic gold medals, 2 Olympic bronze medals, and numerous world championships during your truly historic career. We got to ask you, what's next?
Oh, well, what's next? Well, Tokyo 2021, here we come. We're in the countdown again. I qualified a year ago for my 5th Olympic team. So Tokyo, I'm going to be making, a little bit more history there. Of course, my first Olympics as a mom. And this is just all for her. It's all for my daughter to set an example that you can do anything you put your mind to, regardless of what other things in life come your way, what other goals you have. And, I'm being the best mom I can be and the best athlete I can be. And hopefully that will equate to more gold, more hardware coming out of Tokyo.
Mariel, we are so incredibly proud of you. You have no idea. And please know your entire Notre Dame family will be rooting hard for you this summer in Tokyo. Thanks for joining us on Notre Dame Day. Go USA and go Irish. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back here at Notre Dame Day 2021. Stay with us.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and convictions can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Chloe Agnew here. We're now joined by an incredibly talented Notre Dame student who has written a full-length musical and is producing it during the pandemic. I'm a massive fan of this lady. Ronnie Mansour, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much.
So give us your Notre Dame introduction. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Veronica Mansour, but most people call me Ronnie. I'm a double major in English and cello performance with a minor in film, television, and theater, the new musical theater minor, actually.
Amazing. Fantastic. So how did you get the idea to create an original musical?
So I've always been an aspiring songwriter, but it was mostly just a hobby for me. I was just doing it for myself and for my friends. If they'd go through a bad breakup or something, I'd write them a song or something like that. But when I got to college, I started taking it a little bit more seriously. And Professor Matt Hawkins, who's in charge of the musical theater department here, kind of heard some of my stuff and said, what do you want to do with this? And I thought, well, I love English, I love music, I love musical theater. Why not just try to write something, try to write a musical? So yeah, I guess that's kind of where it came from.
Oh, I love it, I love it. So come here, tell us a little bit about the musical. I understand that mental health is one of the main themes of it.
Yes, absolutely. So the musical basically follows the story of a young woman named Tony, and her family is Italian. So there are major Italian themes in the musical as well. I got to study abroad in Rome for a little while, so that was kind of where some of that inspiration came from. But mental health is something that happens, that occurs in the musical as well. Tony struggles with anxiety and depression throughout her journey. And so when her grandmother passes away, basically it sort of spurs this whole sequence of events for her internally and externally. And then her dead grandmother and all her other ancestors show up at her doorstep. So it's sort of this fantastical journey for Tony and learning how to connect with people internally, externally, and it's just this whole roller coaster kind of.
Oh, beautiful. Wow, sounds fantastic. So I know about this, but what have you found is one of the most challenging things about putting on a show in the middle of a pandemic?
I would say putting on a show in the middle of a pandemic
is enough. It's hard enough.
It's been really challenging, and I honestly didn't think it was going to happen. But because of all the safety protocols that we've been able to put into place, we have been able to make it happen. And when you see a clip of this later, you're not going to be able to tell that it takes place in a pandemic. Everybody looks completely unmasked, but behind the scenes, there were so many things that were taking place. You know, the rehearsal process, we would all get our temperatures taken at the door. We were not wearing one mask, but two, as well as socially distancing. And then when it came down to filming, we had box fans all over. We had little fans all over the floor surrounding the actors that the audience won't be able to see. And then with the help of Professor Mark McCready, who is a professor here in engineering, he helped us do smoke tests and fog tests so that we could observe the aerosols and airflow and basically creating an outdoor environment indoors. And so with all that, we were kind of able to make this happen.
How amazing, because I know how hard it is to put on a show in normal times, but to do it with all of that on top of it is just so much power to you. It's amazing, power to you. So I know, like, what is it like for you to see your music and your lyrics come to life on stage?
Yeah, it's surreal. It's absolutely surreal. You know, just kind of getting to see people that I know and friends of mine singing my songs and, you know, saying my words is just like, it's like a dream come true. I liken it to like having all your imaginary friends as kids be friends with everybody else. Like all the characters that I've created are now characters that other people know. And it's just been a life-changing experience. So honestly, it's just been crazy.
So congratulations. I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited. I would encourage all of our viewers to stay tuned to Notre Dame Day, because in the 10 p.m. Eastern hour, we'll have a chance to see some clips from this brand new show. How exciting. Ronnie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All the best to you. Now let's head out to Irish Dave, who's at the concourse of Notre Dame Stadium. Notre Dame Stadium. How are you doing over there, Irish Dave? You there?
It feels weird having an actual Irish person call me Irish Dave, Chloe, but it's so nice to have a fellow Dubliner here on Notre Dame Day with me today as well. And I'm here down in the concourse getting ready for the Notre Dame Folk Choir under the direction of JJ Wright. They are going to be performing Hallelujah, My Father. And for everyone watching, just to let you know as well, we are taking all the precautions necessary here at the concourse. All of our performers are more than 10 feet away from our camera crew and our audio techs. So yeah, the Notre Dame Folk Choir, here we go.
To be given
So that is the Notre Dame Folk Choir. There's so much talent here at Notre Dame, and that was such a beautiful performance. Now we're going to go to the Duncan Student Center and get an update on the giving tonight.
Thanks so much, Irish Dave. I cannot believe we are already 1 hour into the broadcast. How about you, Brian?
I can't believe we're flying by already.
Yeah, seriously, and so many incredible performers the last hour, the orchestra, Alan and Jomo, the folk choir. We've seen some amazing student performances already, and I cannot wait to see what comes up next. Since we last checked in, there have been over 600 gifts that have come in, which is absolutely incredible. I'm going to go ahead and go to the Alumni Association leaderboards right now. The Alumni Association works together to raise funds for club scholarships, which allows so many students to attend Notre Dame every year. This is such an important feat for them, and they raise so much of this money on Notre Dame Day. Coming in first, we have the ND Club of Indianapolis with 69 donors, and they've raised over $4,000 for club scholarships, which is truly an incredible feat. Next, I'm going to toss it over to Brian, and we're going to talk a little bit about what's coming up this next hour on the Notre Dame Day broadcast.
Thanks, Katie. It's going to get much more exciting. Every hour we have more excitement coming out at you. Aaron Banks, a member of the Fighting Irish football team and offensive guard, will be joining us at the top of the next hour. My good friend Mickey Kidder from University Enterprises and Events will join us, as well as Zach Dubois, a fellow Notre Dame alum and a country singer, will be performing next hour as well. There's still so much to come. We hope you'll stay tuned in. Remember to go online and tweet #NDDay, and we'll be right back after a few messages.
If I trace it backwards, I get here, to this place, to this moment. I was 10 years old.
Good evening. A killer earthquake hit Mexico City this morning, and they're still counting the dead tonight.
The earth shook, buildings crumbled, people screamed.
Thousands more have been injured. The effect was devastating.
A city became rubble. I saw chaos. I saw fear. I vowed then that I would become an engineer so I could protect those families.
Notre Dame Professor of Engineering and Global Affairs, Tracy Kajewski-Correa, has studied the impact of natural disasters around the globe, from earthquakes and tsunamis to hurricanes.
So when we travel to these devastated places, as engineers, we're hoping to understand how our math and models truly have performed under real-world conditions. But when you get there, you have to have a certain sense of awe at what Mother Nature can do. In that moment, when your breath has been taken away, the next thought in your mind is, well, how can we do better? We've got evacuation routes up here at Notre Dame. We built a platform called NJ Coast that brings all the critical information that first responders and urban planners need to protect their communities into one location.
Here in Keansburg, Superstorm Sandy definitely had an impact. 75% of the town had water in it. Definitely a wake-up call. New Jersey Coast allows us to see how the storm is going to have a direct impact on our residents and how to better protect them.
I arrived on this planet with a real hunger to fix things. And when we were able to do this NJ Coast project, it was an opportunity for dreams to come true because I could look in the eye of people who were in the middle of something catastrophic and know that we could finally stand there with them rather than just watch from afar.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect our community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
When I was just 3 years old, my sister and I were adopted from an orphanage in Ukraine.
There they are.
I love my family, and I could never have asked for a better one. But I've never been able to shake that feeling that I've been missing a part of myself.
In post-Soviet Ukraine, government corruption ran rampant. Religious and academic institutions faced enormous challenges, and democracy itself was not guaranteed.
I left a people on the verge of a revolution and had a completely different life than I would have otherwise.
Since 2003, Notre Dame's Nanovic Institute for European Studies has made a commitment to Catholic education in Eastern Europe, including the Ukrainian Catholic University.
During my sophomore year, Notre Dame gave me the opportunity to come to the Ukrainian Catholic University and share our educational values.
Over the last 15 years, Notre Dame's Catholic University partnership has helped to connect a half dozen East European Catholic universities.
Only 5 years ago, the revolution of dignity was met with deadly violence. I'm reminded every day why we need to stand up against corruption while working to prepare the next generation of leaders.
Right now, we live in a time of uncertainty, especially here in the shadow of the former Soviet Union.
We understand that the Iron Curtain could come down again. So we're working hard to build bridges among these universities that will help them speak truth to power.
Being here taught me how I can make a difference, allowing me to give back to the country of my birth.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for freedom of thought.
We are the Fighting Irish.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
And we welcome you to hour number 2 of Notre Dame Day 2021, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Vahid Sadr, and we are off to a fantastic start as we share some awesome stories of Notre Dame with you live from campus. Joining me tonight and throughout the day tomorrow is the great Irish singing sensation, Chloe Agnew.
Thank you so much, Vahid. I am so thrilled to be back here at the University of Notre Dame. And you're right, we have had such an awesome show so far. And the musical performances have just been absolutely outstanding.
Stunning. Everyone will be in for a treat when you perform later in this broadcast. I know for one, I'm really looking forward to it. But first, let's talk about why we are all here and gathered here tonight and tomorrow to share many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. We will bring them to you over the next few days through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
And we're inviting you to participate by logging onto the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. If you're not watching from there already, click on the little green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. It's just 3 steps. For each new donor to a cause, that cause will receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in challenge dollars through various bonus challenges that they are participating in. So again, it's notredameday.nd.edu. That's where you can find all of the information you need, and it's where you can make your gift. So please do join us if you can.
And we do have some great guests over the course of the broadcast. Hour number one, it was stunning who we had on. Amazing. So informative, great stories, including Drew Brees. We did have some difficulties with Drew, so we're going to try and get him on before the end of our broadcast tomorrow night. So you want to stay tuned for that. But besides him, you're not going to believe who we have on. Milwaukee Bucks star Pat Connaughton, Notre Dame legend and all-time great Joe Theismann, Olympic runner Molly Seidel, and so many more. So you'll want to stay tuned for that. We will be broadcasting until midnight tonight, and then tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m., and again from 6:42 p.m. until midnight, all Eastern Time.
That's right, Vahid. Coming up this hour, we'll speak to a student engineer who's launching a satellite into space. We'll visit with Mickey Kidder, the Vice President for University Enterprises and Events. We'll hear from NFL hopeful Aaron Banks and enjoy musical performances by Zach Dubois and the Notre Dame Chorale. And so much more. But first, let's go to Brian and Katie at the Duncan Student Centre for an update on the Given.
Thanks so much again, Chloe and Vahid. One of the fun parts about Notre Dame Day is that in addition to the $250,000 challenge fund that every club is eligible for, we have hourly challenges that are awarded to different groups who perform the best within different categories. So the hourly challenge that we have live right now is for the Alumni Association, and one of the specific category is with the clubs that are smaller in size. So some of the clubs that are currently competing at this moment for the hourly challenge is the Club of Gettysburg, Greater Williamsport, the Indy Club of the Emerald Coast, the Club of Panama, and the Club of Hanover Township, among others. So super excited to see which of these groups come out on top to win an additional $150 for Notre Dame Day this year. Brian, what are we hearing on social media?
You know, Katie, our Notre Dame clubs are always really active on social media. I've seen the Notre Dame Club of Indianapolis, of Dallas, so many others who are encouraging all their constituents to give. You know, our Notre Dame clubs have been really affected by the pandemic, and so many have, because they really thrive on bringing alumni groups together in different cities across the country, all to raise money for scholarships for local students. So by giving to your favorite club on Notre Dame Day, you will not only be giving to that club and allowing their events to continue, but also so they can make Notre Dame possible for local students from that area. So for all of our alumni looking across the world, make a gift to your Notre Dame club. It'll help them get a share of the challenge fund, and it'll help make an impact on current and future Notre Dame students. Go online, make a gift on that green button right below us, and make a gift for your club today. But for now, back to Vahid in the studio. Vahid?
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Our first guest this hour is the president of the Sports Analytics Club, a Notre Dame student club with over 300 members, Kevin Murray. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, first, tell us what the Sports Analytics Club is and what is it you do?
Yeah, so we're a fairly new club on campus here, coming up on our fifth year this fall. But our real purpose is just kind of to bring kids interested in sports and with that like analytical background and kind of teach them, you know, where the intersection is here on campus. And we focus on doing that in kind of two main ways. First, you know, giving them the experience working directly with some of our varsity teams here on campus, working directly with data, hands-on on projects, just like they would in a professional environment. And then also just, you know, exposing them to a lot of different information, both through like conferences and competitions, and then through bringing guest speakers to Notre Dame to speak to our club, including a lot of ND alumni.
Happy to see you're flying the W flag behind you, too. We've seen how data analytics can contribute to a winning team. What comes to mind is obviously the Oakland A's, the subject of the book and movie Moneyball. How might you bring about this effect through the club?
Yeah, so for us, I mean, we know here at Notre Dame, we have athletic teams that compete at the highest levels collegiately and do so very successfully. So for us, we're just trying to help them continue the success in any way we possibly can. So for us, that's just, you know, trying to find all these different small advantages that we can get and introducing the teams to them in a lot of ways that maybe they haven't used before, or maybe ways that, you know, they're just not using as effectively as we think that they could be, and kind of giving our input there. Because, you know, in sports these days, especially at high of a level that we play them here at Notre Dame, any advantage is something that can help lead to success.
Well, and tell us some of the projects, the data analytics that you're working on for the athletic department.
Yeah, so we work directly here with a couple teams on campus, including but not limited to football, baseball, women's basketball, among some others here. And a lot of our work goes based on different like scouting reports. We do a lot of scouting reports for the teams that we work with, and then also just anything that we can get our hands on as far as data goes, and learning from a lot of the professional teams in sports here, and what projects they're doing, what projects they're working on, whether that's looking at different statistics in baseball and what we can maximize and stuff like that. Just anything that we can do to get those small advantages, like I said before.
Is there any other projects that you guys are currently working on?
Yeah, we're actually working on two this upcoming year. A little bit difficult this spring with COVID going on, but starting next fall, combining with one of the other clubs on campus here focused in sports, building a case competition, hackathon as one might call it, around building these skills and giving kids just one more opportunity to work with large data sets and try to solve problems in sports and include maybe get some more success out of our programs that are already doing so well.
Kevin, thanks so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day this year.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Chloe. Chloe?
Thank you so much, Vahid. Our next guest is Notre Dame student Matt Berdeschi, who's led his dorm's effort to raise money for a good cause through an event called Mullets for Malaria. Matt, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Matt, Mullets Against Malaria. Tell us, how does St. Edward's Hall getting a hairstyle of the 80s stop malaria?
Right, yeah. We use mullets as our creative way to bring attention to malaria. And walking around with an 80s haircut definitely captures people's attention. So it's our way to help our fundraising efforts. And also we kind of use it as an incentive for friends and family to donate. We have the rule that we must keep our mullets until we reach our donation goal. So some friends and family are very happy to donate because that means that they'll see us go back to our normal hairstyle as soon as possible.
Oh, I just think that's absolutely brilliant. Tell us, Matt, when did you guys start growing your hair out?
Yeah, well, to grow out a good-looking mullet, it obviously takes time, especially for someone who has short hair. So the sooner you start growing out your hair, the better. So for that reason, we start growing our hair out very early into the fall semester. But this year was a little unique because of COVID and the different academic calendar. So we gave a little extra time that you don't need to start growing your hair out because we had our event on February 25th as opposed to early February in the prior years.
I got it. Okay. So how do so many of you get long hair sculpted into cool and sharp looking mullets? Like, do you have a resident who stepped up as a barber to help you out?
Yeah, we partnered with the University hairstylists over in La Fun. And everyone instead is welcome to get their haircut for free as long as it is for a mullet or racing stripes. You can't just go over there to get a free haircut. So we set up like a Google sheet to get estimated haircut times. And then the awesome people over at University Hairstylists did a great job turning out so many of our haircuts for a couple of hours. And but we take a lot of time to grow out our hair, so we definitely want the professionals to handle the haircuts.
I'd say that. When you're wearing your mullet, as you said, people, you notice them looking at you more. Like, do they ask you questions about it? They ask you why?
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day that people are blessed to see, beautiful mullets. So of course, people tend to pleasantly observe us. But I think the most common question we get is, what do I need to do to get my hair to look that good? But also they ask us, why do we do it? Which just means that, our efforts, our goal in getting the mullets works because people are, we raise awareness for our fundraising efforts.
It's brilliant. I mean, you've had a successful Mullets Against Malaria this year, as much as we giggle. You've raised over $20,000 in a week. Wow, that's just amazing. What did you do or what do you attribute to your successful campaign?
Yeah, well, as you said, in previous years, we kind of hovered around the 10,000, 11,000 mark, which is great. But this year, we blew up. We got over $20,000, making this year's, efforts the most successful team for the Nothing But Nets Foundation. And I think this year's success can mostly be attributed to fully deploying the entire St. Edward's Hall community for this effort. And I think one leading factor for this was Father Ralph, our rector, maintaining a blog called the Gentleman's Monthly. Go check it out for some great content. And there he constantly gave updates about our efforts. So when the time came to donate, people were very willing and excited to help out. So it really came down to engaging present and former members of STEDS and the larger community. So of course, we hope to follow up these efforts in next year and just later on into the future.
What a fantastic, fantastic story. Matt, well done to you. All the best. Thanks so much for joining us on Notre Dame. And now over to you, Vahid.
All right, thanks so much. And I know everybody's been waiting for Drew Brees to join us here tonight, and we will have him. Of course, he's going to be calling Notre Dame games this year after a legendary career, 20 years playing in the NFL. One of the most outstanding passers in NFL history. Of course, we go on and on about his career. We will. Coming up at 8:50, we're going to have him coming up. So Drew Brees will be joining us here tonight on Notre Dame Day to talk about his illustrious career and what's next for him, of course, coming to Notre Dame Stadium and calling games for the Fighting Irish. Right, our next guest is a standout offensive lineman during his time with Notre Dame football, and now he's headed to the NFL draft. Let's welcome in Aaron Banks to Notre Dame Day. Aaron, do we have you there? All right, we're still waiting for Aaron. Again, you can go to notredameday.nd.edu to donate. The numbers have been coming in. We went to Chloe down to our center, and the numbers are coming in. So Notre Dame Day.
I mean, the giving, that's just incredible.
Awesome.
It blows my mind every year that I do Notre Dame Day, the donations that come in, the support for this amazing day, this incredible campus. I mean, and why not? Just sitting here talking about it, it's phenomenal. These incredible characters, the people that this place turns out, it's just remarkable. So keep donating, keep giving. You know where to go, notredameday.nd.edu.
All right, Aaron Banks is ready. Let's go to him live, and he joins us. Aaron, thanks so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You were a 4-star recruit coming out of Alameda, California, and you were heavily recruited by some big schools: Arizona, Oregon, UCLA, USC, Baylor, Florida, Michigan, Wisconsin, Miami. You chose the University of Notre Dame. Why?
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame has great tradition. They have, a very recent history of putting out great offensive linemen. So just something that I wanted to be a part of, and that I could, I know I could come in and help the group and be a positive impact on the offensive line room. So, and it was a place that I needed to be.
Well, you ended up like most O-linemen who played at Notre Dame. You were redshirted freshman year, probably because you were playing behind some guy named Quentin Nelson. What do you recall from that experience, Aaron, and what did you learn from Big Q that you took with you during your 3 years as a starter at left guard?
And that's a big part of that is what separates Notre Dame from other programs. The older guys, actually really want to help the younger guys get better. There's no selfishness. There's no, hey, like this young guy's coming in, he could possibly take my spot. It's okay, let me help this young guy be the best player he could be, and put my pride to the side and help him because he's going to help the program and help the university. So, I learned a lot from Q. I was able to ask him a lot of questions playing behind him. Great player, great friend. We're all very tight to this day and, have a great relationship. So.
You and your teammates have won some very big games, to say the least, over the past couple of years. Cotton Bowl, you've played in the Rose Bowl, among others. What are you most proud of over the last couple of years, and what was your favorite game and why?
Favorite game, I'd have to say the Clemson game. I've never been in a overtime football game in high school, college, like not once. This was my first overtime game. And then just taking down number one, Clemson was, it was a crazy feeling. It was something that, I probably couldn't compare anything to this day. And it was, hands down the most exciting moment in my life so far.
I can tell you I was in the stadium that day, and it was like no other, right? I mean, during the pandemic, and you had this game going on, overtime finish. It was fantastic. Can you talk to us about the draft process? I know your got an invitation to the 2021 Reese's Senior Bowl. What are you most proud of there as you finish your career with Notre Dame before entering the NFL draft?
A big thing I was proud of is graduating. So I graduated in the fall this last season. So that's something I was very proud of. the process is something that I'm very that I'm proud of. The fact that the way I've gone through it, the way I've sustained, because it's a different year. We didn't have the combine. Everything's virtual, so it's a very different process, very new process. And I think myself and the rest of the guys who come out this year handle it really well. So as far as proud, I think just handle it with a very mature mindset and going about it, being very meticulous about my preparation and training. So I think that's something I'm very proud of.
Yeah, very different this year. There wasn't an actual pro days in Indianapolis, so they came here to Notre Dame. What was that like, and where have you been doing most of your preparation?
So I've been in Orange County. I've been in Irvine. My agency fortunately has their own facility, so I was able to train in Orange County. And then pro day was, most years there's the combine, and there's, that's what kind of breaks things up, and then that kind of splits the time in half between, when the season ends and pro day. So the whole time was just leading up to pro day and making sure that I was where I needed to be, and strength wise and speed wise. So yeah, I mean, it was a very exciting process. I was fortunate to be in some very good weather in Orange County, as opposed to South Bend winters can be a little bit harsh. So I was fortunate to spend the majority of my winter in some really good weather. And yeah, I mean, it was a great time. It's a once in a lifetime process, and I think I made the most of it.
Well, the NFL draft is less than 2 weeks away, my friend. Where are you going to watch it from? And how do you think you're going to react when you hear them call your name?
Yeah, so I'm heading back. I'm heading back to the Bay Area next week. So I have a small Airbnb, and I'm gonna have my family over and just have a very small party with my immediate family and spend some time with them. And as far as reacting when I hear my name called or getting that phone call, I don't know. I may shed a tear or two. I mean, it's my life goal. It's something I've been working for so many years. I don't know how I'm gonna react, but I know it's gonna be extremely exciting, semi-emotional time. So.
Erin, we are rooting for you 100%, my friend, and congratulations on a wonderful Notre Dame career.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Erin Banks joining us here on Notre Dame Day 2021. Chloe, what do you got for us next?
Thanks, Fahid. Our next guest is Notre Dame's Vice President for University Enterprises and Events, Mickey Kidder. Mickey, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Chloe. It's great to see you.
Great to see you too, my dear. You've had an exceptionally busy year between adapting the manner in which campus dining is undertaken to the renovation of Roars in Morris Inn and so much else in between. So tell us what's been happening and what's new in your world.
Yes, it's been quite a year. We started this year, as you know, we had intentions to go to Ireland to kick off this year in really wonderful fashion. And unfortunately, those plans got disrupted. But we've had, in many ways, a difficult year and in many ways, a great blessing. We did open Roars. So for those of you who haven't been back to campus, I would invite you to please join us in the coming months and over the next year in the newly renovated Roars. Obviously had to turn much of our attention to the students. And in many ways, that has been a blessing. Revamping dining protocol, helping with quarantine and isolation meals during COVID, a lot of our laundry service, which I have the great privilege of working with, helping to serve the students in the Morris Inn and Q&I, and in many ways creating some really lasting memories and some special events on campus for our students, and in serving the men of Holy Cross, which is obviously also a very important constituent that my team has the privilege of serving.
It's fantastic, Mickey. Talk to us about the two large student lodges that were installed at the North and South Quads during the winter months and the need for safe student gathering spots in these times.
Yes, this has been one of the more exciting projects that we've had the privilege of working on. With COVID and with the pandemic, we had the opportunity and really the need to de-densify a lot of our spaces. In the fall, our team had the privilege of working on things like Library Lawn and South Lawn and creating some really exciting outdoor lounge spaces. But when the winter months came upon South Bend, in February in particular, we knew that we had the need to help continue to de-densify the indoor spaces in campus like the Duncan Student Center in La Fortune. But our students needed a place to gather, and they needed a place to gather safely. And so we were able to install the quad lodges that you just showed the pictures of on both South Quad and North Quad, create safe spaces that were inviting, they were lit up, they had some fun Adirondack chairs and furniture. Matt Levy at Irish Woodworks, who I know is a guest on Notre Dame Day this year, worked with us to create some of the incredible furniture. And we created some exciting spaces for our students to be in community, but be in community in a safe and de-densified and physically distanced manner.
Indeed, I love what you've done. The place looks fantastic. If we can switch the subject real quick, the university recently announced that Billy Joel, the concert, the wonderful Billy Joel concert, has been rescheduled for next year, 2022. So what are the plans for future concerts at the Notre Dame Stadium?
Yeah, so we are saddened that we had to postpone the Billy Joel concert. That was announced a couple of weeks ago that that will be rescheduled for June of 2022. So I would definitely encourage anyone who wants to come and see the Piano Man in Notre Dame Stadium, June of 2022. It will be a really incredible weekend, that last weekend in June. Last Friday, we did unfortunately announce that we also had to cancel the George Strait, Stapleton, concert that we were supposed to have in August of this year. But never fail, we have already quite the docket for next spring and summer. We've got some May events that we'll be announcing for Notre Dame Stadium coming up here. We'll have Billy Joel in June, and then another event that we will be announcing for August of 2022. So rest assured, we have lots of exciting events teed up in the iconic Notre Dame Stadium, and really look forward to welcoming some truly iconic and worldwide names to this campus over the next couple of years.
No, I'm delighted to hear it. So some people might not realise that you have a cemetery here on campus, Cedar Grove Cemetery. What qualifications does one need to be buried at the University of Notre Dame? As odd a question as that is to ask.
No, listen, I'm grateful that you've asked. And in my portfolio of the team that I have the distinct privilege of working with, we go from everything from the bookstore and licensing to major events to the Cedar Grove Cemetery. And it is a dear ministry that we're able to serve, and one that I think many people may not be aware of. And so in speaking with Jim ahead of time for Notre Dame Day, I wanted the opportunity to highlight that certainly staff and faculty identify Cedar Grove as their final resting place. But we wanted to make sure that alums know that this can be their final resting place as well. And so we feel that it's a dear privilege that we have to welcome alumni here who have the intent and preference to be buried here, both in ground as well as cremation. And again, it's a topic that may not always be top of mind for everyone. It may seem a little odd for me to highlight that as we just spoke about concerts and student activities, programming, sure. But we feel very, very sincere about this ministry that we provide, and do want to make sure that we have the opportunity to highlight that it is an opportunity for alumni. So any alums who have an interest in having Notre Dame be their final resting place, please visit cedargrove.nd.edu, or if you go to nd.edu and can search for Cedar Grove Cemetery, there's an inquiry form, and we would be privileged and honored to walk with you and your families on this journey, again, in making sure that Notre Dame is your forever home, and one that will be here forever, and in a way that dearly loves and can serve that ministry for you and your family.
Well said, Mickey. Absolutely beautiful. And on a personal note, myself and Vahid are personally spearheading the campaign to get Notre Dame Day back to Ireland, or to get Notre Dame game to Ireland, indeed. Thank you so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day, Mickey. And now let's go out to Irish Dave at the Notre Dame Stadium Concourse. Dave?
I would love that as well. Is there any chance we could do Notre Dame Day live from Dublin? That would be nice.
Great shout.
Yeah, get to see my mom at the same time as well.
Right here.
But Chloe, it's so great to have you and Vahid, and it's so great to be here at the performance stage as well. And just for anyone watching, just to let you know, our performers we have precautions in place place that they're 10 feet away from any of our staff or crew here at Notre Dame Day. But I do want to welcome the Notre Dame Chorale, and they are going to be performing two fantastic songs. The first one is Schubert's The Trout, and the second one is Hike Notre Dame.
One, two, three. The march is on, the way not wrong, can stop the charge of fighting men. And sings the cry of the defiant, of heart attack let loose again. Oh, it's a hike, hike, hike to victory, the call to rise and strike. For Notre Dame men are winning, for Notre Dame is hike. Oh, heart to the cheery song.
That is absolutely wonderful. I feel like you should cheer for yourself. It's too quiet in here. Come on. No. Okay, nobody wants to cheer for themselves. They're very humble people. At the Notre Dame Chorale, it's been absolutely wonderful seeing them. And you know, I really hope the acoustics of Inside the Concourse really come across as you're watching this, because Vahid, I have an idea for when we're all back in person again. We should have a concert in the concourse because the acoustics here are amazing.
You've got some great ideas there, Irish Dave. I'm loving them, and I'll cheer for them. Hey, fantastic performances. We both agree. Our next guest is the chief engineer for the new Irish Sat Club, Notre Dame student Owen Kranz. Owen, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Vahid. Thanks for having me.
All right, so talk about the organization. What do you do, and what kind of students are members?
Sure. So we are ND Irish Sat. I founded the club with my friend Will Karpik. We're both aerospace engineers, and we saw a need on campus for students to get involved in space and satellite development. And we also saw the opportunity to get Notre Dame research at the forefront of space technology and get some Notre Dame research into space. So the club is all focused around developing satellites. Our main goal is to hopefully have everything, the design, the building, and the operation of satellites completely in-house at Notre Dame. And so that's what we're working towards right now. In terms of what type of people are involved, it's really cool because we've grown at a really fast rate, and we have students from all over the university involved. We have a lot of engineering majors, electrical engineers, aerospace engineers, mechanical engineers. We got comp-sci students. What's cool, though, is that we also have students from the physics department helping out with the research side of things. And we also have teams from the finance department and marketing to help kind of make this its own like little business to help promote our club and get our name out there. But we also have help from corporations, and we have help from graduates, helping us guide us through this journey to hopefully put satellites into space.
Well, that sounds incredible. And you're involved with NASA's CubeSat launch initiative. That also sounds fascinating. Tell us what's involved there.
Yeah, so NASA's CubeSat Launch Initiative, or CSLI, is a really fascinating program. It's basically a rideshare program. They find launch vehicles, or rockets essentially, that are sending up satellites that have extra payload space. And you can apply to get your CubeSat added to one of these rockets. They'll find a rocket that has extra space and manifest you on it. And then rocket launches, and you are kind of ejected into orbit, and then now all of a sudden you have your CubeSat into orbit. It's a very awesome opportunity because it allows basically anybody, especially universities, to get involved with this. And so we are going to start our application for the NASA CSLI starting next year. What it's going to take is basically we apply with an idea. We say that we have a fully funded satellite, which is what we're working towards now because satellites are pretty expensive. We hopefully get approved, and then you're manifested, and on a 2-year timeline, hopefully we'll have a Notre Dame satellite in space.
Incredible. I understand you just recently had the launch of your high-altitude balloon subscale mission. Can you talk a little bit about that venture?
Sure. So this being our first year, we were really looking for ways to practice, developing, building, and launching satellites and operating them. And so we deemed it the best chance, the most frugal chance to build a high-altitude balloon, which is just a weather balloon filled with helium. It'll go up to around 35 kilometers. It bursts, and what's cool about it, this was our subscale launch, so we launched this Tuesday. But it's all building up to our full-scale launch, which is really interesting. It's going to be double the size and double the payload, and it's going to be carrying student research and NASA-funded research. So we have a NASA-funded IR sensor array that's going to be measuring flux from the sun as a function of altitude. We also have student projects that are going to be, we have a muon detector that's going to be counting subatomic particles as a function of altitude, with some deployable solar panels, communications, live telemetry to the ground, and sending images to the ground. It's really a cool project, and we're going to be launching that early May. And so that's what all this is building up for, and that's hopefully going to get us prepared to do even more complex challenges in the future, meaning satellites, when we have the funds to do so.
And another big reason to give to Notre Dame Day 2021. Owen, thanks so much.
How fantastic. From one fascinating human being to another. It makes me question what I'm doing with my life. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Chloe Agnew. We are joined by Jandro Alcantara, a sophomore from Manila, Philippines. Jandro started a film project called the Flaloc Project, focused on preserving Indigenous languages in the Philippines through the media of film. These have served as learning aids for Indigenous children in remote areas. Jandro, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Jandro, can we hear you there? We might have a little sound issue. There he is. Fantastic stuff.
Hi.
So,
Thank
Jandro,
you for having me, Chloe. Sorry,
I'm
that's really
delighted
good
you're
set.
here. That's okay. It's the joys of technology in these times. How did this program come to be? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it started way back in high school. So I've always had a keen interest in film ever since I started in freshman year. I've been taking it for 4 years in high school. And then in my junior year, I decided that I wanted to make my own passion project. So in Mindanao, which is the southernmost tip of the Philippines, there's many indigenous tribes. And I thought it was a great opportunity to go out of my comfort zone from Manila, Philippines, and go all the way there, spend a month with these people, get to know them, and film a documentary on sort of their language and how to preserve it.
How beautiful. It sounds just wonderful. Can we watch a short clip from your film? Let's have a look at this.
Ya iragit go bai istilita tumandan bantilan. Ya igumda go aperlasang di Sapumasla Malfatan mana Sarangani Praben. Ya ini mo go menemugu igam dula maya agu kulana ini mo blaan kenen menemigam. Du balukal di sanan.
Jandro, that just looks wonderful. So tell us, why did you choose to show this type of learning through video?
Mm-hmm. So especially in this day and age, I guess it's really vital to have a digital alternative. And I would say that you have these storytellers and you have these elders who aren't going to be here forever. And that's why there's a loss of language throughout time. And I think by being able to preserve them through media such as film, which we as a community are able to have now, is just a wonderful experience to have. And these children especially learn so much better from having these online alternatives. So I thought that was a great option. And in these times of quarantine, especially in the Philippines, it's been very vital.
Jandro, tell us, what's the most interesting thing you've learned from this whole entire project?
Mm-hmm. I think it's really compassion. I mean, judging by the video clip and what you've seen, you see these children who don't really have the opportunity to see themselves on a TV or never get featured. And by giving them that opportunity and being able to see their faces and see their smiles, it just made me feel really good inside. And I want to be able to do these in the future for many other people. And that's the feeling I want to express.
Jandro, God bless you. I can't wait to watch your full movie. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us live from the Philippines. And now let's go to good old Irish Dave out at the performance stage. Irish Dave?
Chloe, I'm looking forward to the fact that you're going to be down here in just a little while as well performing. We're all excited for that. But right now, I'm very excited to introduce Zach Dubois, who is a Notre Dame alum. He's a singer-songwriter. He's currently a full-time medical student, and he's going to be singing one of his original songs called Back Home Again.
Song I wrote about coming back home. And it feels good to be back home under the dome. I'm driving through these old rolling hills to the closest place to heaven I know. I'm heading north through Kentucky to the only place I'll ever call home. I'm leaving the bluegrass state behind, waiting for me on the other side are fields of corn and soybeans, small family farms, kids playing basketball, a hoop on a red barn. I'm cranking up John Mellencamp on I-65. I drive past his small town. Well, this Hoosier state feels like a long-lost friend. Damn, it's good to be back home again in Indiana. Oh, Indiana, yeah. Sometimes I feel just like I'm James Dean, out on the road, chasing a dream. But now I've returned to where my home fire's burning. I never wanna leave back to the place where I belong. I'm gonna let these country roads take me home. Fields of corn and soybeans, small family farms, kids playing basketball, the hoop on a red barn. Cranking up John Mellencamp on I-65. I drive past his small town. Yeah, this Hoosier state feels like a long-lost friend. Yeah, damn, it's good to be back home again in Indiana. Oh, Indiana, yeah. The only place that I want to live my life. Where I was born and raised, where they'll lay me when I die. 'Cause when I die, be in fields of corn and soybeans, small family farm, kids playing basketball, hoop on a red barn. Cranking up John Mellencamp on I-65. I'm heading to my small town. 'Cause this Hoosier state feels like a long-lost friend. And yeah, damn, it's good to be back home again in Indiana. Oh, Indiana, yeah. Driving across that Ohio River to the closest place to heaven I know.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Chloe Agnew, and our next guest is Lyric Medeiros, a Notre Dame sophomore from Honolulu, Hawaii. Lyric, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me, Chloe.
So come here, give us a little bit about your Notre Dame introduction. Tell us about yourself, what you're doing here in Notre Dame.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a sophomore at the University of Notre Dame studying English and FTT with a concentration in television and a minor in journalism.
Fabulous. You enjoying it so far?
Yes, love it, every minute of it.
So we don't have too many students from the state of Hawaii, but you have several claims to fame beyond that, including being a finalist on American Idol. Like, how amazing. Tell us about that.
It was a great experience. American Idol it's a great show, but I think we don't see what goes on behind the scenes on American Idol. All we see is what they put on television, and I was able to see that behind the look. And it was a great experience. I saw people dressed in a Batman costume. I saw people with dogs, and I think I've really noticed that with these singing competitions, it's very subjective. The judges are looking for something that's a great story and different voices. So it was a good experience overall.
I know, it's interesting, isn't it, when you see behind the scenes of how things work?
Yes.
Anyway, the entertainment gene is strong in your family because your dad is the 1980s pop sensation, Glenn Medeiros. Let's watch this brief clip. How fantastic.
Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now.
What a song. Like, I have to say, I'm a big fan. It's really cool. I also come from a very musical family at home in Ireland, so I know all about having to talk about your famous parents.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But you've said that your father is a big inspiration to you, so I'm guessing it was a musical household growing up.
Yes, absolutely. We grew up playing the guitar. He taught me how to play the piano. We've recorded a few songs together in our home studio, so it's been something, music has been something that's brought us closer, and whenever I see clips like that of my dad, I couldn't be more blessed. And
we're going to get to hear some of those songs sometime, I hope.
Hopefully, sometime in the future.
Tell us what's next for Lyric Medeiros.
What's next is continuing out my education here at Notre Dame, and we'll see where my singing career takes us, but I'm thankful for what's going on right now.
Well, wishing you all the best of luck, girl.
Thank you.
Lyric will be performing on this broadcast tomorrow night during the 11 p.m. hour. That's Eastern Standard Time. And now let's check in with our annual giving team over at the Duncan Student Centre for an update.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Our next guest is one of the most celebrated athletes in NFL history. There is no doubt about that. Recently retired from an iconic 20-year career in the NFL, he's known worldwide not only as one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game of football, but also as one of the most admired people in the world for the work he does on and off the field. Among the many records and the honors, he's the NFL record holder in career pass completions, career completion percentage, and regular season passing yards. And off the field, his humanitarian work, of course, it's amazing. Through the Drew Brees Foundation, truly inspiring, including a recent gift to help build healthcare centers throughout Louisiana in response to the pandemic. Now, he's the newest sports analyst with NBC Sports. Of course, we're talking about the one, the only, Drew Brees. Drew, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hey, thank you. Great to be a part of it. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Better talking to you. I just scratched the surface, as you know, of your career and your biography. We could have gone on and on about it, but share a few thoughts with us as you've reflected on this great journey throughout your career.
Well, I think, listen, I feel so fortunate to think that I had the opportunity to play 20 years in the NFL. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that would be a reality. I can remember even going back to my high school football days when I never thought that I would get beyond high school in regards to, being an athlete. I played sports because I loved it. I certainly always hoped and dreamed that I would have the opportunity to play at the next level. I had a chance to go to Purdue and have 4 great years there, and then get drafted by the San Diego Chargers, 5 years in San Diego, and then 15 years with the Saints. And so many incredible memories. Had the chance to play with so many great teammates, great coaches, learned so much along the way. But I think just the biggest impact in my life was the opportunity, I think, to be a part of the resurgence in New Orleans post-Katrina. That was such a rare event. And really, I feel like divine intervention and a calling to end up there under really crazy circumstances. And yet to look back on the 15 years there has been pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I was going to ask you more about that. You've obviously formed such a special connection with the people there and the state, a bond that obviously was sealed not just because you brought the Saints their first ever Super Bowl title, but because, as you said it, the rebirth of New Orleans after Katrina. What does that city and the state mean to you?
Well, so much. That was when I ended up in New Orleans. That was a time when I was coming off a major shoulder injury. I had injured my throwing shoulder my very last game with the San Diego Chargers, and I'll be honest, there were moments where I never thought I would play football again. And New Orleans was one of only two teams that came knocking, and I think their belief in me gave me so much confidence. But I also knew that it was much more than just football. I knew that I think you learned very quickly that New Orleans is a very unique town, from the culture to the people. And coming off of Katrina, which it was 6 months post Katrina when I signed there, I think we all realized that, football was just a means to provide hope and inspiration to that city and all that they were to overcome coming off of Katrina. And, there were those times where, our fan base would, just sell out the Superdome and find ways to be there, find ways to support our team when they were in the process of rebuilding their homes, rebuilding their lives. And so I think we felt this great sense of responsibility that every time we stepped on the football field, finding a way to win did so much for our community. And it just gave them a little extra pep in their step. And it continued to bring our community together, knowing and making them feel that, we could overcome anything, and not were we just going to come back, but we were going to come back stronger and better than ever.
Yeah, your final game at the Superdome, obviously, last season. So you said goodbye to your on-field playing days, but we're excited to have you join NBC Sports, especially since you'll be analyzing Notre Dame games alongside the great Mike Tirica. How are you prepping from that transition, Drew, from the field to the studio?
Yeah, we've already begun that process. I've had some great conversations and already began to work with Mike Tirica a little bit and the NBC team. And I'm getting really excited about that. I'll actually have a chance to meet Coach Kelly and some of his staff, and have a chance to see a Notre Dame practice coming up here pretty soon in anticipation for the season. So it's definitely a transition, going from being an NFL quarterback to now, having to kind of jump into the college game, of which I'm obviously a huge fan. It's funny, when we travel on road trips, or even, after our Saturday morning walkthrough, when I come home to hang out with my family before our games on Sunday, I'm always turning on college football games, and so, but diving into it at this level, really kind of understanding the college football landscape, and obviously the contenders, of which certainly Notre Dame is one of them. It's going to be exciting to see them grow and develop on a week-to-week basis, develop those relationships, and obviously not only be a representation for NBC and college football, but certainly I know the Notre Dame faithful as they're watching games every Saturday.
Yeah, before you go, I do want to ask you about one of those now Notre Dame legends, and he's compared to you. He's being compared to you as he makes that jump to the NFL. And we're talking about Ian Book. He's the all-time winningest quarterback here at Notre Dame and led him to some pretty important games over the last couple of seasons. What are you seeing from Ian? Obviously similar in size, and he has some range, and he likes to get on the run. What are you seeing in Ian as he makes that jump to the next level?
Yeah, I think the first thing you see is just his heart toughness and competitive drive. You said it, winningest quarterback in Notre Dame history. And there's a nice list of QBs that have come through Notre Dame. So that's saying a lot. And I actually had the chance to watch Notre Dame play quite a bit last year. Obviously, that big win at home against Clemson. I tuned in for most of the fourth quarter and the two overtimes. So to watch the team come up with some really, really big wins, and obviously, put themselves in a position, to really make a run at it towards the end. Obviously, Ian Book was a huge part of that and has been his whole career. You could tell that his teammates loved him. He had endeared himself to his teammates. I think that's the number one trait a quarterback can have, is that he's bringing out the best in his teammates, and his teammates will run through a wall for him. And certainly you got that impression when you watched the way the team would rally around him. And I'm sure that he's got high expectations for the NFL. I think his skill set certainly carries over. He's an athletic guy who can run and make plays with his legs. Obviously throws the ball very well. So I think he's got a bright future.
Well, Drew, certainly you had some incredible moments, and congratulations on an outstanding career, a Hall of Fame career, and we're looking forward to seeing you here in South Bend in the coming months.
Thank you. Looking forward to it as well.
All right, thank you. Drew Brees joining us on Notre Dame Day. Let's get a social media update right now.
All right, thanks so much, Fahid. We are here in the Social Media Lounge in Duncan Student Center, and it's really been an incredible hour. We are up to 5,374 gifts that have come in so far this hour since the broadcast began, Katie. And what's really even more impressive is that since we started the broadcast, not just under 2 hours ago, 534 causes have received a gift, another 60 since we started the broadcast, which is pretty awesome. Want to make sure we take a look at the leaderboards, and I always like looking at the competition between our residence halls. There's a little bit of a North Quad battle going on with Breen Phillips Hall having a 5-gift lead on our perennial favorite St. Edward's Hall, so I'll have to watch that one fast, Katie, see what that competition shakes out to be.
We definitely will. In addition to the leaderboards, we have some incredible guests coming up this hour. So we have Pat Connaughton, who is a 15 grad. He can also jump over somebody who is 7 feet tall, so hopefully we'll get to hear a little bit about that in the interview. We have our beloved Chloe Agnew. Chloe Agnew is a friend of the Notre Dame Day family, and we're so thankful that she flew here from Ireland to be with us today as a host and also to perform live music. So she's going to be performing Love Song to Ireland and also Nothing Compares to You in the next hour. So you definitely will not want to miss Chloe Agnew. We also have Josh Adams, who is a current running back for the New York Jets. Josh Adams and I had the privilege of overlapping a little bit in school. I still have my 33 trucking hat from when we were all supporting him to be a Heisman winner. So we will toss it back to you. Thank you so much.
All right.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick, or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Good evening and welcome to the third hour of Notre Dame Day, our global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Vahid Sadrzadeh, and you might just recognize me as a reporter for South Bend's ABC 57 News. I'm so excited to be back on Notre Dame Day, and especially to be doing it beside my colleague and good friend, Emily Evans.
That's right, Vahid. I'm so excited to be back with you, Dynamic Duo. I'm Emily Evans, though I now work at Notre Dame as the Assistant Director of New Media in the Enrollment Division. I was also a reporter anchor with my good friend, Vahid, right here in South Bend.
Well, we've both become so passionate about the university during our time here in South Bend, and it's an honor to help bring some incredible Notre Dame stories to you today and tomorrow. We've already had some amazing stories.
Yeah, absolutely. In the past 2 hours, we've heard from some great guests, and there's a lot more for you in store through tomorrow. We'll be sitting down with former student athletes in pretty much any pro sport you can name, alumni heading to the Tokyo Olympics, Notre Dame's only 4-star admiral, and a number of other campus leaders.
But this hour, we are focusing on Fighting Irish athletics. And coming up, you'll hear from a number of student athletes currently competing in the blue and gold. And we might have a special guest or two for you, but you're going to have to stay tuned for that.
Good tease. Before we get started, let's remind everyone that in addition to watching the broadcast live at notredameday.nd.edu, you can make a donation to any of over 800 student organizations like clubs, dorms, and academic groups throughout ND Day. These groups will be competing for a $250,000 challenge fund based on the number of unique donors that give to their cause.
Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 up for grabs through bonus challenges that will take place during the broadcast. And you have the chance to make a difference by giving to those specific clubs, your favorite clubs right now, so you don't want to miss out on that. Click the green Make a Gift button at notredameday.nd.edu to get started.
Let's get this hour going. What do you say?
Yes.
With a trip over to the Duncan Student Center, where Brian Diss and Katie Kirby are standing by to update us on the giving so far this ND Day. Hey guys, how are we looking?
We are looking great. We are at 5,424 gifts and over $447,000 raised, which is another incredible show of generosity from the Notre Dame family. And as you all mentioned in the studio, we're focusing on Notre Dame athletics this hour, and I think we're seeing a lot of chatter on social from Notre Dame athletic teams, right, Katie?
Yeah, we definitely are. I just recently saw a post come in from women's lacrosse, men's tennis, and men's soccer. So super cool to see the traction that our athletics teams are gaining on this Notre Dame Day. Athletic teams need Notre Dame Day support for things like tutoring and traveling to their different sporting events. And so the funds they raise on Notre Dame Day are really critical to allow them to have the full student athlete experience during their time here at Notre Dame. So definitely make sure you check out some of our athletic teams at notredameday.nd.edu. Brian, how are our athletic teams performing on the leaderboards?
You know what's really awesome, Katie, is our cheerleading team is in first place right now of all of our athletic groups. And our cheerleading coach, do you know, just was named the All-ACC Cheerleading Coach of the Year, which is really exciting. They've been big fans of Notre Dame Day and been very successful in raising funds the last couple of years for Notre Dame Day. Right after that, our national championship fencing team is coming in at #2, and our top-ranked women's lacrosse team is going strong as well. So we're excited to watch these across the night. All these gifts go to the Rockne Athletics Fund for the different teams, so they really could use your support.
Yeah, definitely. Another group I would just like to highlight are our club sports. Our club sports, very similar to all of our athletic teams. They raise funds on Notre Dame Day to support all the different efforts that they do throughout the year. These funds are critical to also support their traveling so they can make sure that they can compete. So definitely make sure to check out the club sports at notredameday.nd.edu as well. So I think that's it for our updates here, and we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much. We're joined now by Notre Dame lacrosse midfielder Danny Cassidy, a key defensive player for the #2 ranked Fighting Irish. Danny, welcome to Notre Dame Day 2021.
Thank you very much for having me, Mead.
So how did you choose the University of Notre Dame?
I guess, growing up as a kid, my whole family was huge Notre Dame fans, whether it be football or lacrosse or basketball. So I was kind of always enveloped in that whole, fan base and supporting the university. And then as I kind of went through high school, I realized how incredible the school it was, and it kind of really became my dream school. So when I was admitted my senior year, it was a real no-brainer, and that was kind of it for me.
Yeah, and playing midfield, right, a demanding position, you're a central part of the Fighting Irish D. So what makes the team so good in this area this year?
I think everyone's kind of really willing to put their egos aside and admit to when they make mistakes. I think that's really important because, when you're on the field and stuff's going wrong, if you can kind of easily and quickly dissect and figure out what we did and make sure it doesn't happen again, that's, very important and kind of not letting teams kind of get easy goals on you. So I think that's one of our best abilities because it really helps us grow as a team.
Well, let's talk about one of the wins heard around the world, right? And we're talking about taking down #1 ranked Duke, a team that is said to have one of the greatest offenses of all time. You held them to just 8 goals. How did you pull it off? And what was your reaction to the victory?
My reaction, I was certainly speechless. It's not every day that you beat a #1 team in the country. I think we were able to do it just because our defensively we communicated really, really well, which is kind of important. That makes sure that if one person messes up or makes a mistake, there's 5 guys kind of behind them willing to kind of pick up the slack. And I also got to give credit to the offense. They did a great job possessing the ball and putting the ball in the back of the net, which certainly makes our job easy.
Well, and you contributed on the offensive side as well in that game. Talk about scoring one of those goals. How did that feel?
Yeah, I mean that was incredible. I'm a defensive midfielder, so it's not really very often I get the opportunity to score. So when I do, it's it's a really great experience. And my whole team supporting me, give me a nice little cheer in the sideline. So it was awesome.
Well, you guys definitely have one of the great coaches in Notre Dame history. There's no doubt about that. Celebrated a big milestone as well. What are your goals for the remainder of the season, and where do you think this team can go?
Our goal is the goal we have every single year. It's to win a national championship. And, no team has done that before. But I think with the guys that we have on our team, the talent, as well as the kind of culture that Coach Corrigan has helped to build, I think that's, certainly within our grasp this year. We although COVID's quite crazy, I think we really just kind of got to buckle down and band together for the last couple months.
I love all of it. Good luck the rest of the way. We're going to be rooting for you, and hopefully we'll check in with when you win that national championship. Hoping that happens.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Thank you. Emily, we'll check in with you next.
All righty. Thank you, Vahid. Joining us now is a student athlete whose last name might sound familiar to you, Fighting Irish women's basketball fans. It's ACC Freshman of the Year, Maddie Westfeld. Maddie, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to have you here. Coming out of high school, you were ranked number 23 overall in your class and 5th at the forward position. While I imagine you had some options in your college choice, you followed in your sister Kat's footsteps and committed to play for the Fighting Irish. Can you walk us through that decision and what went into that decision for you?
Well, it definitely was a difficult decision. I had a lot of great relationships with a lot of different coaches, a lot of different people along the way. And I don't know, it was, for me, I think at the end of the day, I wanted to choose a place where I would be able to leave the best legacy. And having my sister go to Notre Dame, obviously, I knew a lot about it. So I think just knowing everybody and everything that Notre Dame is and is a part of, that's what I wanted to be a part of also.
Wonderful. We've got to ask you, is there any pressure in carrying on the Westfeld legacy on the court?
I mean, I have an incredible support system and everybody that is surrounding me, backing me, my teammates and my coaches. So not necessarily. I don't think there's a lot of pressure, just because I know that at the end of the day, everybody has my back and everybody supports me.
And though you're only in your first year, you've already emerged as a rock star, playing in all 20 games and leading the team with 14.9 points per game and 7.8 rebounds per game. How have you been able to cultivate such leadership in only your first year?
I don't know that I would say rock star. I know that points and stats and stuff, that doesn't necessarily equate to leadership. And I think that with my team and our team going forward into the future, we definitely will continue to get better. And I'm just looking forward to having another opportunity to be better than the year that we were before.
Well, we want to take a second to congratulate you again on being named ACC Freshman of the Year. What was your reaction to that honor? Can you walk us through what you were thinking when you found out?
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a really humbling experience. I know when I first found out, I was kind of surprised because I know the other runner-up was really good. And I don't know, I had played against her for a while. So I was definitely, I don't know, surprised, but I was relieved. It was a really cool experience. And it's just awesome knowing that people are recognizing and admiring me for everything. And I know that I wouldn't have got that if it weren't for the people surrounding me, my teammates, my coaches, my family. I wouldn't have gotten that without them. So.
And with your first NCAA season now in the books, how have you seen yourself develop as a player, and what excites you about your future with the Fighting Irish?
Yeah, I think developing into the future, I think definitely the mental part of the game is what I'm really working on. And I think as a team, people need to watch out because I'm just really excited. I think that we're going to be a really special group next year. And I don't know, I'm just really ready for it.
I love that competitive fire. We love it. We thank you so much for being here today, Maddie, and we can't wait to see what the future holds for you.
Thank you so much.
Vahid's up next with another basketball star, this one making his mark in the NBA.
You may have heard of him, Planet Pat, of course. He is joining us now, 2015 Notre Dame grad and standout guard with the Milwaukee Bucks. Pat Connaughton joins us live here on Notre Dame Day 2021. Pat, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me.
I know you just received a contract extension from the Bucks, and even going back to last year, just playing out of this world, getting invited to the All-Star game for the dunk competition, which, by the way, I feel you got robbed in, by the way, so let's just put it on the record. But how do you feel about this past offseason? I know COVID's had, left its mark with the NBA last year, and now you're kind of getting back to normal. But how are the Bucks playing, and how do you feel about this season?
I feel really good. I mean, I think we made some, obviously, acquisitions in the offseason, and we did some things at the trade deadline. And overall, we have a great group of guys. I think one thing that sometimes gets overlooked in the NBA is just the chemistry that guys have and the camaraderie that the team has, off the court as well. And so for us, we've gotten to know each other because there's not a whole lot else you can do during COVID. And we were a tight-knit group, the guys returning anyway. So it's been a fun season so far. We've had our ups and downs throughout the season, but I think it's great to go through some adversity now prior to when the playoffs come around.
And speaking of, adding in that chemistry, you've been averaging just over 23 minutes per game, 7 points per game. What unique element do you see yourself bringing to the Bucks each and every game?
I'd say versatility. Ironically, using a baseball term, they talk about 5-tool players. I want to be versatile. I want to be able to help my team in different, capacities each and every single night. Sometimes it's going to be scoring the basketball, but some nights it's going to be, rebounding, making plays for my teammates, bringing the toughness, the competitiveness, the, little things that may not show up on a stat sheet. But, I want to make sure that I'm, a well-rounded player and continue to improve each and every season.
We're seeing that on the court. Some great stuff. One of your major off-the-court endeavors, though, is real estate. So tell us about your company and what got you into real estate in the first place.
Yeah, so my company, it's called 3 Leaf Development. Obviously, shout out to Notre Dame and the Shamrock, but it has a little meaning behind it. Since I've been in the NBA, I started to do some real estate stuff on my own with my father and, one of my best friends growing up. And my dad was a general contractor, so I grew up around it. So I have a little bit of a background in it. And as I got to the NBA, I just kind of noticed there were a lot of guys that had interest in it, but didn't really have, the knowledge that came with it or needed to come with it. So, the idea behind the 3 Leaf Development name is, one clover stands for different things. We're taking athletes, we're coupling them with business, and then through the vehicle of real estate. And that kind of signifies the 3 leaves. And then, the stem is those buildings. And so for us, we started to do, we've got 2 buildings in the South Bend area. There'll be 27 luxury apartments coming in, about 14 months. And then we got a 3 unit mixed use building that just finished up here this past month. And then we got, 3-4 properties in the Milwaukee area. And it's just about, trying to use what that Notre Dame education taught me. And, sports will end at some point in time. So trying to get involved in some things outside of sports to put myself in a position to have success off the court as well as on the court in that 4 for 40 kind of decision that Notre Dame always talks about to its student athletes.
Yeah, you talked about having properties in South Bend. Why South Bend, and do you maybe have a favorite property in either?
Yeah, South Bend just because of the community. Notre Dame is a tight-knit community. They have obviously a great network of alumni, and I've developed a lot of relationships with Notre Dame alumni within the real estate space, and they've served as unbelievable mentors for me. And I think, you've seen a few of the pictures now, but that last one, the white building, there's 2 of them, will be a really cool property. It's under development now. We actually just, excavated the land. So the foundation and footing and permitting has all gotten underway. But that will be one of my favorite ones just because it'll be something close to home. Notre Dame was home for me for 4 years. It'll continue to be a place that I come back to and try to give back to the community philanthropically, but to be able to, do some business back there as well and use it as something that, alumni or parents of student athletes can rent and really try to use that Notre Dame network to help, benefit everyone is something that, Notre Dame taught me and something that I'm excited to continue to do and get back to a few football games, back to a few basketball games, see my guy, Coach Bray, see Jack Swarbrick, see all the guys back there that kind of helped me get to where I am today.
Well, yeah, you've remained very close with your Notre Dame teammates and former coaches and to school here. And obviously you and Jerry and Grant doing that backpack giveaways over the years. Why do you feel that it's so important to give back to your alma mater?
Notre Dame does so much. It's obviously I'm a little biased, but it's, the best school in the world, and what it does, not just on campus, but around the world, and the network and the people that come from that community feel that Notre Dame has, it's like nowhere else. So for us, South Bend and where Notre Dame is obviously physically was home for 4 years. So Jaron and myself felt like it was important for us to have a, foot in the door when it comes to the community give back. He did a camp back there our first year in the NBA. We've been doing a backpack drive back there for, the last 3 years, not including the COVID year. And so we want to continue to give back that community and kind of show them this is what Notre Dame athletes are. This is what we're about. This is what Notre Dame as a whole is about. And it's, something that we enjoy. And I think it's something that Notre Dame taught us. It's not just about, the success you can have on the court. It's about what you can use your platform for the next generation. And in our specific case, for the youth athletes, around the world.
Pat, thanks so much for what you're doing for them and sticking around the Notre Dame community. Good luck the rest of the season. We always enjoy having you on.
Appreciate it. Go Irish.
All right, thanks. Pat Connaughton joining us here on Notre Dame Day 2021. At this time, we would like to pay tribute to Lou Somogyi, who passed away yesterday morning. A 1984 graduate of the university, Lou began covering the Fighting Irish for The Observer. He went on to a decades-long career at Blue and Gold Illustrated, where he cemented his reputation as one of the best minds to analyze and follow the team. Lou will be sorely missed and will forever be remembered as a loyal son of Notre Dame. Lou, thank you so much.
My husband, Paul, loved being a firefighter. When he had to retire, it was heartbreaking. I knew cancer was common among firefighters, but I couldn't accept Paul's diagnosis without knowing why. I started to do research and make calls, and I eventually discovered that PFAS, man-made chemicals known to cause cancer, were used in the gear that firefighters were wearing. And that was shocking. I tried to get answers from gear manufacturers. I tried to get people in power to listen, but I was just a woman without a college degree. And then I reached out to Graham Peaslee. That literally changed everything.
Graham Peaslee is a nuclear physicist at the University of Notre Dame, whose cutting-edge research on PFAS has helped lead to industry and government regulations for drinking water and food packaging.
When I first heard from Diane, I was really moved by her story, and so I offered to test some unused gear for her. Almost instantly, we got a signal there was a very high amount of PFAS. Then we tested used and unused gear from around the country, and the results were very similar. This really began to concern me.
Some people are afraid to speak the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Graham's been as straightforward as can be. His science, his findings, that's the truth.
These firefighters are putting their lives on the line for us. And if there's any way to make the gear safer, then I'd like to try and help find that solution.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect the brave.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Emily Evans. Joining us now is former Fighting Irish football player and the program's current Director of Player Development, Hunter Biven. Hunter, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here. You began your Notre Dame football career as a top-rated offensive lineman in 2013. Can you talk us through your journey as a member of the Fighting Irish roster?
Yeah, absolutely. So, was a huge Notre Dame fan growing up. From small town Owensboro, Kentucky. I was probably the only Notre Dame fan in town. Played football my entire life. Got to high school. Was fortunate enough to be 6'6", 290 pounds. That could move pretty well. Got recruited and went into it and was like, you know what, Notre Dame. I'm a huge fan of Notre Dame, but I'm going to take my visits. I'm going to, not just commit because I'm a fan. Came to Notre Dame first and committed on the spot. And I've been here ever since. So they can't get rid of me around here. But I came to Notre Dame with, some lofty aspirations, was a top 100 recruit in the country. And then unfortunately had 3 heart surgeries during my time here. So my playing time was pretty limited, but learned a lot of really valuable lessons, made some really incredible relationships, played with some really, really, really good players. So it was really a dream come true.
Yeah, you've had quite a journey. What inspired you to return to work for Notre Dame football after you graduated?
Yeah, once I graduated, I sort of was starting to think about what I wanted to do in my post-football career and what I wanted to, where I wanted my life to go. And went and talked to Ron Paulus, who was our director of player development at the time. I was like, Ron, I don't really know where I want to go. And he was like, well, you've seen a lot of things. You've seen, the ups, the downs, the everywhere in between of Notre Dame football, and you could really help some people. And he said, that's exactly what I do. So decided to intern for Ron right after I was done. And then, Ron was promoted to where he is now. And this opportunity came open and I got to come back. So it was really a dream come true there.
Can you share what exactly the role of Director of Player Development entails and what ways you help players grow both on and off the field?
Yeah, it's funny. If you ask me on 10 different days what player development is, you'll probably get 10 different answers. But really, it's just helping those guys sort of understand and embrace, all that goes along with being a Notre Dame football student athlete, and balancing all the crazy things that comes their way. Their career aspirations, everything from a social end, there being an academic support system for them in the building, leadership, accountability, all those things, and helping, coach those guys through those really unique life situations that they come across. That's a day in the life of Notre Dame player development. But, I get to tell my story and hopefully inspire one kid each and every day in one way or another. So it's a cool job. Keeps you on your toes. Every day is different. And I couldn't ask to be in a better place to do it.
Well, Hunter, you kind of just shared with us how your story inspires your players now, but can you kind of share a little bit more about how your experience helps meet the needs of your players that you serve now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, that overcoming adversity is really something you can't really teach in a classroom or in a meeting setting. It's something that you just sort of have to learn through. And having mentors that can stand beside you and walk that journey with you is pretty vital. And I had some really unique mentors and the older guys on the team that sort of coached me through these life lessons. So that's what I get to do every day. I'm not a coach, I'm not a professor, I'm just sort of a mentor for these guys to come in. It's almost like a guidance counselor is how I like to explain it. So having those solid support systems and people that are in your corner no matter what, that don't have any skin in the game, that are strictly there to coach you through those points of adversity. That's what this role is really all about. And I've seen quite a bit of that, quite a bit of those points of adversity during my time at Notre Dame. And so that experience helps me coach these guys through those really tough times.
Well, Hunter, thank you so much for joining us today. We can't thank you enough for all you do for Notre Dame football's student athletes.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Next up with Vahid is another Notre Dame athletics team member working to help athletes. Vahid?
All right, thanks, Emily. Joining us now, Nixon Dorvillian, Associate Athletic Director for the athletic trainer for the Notre Dame men's basketball team. Nixon, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Well, before we get back into the journey, I want to congratulate you on becoming MVP of the men's basketball team. How do you feel right now?
I'm very appreciative of the award. You know, it really was a community award. Me getting the award, it really was a reflection of the whole athletic department and sports medicine specifically. Everybody really came in and worked close together to help, you know, the team, everybody get through the season, you know? So it really was a reflection of everybody. I don't really want to just take the credit to myself because we had doctors working really hard. We had people from different teams working really hard, you know, daily just to get everybody through. So it really was a team approach.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Nixon, walk us through your journey from childhood in the Bahamas here to the U.S. In addition to working as an athletic trainer. You spent 14 years as a trainer in the NBA as well. Walk us back on that.
Okay, so let me see. At age 16, I remember my mom dropped me off at a bus station in Texas, and she was like, "Hey, you need to make something of yourself." You know, I started at a little small school called San Jacinto, but I ended up finishing my undergrad degree at Park University. I went back to Bahamas, and then I was summoned back, you know, for an opportunity to do grad school at Texas Tech. Upon finishing grad school at Texas Tech, I was able to work there. I was their first athletic trainer for track, and then I helped, you know, we won a Big 12 championship. After that, I was actually recommended for a job, you know, into basketball to work with the San Antonio Spurs. I knew nothing about basketball, and I just love track. Being from the islands, that's, you know, our main sport. Anyways, make this fast. Anyways, while I'm working in the Spurs organization, you know, I worked with Chris Quinn, and then I worked with Luke Zeller, you know, and, you know, they mentioned how special Notre Dame is, you know, and I was like, you know, right after working with them, right around that time, I married my wife, who's the granddaughter of Charles McNeil. He was a fullback at Notre Dame. So my mother-in-law kept saying, Notre Dame is special, Notre Dame is special. You need to come and check this place out. So she brings me to a game here when you guys played Texas a few years ago. And then Notre Dame won that game, but I fell in love with the campus, the tradition. I was like, oh my gosh, this place really is nice. Anyways, fast forward, I was at a conference with Rob Hunt, our director of sports medicine. And, you know, I just remember meeting him, and he was just, you know, so graceful, and he was full of humility. And, you know, I just remember just thinking he was a really nice person. Fast forward again, you know, Skip Meyer, who did a great job here for the past 40 years, he was retiring. Rob Hunt reached out, and, you know, they were, you know, looking for somebody from the pro ranks to, you know, take over for the basketball program. And like right around that time, as it happened, you know, the coaches I worked with at Utah, Quinn Snyder and Antonio Lang, they were familiar with, they both played for Mike Bray. You know, so it was almost like a situation where the stars aligned, because, you know, I was definitely interested in, you know, coming to this place to raise my family and be a part of this and, you know, give back to the program. Because I just remember the players, the student athletes that came out of the program, they were just held in such high regard in the pro ranks, you know, and I don't know. I remember a conversation Luke Zeller and I had years ago, and it was just something that stuck with me. So the first moment I had, I was definitely interested in coming to work here. So it was just kind of a moment of the stars aligning with, for me. That's a brief synopsis of how I ended up here. But it was fun. It was exciting. I'm happy to be here.
Well, and we are happy to have you here in South Bend as part of the Notre Dame men's basketball team. It was a challenging year with COVID-19 last year. Yeah, I can see your reaction. You know what? The protocols and all of that went along with it. How tough was it to navigate through that season?
You know what? It was tough, but like I say, it really was a community approach. I could think of so many people who actually helped us along the way. But I have to start, like, when we got back from the tournament that was canceled last year, the first thing I remember Coach Bray, his mantra moving forward was like, hey, it's going to be poised. We're going to be poised. We're not going to panic during this, pandemic, and he just had a sense of calm for the whole program. That was one thing that stood out. The second thing was, Dr. Leisler and Dr. Higginson, they really, really, kept us abreast of, the changing protocols, and, helped us keep up with the standards that were needed to be able to compete. We had people in the return to play committee. So this thing was a really well-oiled machine, I must say, that helped men's basketball get through,
Right. Well, Nixon, you were the MVP, and we appreciate you being here for Notre Dame Day.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
All right, let's head over to Irish Dave, who's at the performance stage in Notre Dame's Stadium Concourse with a very familiar face. Dave.
Yes, we're here with the Beauty of Ireland. I'm the opposite. This is like Beauty and the Beast, the Irish version. We're here at the concourse with Chloe Agnew, who of course has been hosting Notre Dame Day for the last 2 hours beforehand, and what a great job she did as well. So one of these songs you're going to be super familiar with that she's performing, Nothing Compares to You. And she's also going to be performing Love Song to Ireland, which is one of her songs, original songs. So Chloe, take it away.
Ever since I was young, I've been told never forget where you come from. But ever since I've grown older, I've realized that I found myself moving on. But there's still one thing I know. There's only one place that I could call home. Ireland, there's no one like you. I reminisce on your emerald green. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. Whether I stay or whether I leave, it's Ireland where my heart will always be. When life gets busy, I sometimes forget the beauty of all that you are. But when I return, I realize what I've missed, 'cause it's the one place on earth that heaven has kissed. And there's still one thing I know. There's only one place that I can call home. Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. When I reminisce on your emerald green, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. Whether I stay or whether I leave, it's Ireland where my heart will always be. La di da da di da da di da da, la da di da da di da, la di da da di da da di da da, la da di da da di da da. There's still one thing I know. There's only one place else I'd rather be. Oh, Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. Whether I stay or whether I leave, it's Ireland. It's in Ireland. It's in Ireland where my heart will always be. La da di da da di dum, la di da da di da da di da dum, la da di da da di dum. I hope you're singing along at home. La di da da di da da di da dum, la da di da da di dum, la di da da di da da di da dum, la da di da da di da dum. Thank you all so much. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. This next little one is one that you're all going to recognize. I didn't write it, a wonderful man called Prince did, but it was made famous by the wonderful Sinead O'Connor. Hope you enjoy this. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. I go out every night and sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away these blues, 'cause nothing compares to you. It's been so lonely without you here, like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I could put my arms around every boy I see, but they only remind me of you. I went to the doctor and guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, girl, you better try to have fun no matter what you do. But he's a fool and nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. And all the flowers that you planted on in the backyard all died when you went away. And I know that living with you, baby, was sometimes hard. Oh, but I'm willing to give it another try. And nothing compares to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chloe, for that wonderful performance. We're here now with Notre Dame men's tennis player, Andrew Mariatos. Andrew, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
It's great to have you here. This is one of my favorite questions to ask students. Why Notre Dame? What drew you to Notre Dame?
Yeah, so there were a lot of things that drew me to Notre Dame. I mean, I think that primarily the academics and athletics, the blend of having such a high level combination of both of them was something that definitely drew my eye. And having both of them in one place and also being able to have something that's so special. Notre Dame is a special place because of the amount of faith that's integrated with academics and athletics. And I think that the combination of those three was really something that made it stand out to me in contrast to other schools.
What's your experience been like this far with Notre Dame tennis and playing tennis as a student athlete? Can you talk us through some of your favorite moments on the court for the Fighting Irish?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there have been so many great moments with my team. There's so many great players, great athletes, but ultimately they were really accepting people. I mean, I came into this school not being one of the top-ranked athletes in the country, and I was a little bit worried about how I was going to be accepted on the team. But all of my teammates, especially guys like the other tennis player in my grade, Axel Neff, he was a U.S. Open finalist, and he was one of the most welcoming guys on the team. He's my roommate now, and he's always made me feel welcome, in addition to all the other tennis players on the team, very high achievers, but they've been also just great human beings, great people to be around, and really accepting of everybody, really supportive, both on and off the court. And so being able to support them in some of their wins, being able to participate in some of the athletic contests, and just really enjoy the moments of the wins, the losses, everything has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
That's amazing. You've been serving as a Stand Together lead for the Student Athlete Advisory Council this academic year, focusing on leading the council's diversity and inclusion efforts. What does it mean to you to fulfill this role, and what does it entail?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's been one of the great honors and privileges of my Notre Dame athletics career to be able to serve on this council, to be able to make a difference. I think it's been great working with my co-lead, Hannah Thompson. We've made a lot of impacts by really opening the discussion up. Last summer was definitely a turbulent time for racial relations. The killing of George Floyd was something that I know the entire Student Athlete Advisory Council took very, very seriously. And so being able to open up a dialogue, being able to have discourse with different student athletes of different backgrounds to really understand their experiences and listen to their experiences and create that discourse between student athletes was something that I've been really proud to say that we've been able to do over the past year.
Andrew, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us, for your efforts on behalf of all your fellow Fighting Irish student athletes. Let's see who's up next with Vahid. Vahid?
All right, thanks so much, Emily. Up next is another familiar name, New York Jets running back Josh Adams, who may be early in his career, but is demonstrating that it's never too early to make a big difference. Josh, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, you began your NFL career with the Eagles. Now you're playing with the Jets in New York. Tell us about your career so far and your hopes for the future in the league.
Yeah, I mean, my career so far has been amazing, man. It's been a blessing. I couldn't have asked for a better start. Obviously, I ended up starting my rookie year in Philly, my hometown, and now I'm here in New Jersey, which is, only an hour away. But, it's amazing to be able to play so close to home and be able to have my family out and, to watch me and support me. So it's really nothing but a blessing. I just love the game, and I just love giving back to the game.
Well, giving back on and off the football field. You recently made a $100,000 gift to support grant and aid scholarships for Notre Dame football players, and you're one of the youngest graduates to do so. What inspired that gift, Josh, and what makes you so passionate about giving back to Notre Dame football?
Yeah, just thinking about everything that I went through and thinking about the kids coming up and thinking about the path that I want to take for my future. I want to, be able to give back like somebody gave to me, and I want to coach football and be able to inspire, the younger generation to, chase their dreams and follow it. So, I recognize everything that was done for me while I was at the university, and everybody who supported me and who, valued me, and they really put forward, that effort. And I want to do the same for, younger kids and kids coming up trying to chase their dreams. And I thought, what better way to do that, by giving back to my university, the university that gave me a chance and an opportunity. And I want to do the same for, kids coming up. So I know what kind of difference it can make, and I know, the type of impact it has on them. And I just want to be able to, give that blessing to those guys and be able to support them like I was supported.
Well, not only at Notre Dame, your alma mater, but also in your hometown. You're working to make a difference there in the community by redeveloping a local park. Tell us the inspiration behind that project and what impact you envision the new park will have in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so it'll be amazing, man. I've had this idea for a long time now, ever since I was a kid. It's the same park that I played on when I was a kid, when I was younger. And, every day I would be out there, and I just, would just dream about, what life would be like when I, finally made it to the pros. And what I had was, everything that was there. And the park has pretty much been the same since I was younger. And, I thought now that, being in the position that I am, being older and being a little bit wiser, that I wanted to give back to those kids and allow them to have a stress-free environment, allow them to be able to go out there and dream like I did, but allow them to feel good about, their environment and their surroundings. So, I've been, giving back to the city of Philadelphia since I got into the league, but I really wanted to make an impact in my hometown and directly where I'm from, and allow those kids to see, a positive role model and to point at somebody and say, okay, this is the guy that is doing it the right way. And I wanted to be able to give that to those kids and give back, especially, during these times, with, social distancing, coming to an end, and, COVID hopefully wrapping up. I wanted kids to be able to get back out and play and just feel good about doing it.
Josh, you were a great athlete at Notre Dame, 3,200 yards on the ground. You're still running in the NFL. Great athlete, even better person. Thanks so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Josh Adams joining us. Emily, now you're sitting down with a current Fighting Irish football player.
Yeah, that's right. Joining us now is Kyle Hamilton, Notre Dame safety, who's proven to be a major difference maker on defense for the Irish. Kyle, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much for being here. You have an interesting background in that you have a family legacy in basketball, not football. Your dad was a professional basketball player and your brother played in college. So even though you did grow up playing basketball, what led you to pursue football instead?
I've always loved both since I can remember. Obviously, with my dad being a basketball player, I always thought I was going to be a basketball player. But one day in high school, I got a football offer my sophomore year, and I didn't even realize that I was that good at football to play in college. So I was like, all right, let's give this thing a try. So kept playing football, got more offers, obviously led me here. And so I think I made the right decision ultimately.
Yeah, there's no question you made the right decision. You were a consistent and dynamic player on defense this season. How did you maintain your focus in a demanding and different year with COVID-19?
Right. I think it was hard on everybody, honestly, at the beginning, just coming in the summer and still having a lot of question marks in terms of what COVID was and what it would do to us if we were to get it. And I think I would give kudos to our staff and all the players really just to keep our heads down and stay focused on the task at hand to have a great season, which we did. Obviously didn't end up like we would hope, but I think the fact that we got that far is just credit to the university and NCAA as a whole to kind of keep the show going on.
Absolutely. The Clemson victory is one Irish fans will be talking about for a long time. Is that the game that sticks out most in your mind too?
I would say one of. Personally, in my mind, our two losses stick out more in my mind, just because those are situations that I want to get back, and everybody on the team would want to get back, and so that's going to motivate us more than the Clemson win, honestly, in my mind. And I think guys think the same way. And we all want to get back to that stage and prove people wrong and prove that we can win those games.
Well, speaking of looking ahead, you're being looked at as a defensive leader for next year. What does that responsibility mean to you?
It means a lot. Going into the season, I'm kind of looked to as one of the leaders on the defense, leaders on the team as a whole. It's kind of crazy how fast I've gone from just being a freshman that looked up to other guys to being that guy that younger guys can look up to now. So I think it's a big role and big shoes that I have to fill, and I'm ready to fill them. I'm excited to fill them. I feel like I have a lot of knowledge to give to younger guys and a lot of great energy and great help I can give to guys my age and guys around me. So I'm excited to fill those shoes.
Well, we're excited too. Kyle, thanks so much for joining us today. We're excited to see more of you on the field next year. Let's send it back to Vahid, who's on with our next guest.
All right, absolutely. Thanks, Emily. And our next guest, with his brother Graham playing forward and his dad serving as associate head coach, South Bend native Landon Slaggert was connected to the Fighting Irish hockey program before he'd even arrived for his freshman year. Landon, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks for having me.
Well, early this year, you netted a goal with Team USA at the 2021 International Ice Hockey Federation World Juniors. How did you feel to represent your nation on an international level, and what went through your mind after that big win?
Yeah, it's always been a dream of mine to play for that team. Growing up, I remember wearing my USA jersey, watching the TV, watching the legendary games between Canada and the U.S. And anytime you can represent your country is special, and wearing the nation's colors. So it was a great honor, and I was happy we were able to come out with the victory and get the gold. And it's something you really can't put into words, the win, and to be with a great group of guys and competing on an international level is a feeling next to none.
Well, there have been some Notre Dame greats, Landon, that have played with Team USA over the years, and you've joined a constantly excellent Fighting Irish group. What are your takeaways after finishing your first season here in South Bend, and what are you looking forward to the most in your college career?
Yeah, it was definitely a unique year to step in, and it was awesome playing with my brother and my dad, as you mentioned. So my biggest takeaway had to have been just how competitive college hockey is, and how you have to bring it every game, and how much every game does mean to your success throughout the year. And I just can't wait to get back at it next year. I think we have a good group of guys that we can build around, and ultimately our goal is to win a national championship. So we're looking forward to that.
Well, you were selected by the Chicago Blackhawks in the 2020 NHL draft before you'd even play a game for the Irish. How does that feel to know where you're going to be headed at the next level?
Yeah, it was a pretty special day. Awesome to be selected by such a historic program and an Original Six team, and a team that I grew up rooting for. So I played out of Chicago my youth days. So definitely have some ties to Chicago, and I can't wait to be there at some point. But I definitely have some work to do here, and just kind of focusing on that right now, and it will follow. And it's nice to be a Blackhawk.
Landon Slaggert, we enjoy you being here in South Bend and being part of this great Fighting Irish hockey team, and we look forward to seeing you on the ice again next year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Landon, joining us for Notre Dame Day. Let's head over to the Duncan Student Center, where Brian and Katie will close out the hour and give us a social media update. Guys?
Thanks so much, everyone. What a great first half of the night. We've had so many incredible performers. Just so fun to see all the energy that's happening today. We are approaching 6,000 gifts and approaching $500,000 raised on this evening. So super incredible to see all the progress we've had so far. This hour, I want to highlight one of the new categories that we have on Notre Dame Day called the We Are All ND category. This category includes student causes that are culture and diversity focused. And actually this next hour, they will be the group that's participating in the hourly challenge. So whichever group that falls into this category that gets the most number of donors will win an additional $150. So definitely be visiting notredameday.nd.edu to visit some of your favorite culture and diversity focused groups. I want to walk through some of the top contenders that we have currently. So number one is the NBA Military Veterans Club. This club builds on their shared love of service, and they work together to support the lives of veterans, and they also do a lot of work in the community and the local South Bend community. So definitely a cool group to look out for. The Women's Legal Forum is also on this list. Each of the students that participates in this club gets a stipend every summer to do public service work. So it's a super cool group to support. They also do a lot of events on campus throughout the academic year. We also have at number 3 here, Ballet Folklorico Azul y Oro. This group brings traditional Latin American folk dance to Notre Dame. So it's super cool to be able to see traditional Latin American dance here on campus. We really appreciate the efforts of that group. We also, in number 4, have Prism ND. They strengthen the LGBTQ and ally community through events, initiatives, and campaigns. So many great groups to support here. Brian, do you want to give us a couple updates on who we might be seeing this hour on the broadcast?
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. That's really great. I think the Notre Dame students this year really pushed us to really embrace the diversity that's here at Notre Dame, and this challenge is going to be a great way to help bolster their efforts. Coming up this next hour, we have a guest who has made a Notre Dame stadium out of paper. You're not going to want to miss this. It's pretty impressive what he's able to do to recreate this facility we're in now. Romeo Okwara, a former member of the Fighting Irish football team and a current member of the Detroit Lions football team, will be joining us, as well as an exciting performance by the always wonderful Undertones. We'll be back right after this.
When we choose to do something good, the difference we can make in the world has no boundaries. At Notre Dame, the question isn't if we will do good, it's how. There are so many ways for us to help others in our communities, from researching cures to disease, to finding solutions for homelessness, to mentoring youth. For Good makes it possible for us to apply our learning and service to others. For Good provides students the opportunity to reach into their communities, helping to create a healthier, happier, and more just world.
My time here at the University of Notre Dame has been really special. It's afforded me the opportunity to pursue my passion of uplifting marginalized communities. The work that I've done here involves working with the Questford chapter and working towards founding the Financial Literacy Club of Notre Dame. Both of these initiatives work towards supporting first-generation low-income students on campus. Also, I've been fortunate enough to receive a rich computer science education that I plan to use in order to evolve the field of public policy and make a difference in the world. For Good has proven that one man can make a world of difference.
Every day this year, I've worked with members of my engineering team to design and 3D print a prosthetic hand for a child in elementary school. At Notre Dame, cutting-edge technology is one resource I have to change the quality of life for others. For Good allows us to change the life and perspective of those who need it most.
On campus, I've become deeply involved in international research, especially about how underground music can relate to social discourse on race. After my sophomore year, I received a grant from the university that sent me to Cape Town, South Africa, where I performed ethnographic research and personally connected with township artists, really hearing their stories about how they're using the art form to protest injustice. For Good has allowed me to explore a global counterculture that's now empowering local movements.
Because of For Good, we can make our difference.
Hello and welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Jack Nolan. As many of you know, I just retired after 39 years announcing Notre Dame men's basketball games and hosting many other Notre Dame related TV and radio programs, but I could not leave campus without anchoring ND Day at least one more time.
How lucky am I, Jack? I'm Justine Ward, a proud member of Notre Dame's class of 2012. I worked most recently as an anchor, host, and reporter for Sportsnet New York, and I'm so fortunate to have returned to my alma mater, now in pursuit of an MBA. As you and I both know, Jack, there's nothing like the magic of being at Notre Dame, so this Notre Dame Day is a little more special for me.
Oh, you've got that right, Justine. Notre Dame's a very special place, and though many things have changed in the past year, one constant has been the amazing things that Notre Dame students, alumni, professors, and faithful fans here in South Bend and all around the world have continued to accomplish.
And that's what we're here to celebrate on this 8th Notre Dame Day. We've already experienced great stories from members of the Notre Dame family, and there's plenty more still in store. We'll hear from professional athletes and Olympians, campus leaders, and inspiring professors and students.
Coming up in this hour, we'll hear live performances from some of Notre Dame's most popular musical groups. We'll also speak with a Notre Dame couple headed to the Tokyo Olympics, catch up with a Detroit Lion, and get a look at Notre Dame Stadium as you have never seen it before.
So as you watch this broadcast live at notredameday.nd.edu, you can make a gift to any of the student organizations like clubs, dorms, and academic groups doing great things for Notre Dame. These groups will be competing every hour to win different challenges and prizes, so keep tuning in to show support for your favorites.
And every gift counts. For each new donor to a cause, that cause will receive a proportional share of a $250,000 challenge fund.
We're going to kick off the hour at the Duncan Student Center with a giving update from Brian Diss and Katie Kirby. How are things going, guys?
Things are going great. Thanks so much, Justine, for kicking off the hour. Super excited for everything that is coming up next. So like we mentioned before, the hourly challenge that we are leading into this hour is the We Are All ND challenge. There are so many important student causes to support during this next hour. One of the ones that I specifically want to highlight is the Initiative on Race and Resilience. This initiative was created to challenge systemic racism and advance racial equality on campus. They do this through research, through panels, through lectures, and through community events that all center around dialogue to build a more fair and just system both on campus and in the world at large. One of the things that I think is so cool is currently one gift to a certain cause on Notre Dame Day equates to a really large portion of the challenge fund. So Brian, can you maybe walk us through the significance of making a gift at this moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So the beauty of Notre Dame Day is any gift of any size. So a $10 gift right now to a place like the Initiative for Race and Resilience would get them $547 out of the challenge fund. Now that will fluctuate over the next couple of days as we get more gifts in, but that really shows the multiplicative effect of Notre Dame Day and how the entire Notre Dame family can come together. We're seeing a lot of activity on social media, so please go on after you've made your gift. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, share where you made your gift, share what cause you're supporting, use the hashtag NDDay, and share the story with so many others in your network who can also help make a difference on Notre Dame Day. So with that, we'll keep an eye on the leaderboard and we'll send it back to you, Justine, in the studio.
Thank you, Brian. Now, joining us now is one of the minds behind Notre Dame's COVID testing strategy this fall, Professor Michael Frender. Professor, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hello. Hi, Justine. Thanks for having me.
Of course, good to see you. Now, in spring of 2020, you were already thinking about the possibility of conducting COVID testing on campus. What sparked those thoughts and what convinced you that such an undertaking would be beneficial for Notre Dame?
Well, if you remember, it seems like a long time ago now, but at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, testing was one of the first things that people started talking about, and it became clear right away that some systematic testing effort to try to track the spread of the virus and to try to monitor it would be required. What we didn't really know back in the spring was whether we would do it here on campus or whether we would, whether we would outsource and have it done somewhere off campus. And so at the beginning, it was a little bit of a waiting game to see what would be the best option for Notre Dame. And over the course of the summer, we monitored very carefully the changing technology and the availability. And by about August, it became quite clear that we really needed to have that capacity on campus, and we needed to be able to do it ourselves.
Yes, it's quite a big undertaking. You mentioned August. Students are about to return. How did you get all of this up and running on campus?
So starting right at the beginning of August, we started to look for space, and we found some space in McCourtney Hall. The Notre Dame Research was gracious to give us that, and we started to equip the space and to set up a program to run the diagnostic tests that eventually we would implement. The whole thing happened very, very rapidly. It took us about 6 weeks between the time that we first decided to move forward with the effort to having the lab up and running. I think we collected our very first test samples with the help of some athletes on September 3rd. And by September 20th, then we had a tent set up outside McCourtney Hall to collect samples, and we were in operation. So less than 7 weeks.
And you guys are seeing the testing center up and running right now. I know that's personally where I go as a student to get my test once a week. So if you look at the total number here, how many tests was the lab able to process during this academic year, Professor?
So I think from the very beginning, we were able to, up until now, we have run more than 150,000 tests. I think our biggest days have been about 2,000 per day. And it's really an amazing set of individuals and set of organization that makes that possible. It's not just the lab, which I was in charge of setting up, and I had the help of my assistant director, Melissa Stevens, who really equipped it and staffed it and got the operation running. But it's also all the OIT people that have the computer infrastructure to move the data around. It's the administration, administration of the whole effort that has the contact tracing on one side and the notification of our tests on the other side. It's taken well over 100 people, I think, to get this all together and up and running.
And what do you think this has meant to the Notre Dame community as you look at so many colleges across the country who haven't been able to be in person this year?
I think we're really lucky that we were able to do this. I think it played a big role in us being able to keep the university open in the fall as the incidence of the disease really increased. And I think it's really helped us keep the students and staff safe while we've done that. And so I think it played a large role in us being able to have the year that we did with keeping students on campus the whole time and keeping classes in session. I'm really pleased that we were able to do it. And it took both the lab and the organization, but it also took the students getting involved and really embracing the testing. As you mentioned, you go over to the testing, the sample collection facility. Everybody does, and everyone's really gotten on board with doing that regularly, and that's made it work.
Professor, I'm one of those students, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for keeping us safe this year.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Let's go over to Jack, whose next guest is going to be talking about a pretty amazing project.
Very amazing project. Thanks, Justine. Folks, have you ever wondered what it takes to build a stadium? Our next guest has built more than 30 of them out of paper. Coming to us from his home in Omaha, Nebraska is our next guest, Trey Ashby. Trey, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. This is awesome.
You have one of the most interesting talents I've ever seen. You build paper replicas of famous sports stadiums down to the most exact detail. What got you interested in doing this?
Well, growing up, I always loved stadiums, loved drawing them, was really just fascinated by stadiums. And fast forward to being about 30 years old, I was looking for a hobby, and I decided to get back into stadiums again. And one of the things that happened was I'm a teacher, and I could just pull paper out of a recycling bin, like a almost endless resource to build stadiums with. So the whole idea of building them with paper was just because that's what I had on hand. And here I am. I started a Twitter account. My friend Cletus said I should put it out and show people, and I've grown to thousands of followers, and to the point where I'm getting commissioned to make stadiums for people all over the nation.
That's incredible. Now, what kinds of basic materials do you use to make these unbelievable creations?
So I tried it like that. Obviously, as I've gotten better at this, maybe I could use other stuff, but I try and just stick to that niche of being paper stadiums, you know. So it's all 65-pound cardstock. Sometimes I use a little bit of printer paper, or really that's it. I try and stick 100%. I would say 99.9% paper, just because that's the stick of what I think blows people away is making them out of this household resource that we all have in our house.
Of course, no paper stadium collection would be complete without the iconic Notre Dame Stadium, which you built this year. Tell us about your interest in Notre Dame.
Yeah, so as I've been building it, as this hobby has become a business and people are, like I said, commissioning me to make them, one of the things that I had to sacrifice is I don't choose what stadiums I'm making anymore. So I had a kind of an idea to kind of scam people, and I put a list of the top 10 stadiums I want to make. And really what it was is I was trying to trick people into ordering those stadiums. So I'm being a big college football fan and Major League Baseball fan. It was all some of the most iconic college stadiums and pro baseball stadiums, and Notre Dame was one of the ones at the top of the list. And it worked. Somebody reached out like, "Oh, you have a Notre Dame stadium? I'd love for you to make it." And they supported me and helped me make that stadium and bring that check that off my checklist of stadiums that I wanted to make.
Now, when you built Paper Notre Dame Stadium, did you run into any unique challenges?
Yeah, so those new buildings from the most recent renovation, that like Art Deco design, that was like as you see it right there, the most time-consuming part of the project. Just layer upon layer upon layer of paper, trying to bring that 3D effect to life. And then one of the things that wasn't hard but was really fun was making the flowers that you see field side. That's just little tiny pieces of paper confetti that I put there. It really only took like 2 minutes, but that's one of my most enjoyable things to look at from doing that project.
And we just saw the video of the hockey rink that you built when they had both the NHL and a Notre Dame Michigan game here. I mean, that's really getting right down to the details.
I try. I think that's what I find most enjoyable is when people say stuff like that, like, "I can't believe you remembered to do this." And I'm like, there we go. That's what I'm going for, is I really want to almost impress people by doing all, like you said, all the way down to the most minute detail, and making sure I hopefully don't forget anything that's really important to the stadium and the stadium's history and stuff that the fan base really values.
And of course, when you build Notre Dame Stadium, you're not just building a stadium. And we should point out that, as folks just saw, you also built replicas of Duncan Hall, Corbett Hall. We're coming to you right now from Corbett Hall and O'Neill Hall.
Okay.
So they're all attached to the stadium, and even the Hesburgh Library and the Mosaic, popularly known as Touchdown Jesus. Why did you decide to build the stadium as it is today rather than, say, at a different point in history? Because there have been a number of really iterations of this stadium.
The boring answer is the guy that commissioned it. He wanted it built as it is today. So that was really the decision. I think it would be super fun to build different eras of, like you said, stadiums like Notre Dame that have gone through so many lives and so many different eras. It would be fun to build a model for each different era. I've done Wrigley Field, and I built one that's present day and one that's set in 1960. And that would be fun to do with, like, a lot of college football stadiums, and especially Notre Dame, that as the years have gone on, they've kind of grown and matured into what we know them as today. So it would be fun someday to do another Notre Dame stadium, maybe set in 1989 or one of the more iconic. I think 89 was a championship year, right?
88.
One of those iconic championship years.
Yep, got to say, 88. Right here. I'm blessed to have one of them. That's right.
I knew it was really close to that.
But no, you're close, and there's 3 iterations. It's just fascinating. We got a little bit of a perspective of how big the model is when you put your hand in there with the hockey rink, but can you give us the basic dimensions? How wide, how long, how tall?
Well, if I can, on the camera, it's kind of hard because I'm doing 3D. There we go. So about 18 inches, 18 inches. So it's really, I would say, the best way to explain it is it's like the size of a little bit bigger than a piece of printer paper, because I can't have the field be bigger than a piece of printer paper. So that's usually what decides it. A lot of people, like people that are really into models, will be like, "Oh, is that 1/100th or one?" I'm like, I don't know. I just kind of make it a certain size and figure out how to ship it later. And so yeah, it's roughly about 1.5 feet on the longest end from end zone to end zone.
Well, you are enormously talented, Trey. Thanks for taking some time to visit with us tonight on Notre Dame Day.
I appreciate it. This is a thrill being on here, so I appreciate it.
Let's go back to Justine now, who is going to be joined by a breakout NFL player who's one of my all-time favorites.
That's right, Jack. He's one of my favorites, too. Got to know him during my time in New York. We're joined now by former Fighting Irish football standout and current defensive end for the Detroit Lions, Romeo Okwara. Romeo, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
So your brother Julian was drafted by the Lions last year, and you've re-signed with the Lions, and you two are now only the fifth set of brothers to play simultaneously on the same NFL team. What was it like hearing your brother's name called for your team, and how much did the opportunity to continue playing alongside your brother factor into your decision to stay in Detroit?
Yeah, I would say it was a dream come true for me and my family. Just the opportunity to play together. We never got to play with each other in high school or college, but being able to play with each other at this level is just unbelievable, and definitely had a factor in the decision to stay in Detroit. Just glad to be back and be with them for a couple more years.
What's been the best part of finally being on a team together with your brother?
We basically live with each other or next door to each other, which is kind of nice. Just being able to spend all that time when you get to spend being apart through college and high school, and just being reconnected and just being able to share the same field together is really special.
Wow. Now, your Fighting Irish careers didn't overlap, as you started at Notre Dame when you were just 16 years old. So what was the college experience like for you at such a young age?
It was a little different. I didn't really feel so young when I got on campus. I thought I was pretty mature for the most part. But it was really special just be able to, I guess, join the team on a year where we got to go to the national championship in what was such a special year. A lot of great memories shared with a lot of teammates that year. And I was just really thankful to be able to be a part of that.
That was an amazing season indeed. Now, you personally are coming off your best NFL season, recording a career-high 44 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 18 QB hits, and 10 sacks, played in all 16 games. So how do you plan to continue that success this season under new leadership?
Yeah, I think I just need to continue to do the same things I've been doing, which is just like sticking to my workout regimen in the off season and just continuing to improve and just making those steps each and every day. And just staying consistent, really. Can't really change too much. Just got to stay the course.
We look forward to it. Now, even though you yourself went undrafted, you've paved a pretty great way for yourself in the pros. What advice would you give to prospects in the upcoming draft, Romeo?
Yeah, it's definitely, the draft day is definitely really special for a lot of people, but also tough for some players who don't really get to hear their name called. But I would just say, just remain focused, be confident in yourself, trust your ability. Your ability got you there, the opportunity. And once you get an opportunity to join the team, just give it your best and just don't give up, really.
Quick question about some of the things you're into off the field. You are an excellent photographer. So how did you get into photography?
Yeah, I think I bought a camera actually when I was at Notre Dame. I think I had a laptop that hard drive got burnt and I lost so many pictures. So I got a camera to kind of I guess capture those special memories I shared on campus, and kind of took that with me when I got into the league, and kept taking pictures when I was in New York, and it's become a big part of my lifestyle, and it's a great hobby for me.
Wow, some beautiful photos indeed. Romeo, great to see you. Thank you for being here. We can't wait to see you and your brother on the field together.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Now back to Jack and our next guest. Jack?
Thanks, Justine. With us now is one of the leaders of Notre Dame's Idea Center, Matt Levy. Matt, welcome to the 2021 edition of Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, sir. Great to be here.
Start us off by explaining a little bit about what your job as the director of the Idea Center Innovation Lab entails.
Thank you. Great question. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting. Our job here is to help our clients design, prototype, and launch new products, businesses, and dreams. So this is primarily in the physical product space, and every day is something new. We have folks that are starting woodworking companies like Irish Woodworks. We have other folks like Anthony Esplin, who you heard from earlier, that's working on a special pillow for children with Down syndrome. Even Kevin White with Maverick Medical, that's working on an elevation device for folks with neurodegenerative disorders. So we see a wide range. Every day is different, and it's probably, I think I might have the best job on campus, if I'm being honest.
I know we interviewed you on The Fight when the lab was doing the incredibly important work of making face shields when they were in such short supply, and even healthcare professionals couldn't get them at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. But that's not the Innovation Lab's real job. What have you been up to since then?
Yeah, it's very interesting that the face shield project led into us getting a new laser cutter, an industrial laser cutter on an emergency basis. That then led into us doing a great deal of additional COVID work with making plexiglass, sneeze guards on Notre Dame's campus and off campus. And interesting enough, that piece of equipment just completely revolutionized the entire lab. It dramatically leveled up our capabilities to the point that we were able to support a whole range of new and different types of companies, including the one I just mentioned, the Irish Woodworks, and a couple of the others from there. But it also has allowed us to make new investments in other equipment in the lab and in the facility, including an entire graphics print center as well.
Now, you mentioned Irish Woodworks. I've heard you use the term 21st century wood shop. What do you mean by that?
Well, this refers to primarily to the use of laser cutting, both for prototyping, because wood is an inexpensive material for prototyping physical products, but also for the creation of high precision wood products that can immediately be scaled for manufacturing. So often it's the case that somebody wants to build a physical prototype. We can build one out of wood very inexpensively and then iterate from there. In other cases, you'll have these Irish Woodworks, Animal Woodworks types of entities that get started.
Matt, I know that you help students start a bunch of businesses from the Innovation Lab. Could you talk about where and how you enable that?
Sure. Well, our motto is design, prototype, launch. And, I mentioned we maintain wonderful assets from 3D printers to laser cutters to graphics printing. But it's in particular that I think our launch space provides a lot of value. So students can't really start these physical product companies from their dorm. So we provide a space with 8 benches where they can do the physical work of entrepreneurship. They can build the prototypes, create and stock inventory. And as you can see from this image in the background, make a total mess, which is fine. This is where they come to make the mess and do that work of entrepreneurship.
Matt, I've done a lot of interviews. We've never had somebody provide their own backgrounds. I mean, this is incredible. We're getting close to running out of time here, but what is next for the Innovation Lab?
Well, with the backgrounds that we provide, we pride ourselves in being innovative, right?
Yes.
But what's next for the iLab? We're always expanding. We're continuously updating our tools and our resource labs to enable the next generation of product-based startups to take root and grow and ultimately make a positive impact in the world, because ultimately that's our mission here at Notre Dame.
Matt, thank you. I always enjoyed talking with you, and I know I'll be talking with you again on future editions of ND Day. Thanks again.
Great pleasure. Take care. Bye-bye.
We'll be right back after this quick break, so don't go away.
When you execute a search warrant, it's essential that you're prepared for the worst.
Ready? Ready, go.
You don't know what's waiting for you behind the door, so you respect your surroundings and trust your training.
Police department, we have a search warrant.
Executing a warrant is my favorite part of my job.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Julia Gately is part of the St. Joseph County Cybercrimes Unit. Under the leadership of Mitch Kaiser, Notre Dame students are sworn in as investigators and work on real criminal cases in the community.
Last one in.
Okay, it's all secure. Go ahead and grab the evidence kit and go in and start processing the scene. Police officers are experts in criminal law, criminal procedures, but for the most part, they know very little about technology and the internet. They didn't grow up with it their entire lives.
Looks like we've got a hidden flash drive here. All of us have been just immersed in technology. Our entire lives are on our phones. Technology has a way of showing the truth in a way that nothing else really can.
Traditionally, it takes between 6 and 9 months for a cybercrimes unit to evaluate all the evidence. In St. Joseph County, with our students, we're able to measure it not in months, but in hours and in days, holding people accountable for the crimes they commit and getting justice for our victims.
These students have helped solve a homicide. They've identified additional victims in a crime, and they've revealed evidence that has exonerated someone from a crime.
Just being able to actually see the real world impacts based on the work that we've done at the unit is incredible. This experience has solidified what I want from my life.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to uncover the evidence.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. Good to have you with us. I'm Justine Ward. Joining us now is a Notre Dame freshman who is making a splash as a competitive rower. Colton, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So let's go back to this time last year, Colton. You had a big decision on your hands. You were deciding between Notre Dame and Yale. What made you choose to come to Notre Dame?
Yeah, there's a couple factors there. One is Notre Dame has been definitely a dream school for me. My middle brother came here, graduated last year. So I came for the 4 years he was here, going to football games. And the other thing too is just on the top of that is Notre Dame did have rowing, and it was a open weight when Yale would have to do lightweight. And that was just one of those things I just kind of want to give up on having to keep under 160 pounds. I could do it, but it was definitely a struggle. And so Notre Dame was just a perfect fit for me.
Well, we're happy you're here. You're a pretty accomplished rower and will hopefully be competing in the Pan American Games for Venezuela. Before we talk about that, take us back a little bit. How did you get into rowing?
Yeah, so I first was playing lacrosse. I was getting too many concussions, and I had two pretty severe ones back to back. And after that, I wasn't supposed to play any more contact sports. So I just kind of needed something to stay fit. And I just picked rowing. It was behind my house. I live in Florida, so they row right behind my house. And my dad just said, "Why don't you try that?" And I did. And I kind of, the first time didn't go too well. I fell in 8 times, which was a club record. But after that, I started doing really well, and it just was the sport for me.
Yes, it's been smooth sailing from there. Let's go to the games now. Your team is rowing in the qualifiers, which happens to be during Notre Dame's finals week, and a win there will take you all to the games. What excites you most about the chance to compete on an international stage?
You know, so I'm rowing for the Federation of Venezuela rowing, and that it's really, for me, it's like a cultural thing. I was never able to go to Venezuela. My mom's Venezuelan, and with all the problems that they're having there, it's nice to be able to represent them in a way that normally they wouldn't be able to. And the other thing is it's also nice to get in at a young age. Only being 20, like I get an opportunity to row for them for the next, 6 years or so. So I'm just getting my foot in the door. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it though.
Really special opportunity. You're also part of Notre Dame men's rowing. What's special about being on that team, and how do you think the experience will help you on a different and very big stage?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is Notre Dame's coaches. They definitely have experience with international racing, so they're definitely going to prepare me for that. And then the team overall, we definitely push each other every practice, 6 days a week. And it's without that, it would be really tough to continue to row or just train without the team itself. And most of the guys know, or everybody knows on the team that I have these goals to row internationally. So they definitely push me more. But yeah, I definitely absolutely love the team. And yeah.
Great to hear. Colton, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now let's check in at Notre Dame Stadium Concourse, where Irish Dave is standing by with our next group of performers. Who is up next, Dave?
Justine, we're in for a real treat right now with Notre Dame Undertones. They're a 12-man a cappella ensemble that is an offshoot of the famous Notre Dame Glee Club. Now, the Undertones perform not only here at Notre Dame, also right around the country, and they have recorded 6 albums. So if you love what you hear, make sure and download one of those 6 or all 6 of them. But right now, the Notre Dame Undertones performing one of the biggest songs in the world right now, Driver's License.
Got my driver's license last week, just like we always talked about. 'cause you were so excited for me to finally drive up to your house. But the day I drove through the suburbs, crying 'cause you weren't around. And you're probably with that blonde girl who always made me doubt. She's so much older than me, she's everything I'm insecure about. Yet the day I drove through the suburbs, 'cause how could I ever love someone else? I know we weren't perfect, but I've never felt this way for no one. And I just can't imagine how you could be so okay now that I'm gone. Guess you didn't do what you wrote in that song about me. 'Cause you said forever, now I drive alone past your street. And all my friends are tired, hearing how much I miss you. But I kinda feel sorry for them, 'cause they'll never know you the way that I do. Yet today I drove through the suburbs and pictured I was driving home to you. I know we weren't perfect, but I've never felt this way for no one. Oh, and I just can't imagine how you could be so okay now that I'm gone. You didn't do what you wrote in that song about me. 'Cause you said forever, now I drive alone past your street. Red lights, stop signs, I still see your face in the white cars, front yards. Can't drive past the places we used to go to, 'cause you know I still love you, babe. Sidewalks we cross, I still hear your voice in the traffic. We're laughing over all the noise. God, I'm so blue, no, we're through, 'cause you know I still love you, babe. I know we weren't perfect, but I never felt this way for no one. I just can't imagine how you could be so okay now that I'm gone. You didn't mean what you wrote in that song about me. 'Cause you said forever, now I drive alone past your street. Yeah, you said forever, now I drive alone past your street.
That is the Notre Dame Undertones. That was absolutely wonderful. It's so good to hear that. You ever just sit back when you're watching all these performances and realize how much talent there is on this campus? This 12-man a cappella ensemble, just absolutely amazing. And remember, they've got 6 albums. Would you like people to download them?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Jack, it's back to you.
Dave, thank you. Joining us now is Erin Hill, a Notre Dame sophomore who's already working to support women in business. Erin, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Let's begin by you giving us your Notre Dame introduction, hometown, class, and your major.
Yeah, so I'm Erin. I am a sophomore here at Notre Dame. I'm originally from DC. Here at Notre Dame, I get to live in Howard Hall, and I'm a finance and applied math major.
Now, you're just a sophomore, but you've already created a Women in Business conference for students. Tell us about that.
So this is actually our 13th Women in Business conference. Every year, undergraduate women in business here at Notre Dame, we put on our own conference, the Women in Business Conference, and it's very much a team effort. I could not have done this by myself. I'm the conference chair of the club this year, but I have another conference chair, Grace Krzyzewski, who is very much a team effort, and some great mentors, Caroline and Alexis, who planned it last year. So I knew I'm very excited to plan it. I knew it's something that I wanted to plan when I went last year in person. You know, business is very much a male-dominated industry, and for me as a freshman to go into that conference, you know, it was in person at the time last year, and just to see my peers, the other young women at Notre Dame, and all the company representatives and successful women who wanted to come back and really wanted to help the student body, and the young women at Notre Dame, either with career discernment, networking, or just life advice. That's something that's really powerful. That's very powerful to me, and I knew that's something I wanted to help plan.
So how did you come up with the idea for this event, and then how much preparation went in to making it happen?
So Grace and I started planning this conference in the summer. So it was about 9 months in the making. The conference was in March. So one of the first things that we did was we came up with our theme. So this year's theme was Rise. So we really wanted to help, again, the young women at Notre Dame rise above self-doubt and stereotypes to confidently meet new challenges and discover the power that they have within. So that was kind of step number one. Another thing and then from that, we just kind of focused on the guest list. We had a total of 14 companies and over 34 representatives come, most of whom were actually Notre Dame alumni. And it's very powerful to see that these women want to come back. They want to help the student body, and just with career discernment. So it was great to plan it.
All right, so you are in college, you get grades all the time. So grade yourself and your team. How did it come out?
I would say 10 out of 10. You know, I would love to have the conference in person as it has been in previous years, but virtually, I think that it went very well. It's a 2-day conference, and over the 2 days, we had a series of breakout sessions, panels, and a bunch of one-on-one networking events. So students could sign up a week before the conference to meet with a company representative for 10 minutes, and they could sign up for multiple slots and just talk about whatever they wanted, which is something that we didn't have in previous conferences. We got some great feedback on that, and no technical difficulties. So overall, I would say it was very successful.
Ooh, the technical difficulties are always a key not to have those. Now, are there any plans for you to repeat this conference in the years to come, or to develop any other new programs to help women in business?
Yeah, so the conference will happen next year. Again, this was our 13th one, so hopefully it'll happen for years to come. And Grace and I would love to help the next year's conference chairs plan it just as Grace and Alexis did us. It's very much a mentorship structure during our club. So it will happen next year, and it will happen in person, which is absolutely amazing. We did hopefully translate some of that quality to the virtual atmosphere this year, but we're really looking forward to get the conference back in person.
Well, Erin, next time we do this, I hope you are here in person in the studio, although this worked very, very well. Congratulations on your success, and we can't wait to see what the future holds for you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Now, earlier tonight, we heard from Notre Dame senior Ronnie Mansour about her musical, An Old Family Recipe. We promised you a sneak peek from the show, and here it is. Let's check out Remember Familia, a song from the show for us to enjoy.
Dove siamo noi? Io non capisco. I think you probably know. Well done.
Tony, you think you would recognize your uncle? Tony, you think you'd remember the times we had?
Rico, she was 5.
Let's just cast that aside. You'd think I would look so familiar. You'd think she'd remember Familia. Oh no. Tony, you
we've had. Maybe she needs time.
She needs is some wine.
You'd think I would look so familiar. You'd think she'd remember Familia. Oh no, oh no. Look into our eyes. We wouldn't tell you lies. Shouldn't it be enough that we know you're one of us?
Yeah. Tony, you think you would recognize your cousin. Tony, you think you'd remember the times we had. She'll understand in time.
Perhaps she needs a sign.
You think I would look so familiar. You think she'd remember Familia.
To our eyes, we wouldn't tell you lies. Shouldn't it be enough that we know you're one of us?
Yeah. Tony, you think you would recognize your, what do I say, like family friend?
She doesn't know you, Angelo.
Even we don't know where to put you on the family tree.
Point taken. Still, even if I don't look familiar, you'd think she'd remember Familia.
Oh no. Perhaps it will be true. She won't know me and you. Stop while we're ahead. After all, we're kind of dead.
How can she know her nonna when she doesn't know herself? We are Italians, no? We don't give up on Familia.
Look into our eyes. We wouldn't tell you lies. Shouldn't it be enough that we know you're one of us? Yeah. Tony, you think you would recognize your family. Tony, you think you'd remember the times we had. But let's cast that aside. Perhaps she needs a sign. You think we will look so familiar. You think she'd remember Familia. You think she'd remember Familia. You think she'd remember Familia? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah.
We love seeing all the talent of our Notre Dame students and our alums as well. Joining us now are Lee Kiefer and Garrick Meinhardt, the respective number 5 and number 2 ranked foil fencers in the world. These NCAA fencing champions will be representing Team USA in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics, and we're so proud to call them Fighting Irish. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So Lee, you and Garrick got married in 2019. Congratulations. Take us back to your time fencing together at Notre Dame. Was that the start of your love connection?
Yes. When I was a freshman, our relationship was very new. So early on, we learned how to train, be competitive together, and be each other's greatest support.
Wow, that's beautiful. Now, you both notched several NCAA national championships while competing for the Fighting Irish, both individually and with the team. What is special about those college victories for you?
So prior to coming to Notre Dame, most of our competition in fencing was individual at the world level. And once we came to Notre Dame, we became part of a team, got to train day in and day out with our teammates and our coaches, and being able to win a couple titles and go to competitions and really see all that hard work as a team come to fruition, it was something really special.
Now, after your college careers, you've both continued fencing on the professional stage. You're both quite experienced in international competition. Lee with 4 world championship medals, including a gold, and Garrick with 5 world championship medals of his own. But what is different about the Olympic stage?
So the Olympics, just in their nature of being only once every 4 years, is an opportunity for us to show how much work was put in by the athlete, by the coaches, the dedication of the family, the friends, the teammates, and really, because of it only being once every 4 years, the energy and the passion that is at the Olympics is really unrivaled.
And, you know, being a part of Notre Dame, there's such a great community. And when you're fencing, when you're out on the strip, you feel your whole team with you. You want to fight and win for your team. And going to the games is like that. You feel your family, your whole country behind you. And there's nothing like that pride you get when you compete.
So you guys are no stranger to the Olympic Games, as you just talked about, but this is actually the first time that you guys will be going together as a married couple. How does this make this upcoming trip to Tokyo that much more special?
So we've actually been together for forever. So this will be my 3rd games with Garrick. So I'm a little bit spoiled, but I've come to have the expectation that Garrick, my boyfriend, now husband, is going to be there with me at the games.
Yeah, it's really important to us and a big advantage because we train together each day, so we know each other's fencing really well and are able to give each other advice at competitions. On top of that, we know each other's emotions and can motivate each other when we need it, especially with this upcoming games in Tokyo. We won't be able to have our family there because of the COVID protocols, so having each other to lean on is going to be huge, and we, tournaments aside, are just appreciative of all the opportunities we have to travel the world and experience stuff like this, amazing events like this together.
And in addition to your shared passion for fencing, both of you are currently enrolled in medical school at the University of Kentucky. So Lee, I believe you enrolled first. So what took you down this path? And Garrick, what inspired you to follow in Lee's footsteps?
Yeah, I actually come from a family of physicians. My parents are both doctors, my sister, grandma. So at a young age, I was conditioned that it is the only possible profession. But really, I love medicine. I think a lot of my skills and passion as an athlete translate. Having to work hard and then dedicate yourself to a lifetime of learning definitely apply.
And I'm a career changer. I earned undergraduate and MBA degrees here at Notre Dame, and I'm really proud of them and value them. I worked in business for a few years, including a couple years here at Notre Dame's development team, and I love the people I worked with in the department, but medicine really called to me in the one-on-one patient-physician relationship and the ability to help people directly one-on-one. So I thought that it would be a good fit for me, and I'm excited to follow Lee's footsteps.
You guys are a busy couple. How do you balance these two things, fencing and medical school? That has to require such commitment and focus.
Yeah.
Honestly, being a student athlete at Notre Dame helped a ton. We, in balancing, our academics at Notre Dame with being a part of the team, being at practices and competitions, we learned all sorts of skills that we carry into our ability to juggle medical school with fencing now. And one of the most important things for us has been just understanding that sometimes doing your best is what's important, and there aren't enough hours in the day some days to get everything you want accomplished, but you kind of have to just accept it, and sleep and health are really important too to success.
Wow,
Yeah.
We are so proud of all that you've achieved. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having
Thanks so much. Go Irish.
Best of luck in Tokyo, and I believe we are going to get a giving update next.
Thank you so much, Justine. So incredible to hear all the wonderful stories the last hour, and I'm just so excited for what's next as well. I want to give you all an update on our ND and the community groups. So many incredible groups here, good ones to look out for to support on Notre Dame Day. In first place currently is College Mentors for Kids. College Mentors for Kids exists to connect college students with local students in the community. Many of them come from St. Adalbert's Catholic School, which is right here in South Bend. There are over 120 students from St. Adalbert's every year that get paired with the mentor on campus. Our college students do a great job of showing them around campus and then also teaching them just basic life lessons, and also it's a very relational ministry, so they get to form friendships with these children as well. So College Mentors for Kids is an incredible group to support on Notre Dame Day. They are also halfway to their goal of $10,000, so we'd love to move the needle a little bit more for them. In second here is Robinson Community Learning Center. Just last year, they built a beautiful new building. Brian, you've seen it.
Yeah, it's just right down up the street here from Eddy Street. It's so nice and beautiful, and a really pillar of our community here. It's been around Notre Dame and the South Bend community for quite a long time, and it's really great to see that relationship between Notre Dame and the South Bend community growing quite a bit through that new facility.
Most definitely. You can see here a lot of the gifts that are coming into Robinson Community Learning Center are from Zom Hall alumni. Men from this dorm are really just stepping up to support this cause on Notre Dame Day, so we're super grateful for all the Zom alumni that are supporting this cause. The Robinson Community Learning Center supports thousands of local South Bend community members every single year, so it really is an amazing cause. Next on the ending the community leaderboard, we have Right to Life. Right to Life has been really creative this year to do all of their efforts through a pandemic to still serve women in the community. I also just want to say thank you to anyone who joined the virtual march. I know that was a really successful event, and we're super thankful that they were able to put it on regardless of the pandemic. And final group that I just want to call out is ACE. ACE has been around for 28 years on campus, and they are just doing incredible as always on Notre Dame Day. So we're super happy to support them and other groups in the community. Definitely visit notredameday.nd.edu to check out other ND in the community causes you would maybe want to support. So I'll throw it back to you, Jack, in the studio.
Thanks, Katie. Folks, we're joined now by Ed Graham, a 1974 Notre Dame grad who's been deeply involved with the Notre Dame Club of Orange County, California, and is here to talk about one of its signature service partnerships. Ed, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Jack. Good to talk to you.
Tell us about your years of involvement with the Notre Dame Club of Orange County. I know from personal experience it is one of the largest and most active in the world. What got you started?
I came out here I came to Orange County to go to law school. I didn't know a soul. I saw in a church bulletin a Friday night social hour through the Notre Dame Club. I went there, and the club accepted me. They welcomed me. It was a wonderful experience. Some of the people I met there are still my friends, and that was 40-odd some years ago.
Now, the club has a 32-year-long relationship with the Southwest Community Center, or SWCC, in Santa Ana. What does that center do, and how has the relationship developed over the years?
The center has the philosophy of helping others to help themselves, and that's what attracted me to it. John Perez, a Notre Dame graduate, started taking food down back 30-some-odd years ago. And I joined with him, and over the years we've developed a significant outreach to the community. Every Sunday morning we meet and cook a delicious hot breakfast for some people who need some food. And over the years it's evolved from cornflakes with a little sugar on top to quite a menu. Biscuits and gravy, chorizo, rice and beans, tortillas. Just we've developed quite a menu, a gourmet menu for breakfast.
Now, how did the COVID-19 pandemic impact that breakfast, and what did the Club of Orange County do to try to continue that program and its other services?
The pandemic doesn't stop the Fighting Irish, Jack. We modified it. I think the Marines say improvise, adapt, and overcome. Mm-hmm. That's what we did. We instead of meeting on Sunday mornings because of the COVID issue, we now, once a week, we have a team captain. Every week goes down and delivers food. We find out what is needed by the center, and we go to the store, buy the food, take it down to the center. And this food buying over the years, 32, 33 years, it's all by Notre Dame Alumni Club, Notre Dame of Orange County Alumni Club donations. golf tournament fundraiser. It's a dollar for dollar thing. The $10 the club pays for us, there's no overhead. We buy the food, and you get $10 worth of food. So it's a phenomenal thing. So the pandemic didn't stop us. One time the building burned down in 2011, and we set up card tables. We cooked the food at someone's house for over a year while they built it back up. Somebody brought an elaborate coffee urn from their club. So the picture is we're on the street corner with card tables with this elaborate coffee urn and charred remains behind us, and people got to eat their breakfast Sunday morning. We didn't miss a beat.
I said at the beginning of this interview that you're a very active club, you're a very large club. How many club members approximately are involved with this initiative?
Over the 30 some odd years, thousands. You know, we have parents, we have students, we have alumni. It's the students that are at Notre Dame today have volunteered for us. I just talked to one of them to help me zoom in here. We've had football players come and join us. So there's been, and including the board of directors and the club that has supported us over the years, there's just been thousands of people involved in this endeavor. And you know, this isn't the only thing we do for community service. We support the ACE students, we support summer service students. We support the Orangewood Foundation. There's a plethora of things that the Orange County Club of Notre Dame that in my opinion, is the best club, best Notre Dame club there is. It's just a terrific model of community service over the years.
Ed, thank you for joining us tonight and for all you and your fellow club members have done to serve your local community in the name and spirit of Notre Dame.
It's been an honor to represent the Notre Dame Club of Orange County. Thank you. Go Irish.
Folks, we are not done yet on this Sunday night. We'll be back with much more right after this timeout.
When we choose to do something good, the difference we can make in the world has no boundaries. At Notre Dame, the question isn't if we will do good, it's how. There are so many ways for us to help others in our communities, from researching cures to disease, to finding solutions for homelessness, to mentoring youth. For Good makes it possible for us to apply our learning and service to others. For Good provides students the opportunity to reach into their communities, helping to create a healthier, happier, and more just world.
My time here at the University of Notre Dame has been really special. It's afforded me the opportunity to pursue my passion of uplifting marginalized communities. The work that I've done here involves working with the Questford chapter and working towards founding the Financial Literacy Club of Notre Dame. Both of these initiatives work towards supporting first-generation low-income students on campus. Also, I've been fortunate enough to receive a rich computer science education that I plan to use in order to evolve the field of public policy and make a difference in the world. For Good has proven that one man can make a world of difference.
Every day this year, I've worked with members of my engineering team to design and 3D print a prosthetic hand for a child in elementary school. At Notre Dame, cutting-edge technology is one resource I have to change the quality of life for others. For Good allows us to change the life and perspective of those who need it most.
On campus, I've become deeply involved in international research, especially about how underground music can relate to social discourse on race. After my sophomore year, I received a grant from the university that sent me to Cape Town, South Africa, where I performed ethnographic research and personally connected with township artists, really hearing their stories about how they're using the art form to protest injustice. For Good has allowed me to explore a global counterculture that's now empowering local movements.
Because of For Good, we can make our difference.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 5th hour of this edition of Notre Dame Day. It's a 2-day celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Jack Nolan, the retiring voice of Notre Dame men's basketball and the host of a number of programs through the years from Fighting Irish Media.
And I'm Justine Ward, a 2012 graduate of Notre Dame, broadcaster and current MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. We're coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. Because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the Notre Dame campus. We're practicing social distancing here on sets, and all our live performances will take place outdoors tonight.
The reason we are coming to you is to share many great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen. We will bring them to you during this 2-day program through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
That's right, Jack, and we're asking you to participate by logging on to the Notre Dame Day website if you're not there already at notredameday.nd.edu. And all you have to do is click on the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. It's just those 3 easy steps. For each new donor to a cause, that cause will receive a share of a $250,000 challenge fund. Plus, each cause has access to an additional $250,000 in challenge dollars through various bonus challenges they are participating in. Again, notredameday.nd.edu is where you can make your gift. Please join us if you can.
Now, so far during this show, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, and there is so much more to come. During this hour, we'll be talking to a Super Bowl champion, a distance runner, a Notre Dame RA, and many more folks. But before you get to hear all of these amazing stories, let's check in at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving.
Thank you, Jack. We have surpassed 6,000 gifts, and we have also surpassed $500,000 in funds raised on today's Notre Dame Day. So super incredible, all the support that you are showing to our student causes all over campus. So thank you so much to everyone who has made a gift so far. I want to update you on the winners of the first 3 hourly challenges. So for the ND Alumni Association size F category, the Club of Emerald Coast came out on top. For the size E category, the McLean County came out on top, and then for the size D county, the Greensburg and Uniontown Club came out on top, so congratulations to the winners there. Let's check out the leaderboards and see how our other causes are doing. The Idea Center continues to stay in the #1 spot, bringing in 289 donors so far. This group, I mentioned before, was not in the top 100 last year, and today they are Notre Dame Day superstars, so congratulations to all those over at the Idea Center. You're doing great, and we're here to support you. #2, we have the Bowler-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases. I would encourage anyone to go check out their website because they have one of the most complex and creative websites that I've seen to date, so definitely make sure you see them on notredameday.nd.edu. Brian, what are we seeing on social media from our students?
So we're seeing a lot of activity from clubs, athletic teams, Notre Dame clubs across the country. So there are a lot of people getting excited as we kind of hit the home stretch of tonight's broadcast. Have a lot of great guests coming up. I'm a Denver native, so seeing Ryan Harris and Vic Lombardi and Bill Hanslick on the broadcast this next hour is going to be really exciting. So join us on social media, #NDDay. Make sure you tune in. I might run across the street to Five Guys, grab a hamburger, and settle in for the rest of this hour because it's going to be a good one. But for now, back to you in the studio, Jack.
Thanks, guys. Now I'm hungry. Oh, well. Joining us now is senior finance major Kieren Worrell, an RA at Siegfried Hall, who has used this past year to build community in his hall. Kieren, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks so much for having me, Jack. Happy to be representing Siegfried today.
Let's talk about how you came to Notre Dame. Have you always been a big fan of the school?
Well, actually, my brother was a graduating senior last year, so I was lucky enough to be able to visit him when he was a freshman here. I was a senior in high school. I had been a Notre Dame football fan growing up, watching all the games on NBC, obviously, but originally from upstate New York, Saratoga Springs area. So not necessarily a Notre Dame fan for life, but now I am as a student.
Just attending and succeeding at Notre Dame is challenge enough. What led you to decide to become an RA?
Yeah, well, I was lucky enough to live right across from the RA my freshman year in Siegfried Hall. Got very close with him, was really able to learn from the mentors that I had here in Siegfried. They built such a great community for me. And from my freshman year on, I was really feeling that urge to serve the Siegfried community, give back to the dorm that they'd given me so much. So really grateful for the opportunity that Father Joe Peterson has given me here to represent the hall.
Now, every Saturday night, you've been organizing a different kind of tournament for the men in your hall. Tell us about these events.
Yeah, it's been something that we're really excited about here as a hall staff. We're calling them Siegfried Saturday night game nights. And so they've really been an attempt for us to reach out and give the students an opportunity to do something within the hall with their brothers of Siegfried. So these games have ranged from chess tournaments to euchre tournaments to ping pong tournaments, really just running the gamut of different interests that students here might have. So we've been really excited about those. We've had a really great turnout on those Saturday night events to give the students an option other than some of the other great events that Notre Dame has been doing as a university. But to try to grow brotherhood here in Siegfried Hall has been a real focus of the hall staff.
And, you know, a lot of attention has been paid to the impact of COVID-19 on college sports. But not as much has been made, not as much attention has been paid to the impact it's had on just the everyday student whose life has been turned upside down. So how have these events helped the students deal with the added pressure of trying to succeed academically in a COVID-19 environment?
Yeah, I think mental health has been such a struggle and a focus for us as a hall staff as well. And so on a Saturday night, perhaps when someone's doing homework or just hanging around the dorm, not necessarily having those outlets that they might have in a normal year, to have the first floor of Siegfried to be a space where they can come to hang out with friends, play a game for a couple hours is such a nice outlet for these students, we believe. And for myself included, and a number of us RAs have participated in these games as well. It's been a blast for us, and we've used some of the funds that we've been able to accumulate from ND Day over the years to incentivize some of these games as well. So we've had some gift card prizes to local South Bend restaurants as well. So it's been a really unique experience that definitely would not have likely had this not been a COVID year. But I think it just demonstrates the ability of students here to adapt to the situation. And we were really proud of what we've come up with.
So while you've done all this for your hall and you're succeeding academically, I know you've also been looking for a job. Graduation's coming up pretty soon. You got a job lined up yet?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I'll be heading back to New York City. I interned with Goldman Sachs Asset Management this past summer. Had a great experience there. Was really able to leverage the great Notre Dame network that the university has to offer, and especially in the finance major. The finance curriculum really does prepare us well. So very excited to be heading back. It'll be fun to head out there sometime in June. Hopefully we'll be starting in person. Finding an apartment will be a good time as well. But yeah, crazy that we only have 1 month left here. Really excited for it though.
Thanks for joining us, Kieren. Congratulations. Good luck next year. What a great experience. A young man with a little money in his pocket in New York City. Justine, over to you.
Gotta love it, Jack. Thank you so much. I'm joined by Laura Livingston, a 2015 graduate of Notre Dame, who now works as a family selection coordinator at Habitat for Humanity. Laura, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi.
Great to see you. And who's the puppy you have with you?
This is McGraw. It's my chocolate lab.
Oh, he loves the camera too. So Laura, I know you graduated, but give us a quick Notre Dame introduction.
So yeah, I graduated in 2015. I was a political science major. My first job took me to Dallas, Texas afterwards. And then I moved back home to Louisiana, feeling a little homesick. So, but I had a great experience at Notre Dame. I loved it so much, and it was the best 4 years of my life. So, I decided that I wanted to give back a little bit. So I usually make a monthly donation back to the university. So yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a little bit. So you're working for Habitat for Humanity in Louisiana. What's that been like? How did Notre Dame prepare you for this?
Gosh, it's hard to say. I kind of feel like I was on a journey at Notre Dame, just trying to figure out who I was, what I was interested in, what I wanted to do, which kind of extended a little bit after Notre Dame, as with many people. But it did kind of help me find my passion and realize what was important to me. So that kind of led me back to nonprofit work and how I ended up at Habitat, which I love. I help our the low-income families in our community work through the application process and hopefully qualify for our program and sign a mortgage with us and become homeowners for the first time, which is really awesome and impacts their lives in ways that I can't even begin to really understand, but it matters a lot to them. And I guess that's really what I wanted to do, is do something that mattered to people.
That has to be so rewarding. You mentioned that monthly contribution. For over 2 years now, you made a $50 monthly gift to the university. Why is that?
A little bit of guilt. Actually, I got a lecture from my mom a couple of years ago about how I got to go to school basically for free and that I should give back more. And after she passed away, actually in 2018, I decided that that probably was the right thing to do, and it was a good way to honor her. So that's why I do that.
Laura, that is so amazing. And I know as a young grad, it can be hard. It's hard when you're just getting started in your career. So how have you been able to do that? What has it meant to you?
I mean, like, you mean what has Notre Dame meant to me, or what?
Yes, what has being a part of Notre Dame and continuing that on by giving every month?
It's actually, I mean, Notre Dame meant everything. I have most of my friends are friends that I met in college, and I'm sure we'll be lifelong friends, and I'll take that with me forever, as well, of course, of my education and all the experiences that I had. And then I guess giving back, it took me a while to realize the importance of that, but I actually started getting, letters and phone calls from people like me that go there now who are able to go there because of contributions from alumni. So that has been really cool. That's a really cool benefit of giving back. And it's funny because I remember writing those when I was in school, and I never thought about being the person that received them like a few years later. So that's been kind of awesome. And I hope that everybody that has benefited has half as great of an experience that I had. So.
Laura, well, it was really nice to chat with you. Thank you for everything you're doing in Louisiana, helping all those families, and your gift back to Notre Dame. It's been amazing chatting with you and getting to see your puppy too. We've loved it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure he was happy to meet you guys as well. Bye-bye.
Go Irish. All right, Jack, back over to you. We love seeing the puppies.
Oh, what a great dog, I'll tell you. Thanks, Justine. Joining us now on Notre Dame Day is one of the very few four-year starters in Notre Dame football history. He's a Super Bowl champion and the game analyst for the Notre Dame Football Radio Network, and one of our favorite people of all time, and my good friend, Ryan Harris. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day.
Jack, I miss you, man. Congratulations on an incredible career. What a finish, too, for men's basketball for you to be at. But Jack Nolan, you are a legend. It's an honor to share the screen with you, my friend.
I'm not so sure I'm a legend. I know you are, and I have to believe Notre Dame Day holds a special place in your heart. Talk to us about the impact it had early in your broadcasting career. I know it's one of the first gigs you had.
It really was. Shout out to Jim Smalls and the whole storytelling team. It was the first time I read off of a teleprompter. Sports broadcasting is a lot different, but it's amazing to me how much of my life started at Notre Dame, whether that was my NFL career really starting with the coaches that recruited me to Notre Dame, and then also in my second career in broadcasting, starting at Notre Dame, doing a show with you for the digital post game, but also Notre Dame Day. And more than anything, just to see the talent that we have at Notre Dame across such a broad spectrum, whether it's art, entertainment, mathematics, science, we are really a unique breed, and it's fun to be a part of the Notre Dame family.
I do miss that post-game show. We did it from O'Neill Hall. And I love the way the staff took care of us both during and after the show. It was streamed at NBCSports.com. But you've moved on to bigger and better things. But let's go back to your days growing up in Minnesota. Notre Dame fans may recall that MTV reached out to you and profiled your recruiting journey on their network. How did that opportunity come about, and what was that experience like for you? I know you got a lot of attention.
Well, yeah, it was funny because when I got to campus, the guys were like, "Hey, where's that MTV kid?" I'm like, "Oh no, like that's me." So I learned right away that just because you don't know somebody doesn't mean they don't know you, and it really put me on the map for my teammates, but also put Notre Dame on the map in a new way. And it was just a fun way to get my journey started at Notre Dame.
Every top school in the country was recruiting you, and I think it surprised many fans that a devout Muslim would choose to attend the University of Notre Dame. Why did you make that decision to become a member of the Fighting Irish?
Well, Jack, Notre Dame was the only school that actually took me to a mosque on my visit. I thought that was tremendous. That let me know right away that Notre Dame was paying attention to me and what was important to me. And Jack, I became a better Muslim at Notre Dame. During the processions of Easter, you're going to see, hundreds, if not thousands of students, whether it's at the grotto or at services, taking part in their faith. And I knew that I was a part of a faith community at Notre Dame. And just look at the name, Notre Dame, our mother, and I just thought Notre Dame was the best campus at really embodying that and really making me feel welcome, even though I was different. And in that way, I got to experience agape love and built friendships that have lasted me a lifetime and will last me a lifetime across many different faiths.
Now, back in the football field, you helped protect the blind side of one of Notre Dame's all-time great quarterbacks, Brady Quinn. What is your favorite Brady Quinn story from your time playing together?
Well, when he threw me a bad football, Jack. I mean, we're playing Michigan, and we're winning, and we believe we're going to win this game. And it's at Notre Dame Stadium, and we had 97 Wolverine, which was a tackle-eligible throw. And so I faked like I was blocking, and then I turned around, and Brady Quinn threw me the ball. But instead of practice throwing it to me in my breadbasket, he threw it to the ground. It was incomplete. And still to this day, I rib Brady Quinn about how he stole my glory. I'd walked in right into the student section. No one was there. It was my dream to live. But, I mean, also just remembering circling the field as a senior. I mean, Brady Quinn was a consummate leader, still a great friend to me to this day, and one of the many relationships I made on that Notre Dame team that mean the world to me.
Ryan, you, of course, know the Notre Dame football roster better than most. So how does this team reload on the offensive line after losing 4 starters, and we expect all of them to be on NFL rosters next season? Folks are worried. Can you give them some hope?
Well, first, folks were worried last year about linebackers, too. And look at Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah showed up, and Drew White. I really think he's going to have a great year. But I'm really interested in some of the freshmen that Notre Dame has on that offensive line, especially Blake Fisher. He's a young man I think can make a huge difference. And then seeing what Josh Lugg can do, and also see what James Patterson does after that injury. James Patterson, I thought, was one of the best, if not the best center in the entire college football landscape. He's going to come back. He's going to be hungry. And I really expect that Notre Dame will continue to be O-line U, Jack.
Notre Dame's all-time winningest quarterback is less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. You've seen him play every game of his career. Who does Ian Book remind you of in the NFL right now?
Ian Book reminds me, man, that's a great question. He reminds me a lot of a Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy that can make all the throws, who plays his best when he's playing in rhythm, and somebody who can make the big throws and win the big game. And that's something where I can't wait to see where Ian Book goes and see where he continues his career. And I'll tell you, Jack, that's one of the toughest positions, quarterback. And being at Notre Dame, all the starts that Ian had, that's really going to help him be successful moving forward.
Ryan, you're so good on the air, but it's a natural progression for some talented folks from being an athlete to sports broadcasting. And people kind of assume, yeah, well, that makes sense to me. But you've done something that not many athletes ever do. A few weeks ago, you were named Colorado's Sports Broadcaster of the Year by the National Sports Media Association, an incredible honor. How did your time at Notre Dame as a student athlete prepare you for this chapter of your life?
Well, first and foremost, I got to meet a man named Jack Nolan, who gave me some great advice and somebody I listen to this day. Also, Mike Bonner. And it just, Notre Dame prepares you to step in and be great. And I don't believe any other university really does that. And so if I'm going to be a broadcaster, I want to be great at it. And that's what's unique and common about us as Notre Dame alumni. And so for me, what can I do? How can I learn? I mean, I asked you a million questions, Jack. I hope I didn't talk your ear off because I wanted to know how to ask the best questions. You know, I muted televisions because I wanted to practice asking LeBron James questions, because one day I will ask LeBron James questions. And I found myself in situations that I put myself in because Notre Dame taught me to put your best foot forward. And that's one of the reasons, for example, Dirk Nowitzki's last interview in Denver as a Dallas Maverick was with me, because I had kind of pushed and showed my Super Bowl ring in and got into that Dallas Mavericks locker room and started asking them questions before they could stop me. And Dirk Nowitzki said, it's okay, it's okay. So Dirk Nowitzki's last interview was with me, and that's one of the things that I take pride in, is really helping educate and humanize the sport for fans so that we can dig deeper and come together on the sports we love.
Well, Ryan, I am very proud of you, and you were coachable. You listened, and you are now succeeding on a very high level. And folks, I don't think people really think about this, but if you look at both collegiate and professional football and basketball broadcasting, I think there are more Notre Dame graduates and ex-athletes in broadcasting in this country than any other school, which is remarkable. We don't have a broadcast school per se, but Fighting Irish Media is starting to turn out an awful lot of folks who are going on to inform the nation, including my partner tonight, about sports. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Notre Dame.
Justine, back to you. Another one of the Notre Dame grads who had a heck of a career already.
Yes, and he's done Notre Dame Day before, Ryan has. And
oh, yeah,
fabulous.
a lot.
So it's great to see.
I was talking about you.
Yes, but thank you.
SNY here. SNY to South Bend.
Yes, I'm back in South Bend. Next up, we have alumna Kat Quinn, an indie pop songstress based in Los Angeles. Kat, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Great to see you. And before you begin, I believe you have a song in store for us. At Notre Dame, you studied Spanish language and literature, peace studies, and Latin American studies. When did you start to pursue music, and how has your degree helped you in this different career path?
Well, I started while I was at Notre Dame. I didn't plan on it at all. I started taking voice lessons from a wonderful teacher who I believe is still there, Deborah Meyer. And somewhere along the way, I started writing songs and didn't think anything of them. I mean, I wasn't planning on changing career paths in any way. And I showed them to her, and then she showed them to a producer in LA, and things kind of started moving from there. And all of a sudden, all I was doing was writing songs. But I would say that my major did help in ways where, for example, while I was at Notre Dame, I did a songwriting grant to Ecuador, and I was writing songs about immigration. So I think it just gave me a different perspective. There's so many music degrees out there, but it's nice to have a well-rounded perspective to bring into writing.
So how much have you been writing lately?
So much. There's nothing going on in the world besides me sitting at home writing songs. I write every day. I'm full-time, so I get to wake up and do my favorite thing every day, and the projects are always different, but it's been a nice time to really dig into some good old songwriting.
So what will you be singing for us tonight?
I'm singing a song called The Sun. It was inspired by actually Irish blessings that I grew up on, that we had at Notre Dame, mixed with 2020.
Well, take it away whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
May you rise like a sunbeam here for the climb, 'cause somebody somewhere's waiting for your light. May you bring the hope when shadows descend till the sun
comes out again. May the fire in your eyes shine brightly and warm, and let every friend know they're safe from the storm. And always believe the rainfall will end and the sun will come out again. May the sweet song of laughter fill up your rooms. The smiles you give come right back to you. May the sentry, the station in front of your heart, move gently aside when love comes to call. You know there's a difference between broken and bent, and the sun will come out again. Sun will come out again.
Kat, that was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on Notre Dame Day. And we will be right back with more interviews after this break. Stay with us.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
This land was made for you and me.
Yeah, wait, I think they're actually filming right now.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Jack Nolan, and joining us now on Notre Dame Day is a loyal son of Soren Hall and the Notre Dame class of 1991. He has had an enormously successful career in broadcasting in his hometown of Denver, Colorado, a career that continues to this day. His peers have bestowed 30 Emmy Awards on him for his excellence in broadcasting. Vic Lombardi, welcome back to Notre Dame Day.
Jack, 'tis an honor to be on this program with one of my mentors in this business. I learned so much from you, and I was so happy to see you retire with full grace and a full head of hair. I think it's a head of hair that I envy the most.
You know, the older I get, men my age love the hair. I don't completely get it, but they usually point out that I have it. Coach Bray is somewhat jealous of my hair, but enough about that. You've had the opportunity to work a number of Notre Dame days, but that's not where I want to start our conversation. Let's start on a personal level. A couple of years ago, you were diagnosed with prostate cancer, and you made the decision to share your fight with the disease with the world. My dad went through the same thing, and I want to tell you, he had the drastic surgery and lived another 25 years, and I know you're going to do the same thing. But tell us how surprised you were with the diagnosis, what motivated you to go public with your battle, and where you are today with this battle.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Jack. I didn't know we were going to go here, but I love talking about it because I think not enough men who pay attention to their bodies don't pay close enough attention. I was 49 years old, Jack, 2 years ago, minding my own business, when I decided, it'd been a while since I'd gotten a physical. So I went and got a physical. My doctor, my previous doctor, had retired. So a new doctor took me on, and she said, I don't know you too well. Let's go ahead and do the full blood scans. And we did the PSA scan at the time, which I had never done. Usually you do a PSA scan in this country at the age of 50. And what that does is monitor your prostate levels and all that business. So I did the PSA, not knowing a thing about it. 2 weeks later, I got a call. You've got to go see a urologist immediately. I went to the urologist, and lo and behold, I had a very aggressive form of prostate cancer. What caught me off guard is that I had zero symptoms. I had no family history. I didn't have any issues at all. It just came out of nowhere. Had I not gone to get that physical, had I not met that doctor that day, I'd still probably be dealing with this right now, and it would festered and gotten a lot worse. So I took care of it 2 years ago. We had it surgery, and you're still very wary because of the aggressive nature of it. But the reason I went public, Jack, is because not enough people, especially guys in their 40s and their early 50s, not enough of us do due diligence to take care of this. It's not something that's hard to do. When you go visit the doctor and you go get a physical, you make sure you ask, I want to be tested. I want the blood test. I want you to check my prostate. And that's exactly the message that I'm trying to put forth.
And I think you make a huge point. By the time you get symptoms of this cancer, it's probably too late. It does its work silently, because I have a family history. I've been getting the test for 20 years. I get an annual physical with a blood test, just say, do that. I'm glad you did. You look great. So let's move on to the fun stuff. It's kind of ironic that we're also interviewing two close friends of yours, both Notre Dame grads, that you continue to work with in TV and radio in Denver. So do you have a favorite story about either Ryan Harris or Bill Hanslick, or both, that you'd like to share?
Well, let's start with Bill Hanslick. It's great. I've got the sandwich here. I got Ryan and Bill on both sides. When you visit with Bill Hanslick, Jack, I want you to ask him how he acts while he's watching a Nuggets game behind closed doors. Because when we do the television thing, right, and we're on air, everything's hunky-dory. We're very professional. But when Bill is watching the games without the cameras rolling, it is utter mayhem and chaos. And he'll answer to that. I'll let him answer with his own words. So that's my Bill Hanslick story. Ryan Harris is one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. Got a chance to go to the Super Bowl with him. When was it now? 2020, just about 14 months ago. And he got us into any and every party we wanted. He's one of those guys where I call him a Super Bowl ticket. You go with him anywhere, he will get you into anything. So I learned a lot from both guys, Ryan Harris, who's younger, and Bill Hanslick, who's older.
Ryan Harris makes himself America's guest, and they want him there. You will find the best cigars, you will find the best beverages, and the best food immediately. Oh, yeah, that's one of the things I am going to miss the most. Now, this past football season, you and Ryan hosted a weekly football show called Here Come the Irish. So you've been an active observer of the Notre Dame football program your whole career, even when you were interning at WNDU, but you continue to pay close attention. So let's first talk Ian Book. Why should NFL general managers be happy to have a chance to draft this Notre Dame quarterback?
I think Ian is a student of the game who's able to adapt. And people always say, well, can they make the jump to the NFL? How tough a jump is it to the NFL? The guy played at the ultimate level already. And again, he knows how to handle chaos around him. He did that at the University of Notre Dame. There's no reason whatsoever why he couldn't handle his business at the NFL level. It's not easy, but there are quarterbacks in the National Football League who have made a living with not easy. And they've done it for many, many years. Once you get in that system and you prove yet you're able to handle an NFL system, you're good to go for a good couple decades. I mean, I could think of some backup quarterbacks who may not be preeminent, who have made quite the living, and then others who they never thought would be a great starting quarterback and have become one. So we don't know what's next for Ian Book. And listen, he already overcame odds. Was he supposed to be the starting quarterback for Notre Dame all those years? Was he supposed to be the winningest quarterback in Notre Dame history? I don't think anybody anticipated that. And here we are.
Now, in the offseason, Clark Lee moved on to Vanderbilt, and Notre Dame was able to hire one of the most coveted defensive coordinators in the country, Marcus Freeman. Did you get a chance to watch his Cincinnati defense play this past season? And if so, what excites you the most about this hire?
I did. I really did. And it's a ball hawking defense. It's very aggressive defense. They make things happen, right? The worst case scenario when you're watching your favorite team play, not that this happened in Notre Dame, but any team, is when, the obvious, where a team can move up and down the field. But his defenses they have a way of getting the ball back. And when you can get the ball back, that isn't defense, that's offense. So it's like having an offense on both sides of the ball. So I can't wait to see his style and how he fits in with this team and this coaching squad.
Vic, you've made the trek back to Notre Dame in past years to volunteer your time and talents to Notre Dame Day. I know you answer the call anytime that they make it to you, and you've been in TV 30 years. You've done a lot of programs. But have you ever seen a show with this many straight hours of live television anywhere, and why is it important for you to be a part of it?
I've never seen anything like it, and I told Jim Small when I first did it several years ago, and I can't even remember the years now. We've been doing it for so long that there's no other school that does this. Perhaps some have tried, but no other school can support this. No other school has a network to support this. Notre Dame Day, we were doing Zooms before Zooms became common, before the pandemic hit. I mean, we've been doing this for years, right? So anybody, when you're a Notre Dame person, when you're a Notre Dame grad, alum, even a Subway alum, and you know that there's something happening that involves the University of Notre Dame, you're going to go out of your way to watch, to be a part of it. And that's why this works. You could broadcast to no one. Anybody can do that. But we're broadcasting to people that have a vested interest in this university. And that's why it's always been an honor to do this. Again, this kind of thing will live forever because the Notre Dame family gets expanded every year. And I'm holding in my hand, we always try to, I got the latest issue of Notre Dame magazine. And I can't tell you how excited I get when it comes in the mail. Because when you're not on campus, when you're not there, anything Notre Dame related, any communication, anything you can get your hands on, you tear into it. And this is just another part of that. Heck, I wish we could do Notre Dame Day once a month.
So does Jim Small if he had a bigger staff.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure he would like to do that.
Sure he does.
I know. I love being in the anchor seat, and that's one thing I don't get to do enough and didn't get to do because I'm now heading off to the beach. But always a pleasure, Vic. Take care of yourself. You look great, and you're not here not because of the cancer, prostate cancer that you are successfully beating. It's because of COVID. So we expect to see you next April.
Well, I expect to be there next April. And I'm telling you, next time I come, I want to make sure during a bookstore basketball tournament, and I'm going to play in a game by hook or by crook. My bookstore days are not retired. I'm getting in the game, Jack.
What are you going to call it? What's your team going to be named?
We'll worry about the name. We'll worry about the name when I get there, but I'm going to get in a ball game again. Trust me.
Just know the rules are now you cannot use the name Dick Addis in any of the names of the bookstore basketball
Greatest
teams.
Names. You worked there when he was there, right?
Oh, yeah.
How did he, just real quick, how did he react? Because I was in school when that name was out. And we fell over. How did Dick Addis react to that name?
He thought it was hilarious. Dick was a character beyond characters. I next time ask me about the little blue bag he brought to work each day, but I cannot talk about that right now. So, Vic, thank you very much. Next, we are heading to Lyric Medeiros, who is outside on the stadium concourse. Lyric.
Thank you, Jack. We are in the concourse of the Notre Dame Stadium with the a cappella group Halftime. Tonight, they'll be performing Hypotheticals. Halftime, take it away.
One, two, and.
Obviously, we're at the beginning of something. I don't expect you to know where it's gonna go. you and I could do. I've seen all the possibilities in my dreams. You're alone when you should really be next to me. Baby, let's not wait and see. Let's not wait and see. Immediate action is unnecessary. It's a fatal attraction, it's a little scary. But I got a plan of attack and I'll get us there someday soon. I know someday soon. I got a plan B. And if it's absolutely necessary, we'll go to plan C. Whatever I gotta do to be with you. I've been playing out a lot of hypotheticals in my mind. I've been writing your name down next to mine. Been imagining all the things you and I could do. You've seen all the possibilities in my dreams. You're alone when you should really be next to me. Baby, let's not wait and see. Nobody can see into the future. Even the weatherman gets caught in the rain sometimes. But I see something in you that I never seen before. I can't be sure, no, maybe not, but I think it's worth a shot. Next to mine, and imagining all the things you and I could do. You're alone when you should really be next to me. Baby, let's not wait and see. Hypothetically, yes, theoretically forever. We'll see what happens, but I hope we will never be apart. Hypothetically, yes, theoretically forever. We'll see what happens, but I hope we will never be apart. Oh, hypothetically, yes, theoretically forever. We'll see what happens, but I hope we will never be apart. Playing out a lot of hypotheticals. How to run your name down next to mine.
Wow, listen to those harmonies. Thank you for an incredible performance, halftime. Back to you in the studio, Justine.
Thank you so much, Lyric. One of Notre Dame's most popular student traditions began in 1990 with the student-led creation of a custom-designed Notre Dame t-shirt. I think you know the one I'm talking about. I'm here now with Max Perry, Public Relations Director of the Shirt Committee. Max, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
Now, Max, before we get to this year's design, the 2020 edition was unveiled virtually. Was it a risk designing a shirt without knowing there would even be a football season?
You know, it definitely was a risk, but in the time, it was very early on in the pandemic, and we were very happy to give Notre Dame fans around the world a sense of normalcy. Another great thing about the shirt is, despite all the challenges we've had with this season, it's a tradition we were able to keep going this year.
It was great to see a lot of green in the stadium this year as a lot of students donned it. How about this upcoming shirt? Tell us about it and the story behind it.
Yeah, so this shirt, I'm so excited to unveil it to the world. So many great people worked on this shirt. We started on it all the way back in August, a team of 15 people, so many talented individuals. Our design team, super talented, took a lot of risks this year. We also have a lot of elements of tradition as well. We always take in alumni input when it comes to these shirts. It's got a classical feel with a little bit of innovative twist to it, and I'm so excited for the world to see it.
It sounds intriguing. Where do the proceeds for this year's shirt go, Max?
Right. So traditionally, 50% of the funds go to the Shirt Project Fund, which goes to help students with extreme medical bills. We also typically donate money to the Office of Student Enrichment, which helps all Notre Dame students have the great Notre Dame experience we all know and love. And this year especially, we've done a lot of funding for student organizations. During the pandemic, more than ever, student organizations need the funding to help adapt to the pandemic, because a lot of students meet friends all over campus through these great student organizations. And just knowing that we were able to help them through this great tradition is an awesome feeling. We are one of the biggest student fundraisers on campus. We raise well over $500,000 a year, and we can't wait to do that again next year.
Wow. Now, Max, you've been a member of the shirt committee for some time, but this is your first year now on the payroll. You're no longer a student. You've since graduated. What's different about this process now that you're on the other side, so to speak?
So I'm actually not on the other side quite yet. I've got a month. But I've been very grateful for my time. The shirt committee is 100% ran by the students. I'm not on the payroll. None of us get paid. And everyone on the committee works ridiculously hard for it. But we do it because we love the tradition that comes with the shirt.
All right. You got 1 month left, so you got to make it count. Thank you so much for joining us, Matt.
Thank you so much. And please, to all the alumni, please tune in to the shirt unveiling. It's going to be on the 23rd at 6 p.m.
Awesome, Max. Great to meet you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Notre Dame Day. Jack, any guesses on what color?
Oh, that's hard to do. You know, I used to MC the official outdoor unveiling of that. Okay, blue and gold. I'm going out on a limb there, aren't I?
Yes, I'm guessing gold.
Gold would be good, because there hasn't been a gold one in quite some time.
I know.
That would be a good one.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
We'll look forward to it. Okay. Joining us now is someone that I truly believe might be the most unappreciated Notre Dame basketball great of all time. He had a distinguished 10-year career in the NBA, highlighted by his selection to play on the 1980 U.S. Olympic basketball team, and his daughters, Megan, Molly, and Gillian, graduated from Notre Dame in 2006, 2008, and 2013, respectively. And I know the Dome appreciates all those tuition checks. Bill Hanslick, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Jack, what a pleasure to be here. And yeah, now I've multiplied in a different way to get some scholarship. We now have 12 grandkids.
Wow.
Recent one arrived of all times at St. Patty's Day. So real special.
Hey, let's start with that Olympic team selection. Some of the youngsters don't even remember back in 1980. What was that moment like when you found out you were being selected to play on the greatest basketball team on the planet?
Well, it just unbelievable. I had an opportunity. Probably the only bummer was I had to miss my Notre Dame graduation, which then my future wife got to go to, but I had to miss that to go to the Olympic tryouts. So that was a little bummer, but what an experience. We did not play that year because it was the year the U.S. chose to boycott the games in Moscow. But it helped me individually because it vaulted me into the first round of the NBA draft. And as you mentioned, I guess I lucked into a 10-year career, and then I coached 7 years. So my NBA time was really special.
This is one of the great things about most Notre Dame athletes. You're so darn humble. You don't luck in to a 10-year NBA career. But do take us back to, because you talk about being unselfish and not being bitter. How hard was it when you found out you weren't going to actually get to play in the Olympics?
Well, I fortunately got to play on some USA teams abroad. We went to China. With Notre Dame, we were in Yugoslavia, then Yugoslavia. I played in a South American World Cup game. So I got a little taste of international play, but I actually knew going to the tryouts, we were not going to go to Moscow. But I was a competitor. I loved to play with the best and against the best. And I looked at it as an opportunity to do just that, play against some exceptional. And I said, hey, as long as I'm here, I guess I got a shot. And it turned out to be pretty special for me to make that team.
And you certainly played with some special athletes here at Notre Dame. You played on some of the greatest Notre Dame teams. But I got to ask you, How does a guy who averaged 5.9 points a game over his college career get taken in the first round of the 1980 NBA draft?
Well, as you know, in any team sport, Notre Dame typifies what team is all about. There's a lot of guys, and I came to Notre Dame. There were a lot of All-Americans from, Washington, D.C., L.A., San Francisco, you name it. They all had great credentials. So I had to find a way to play. Well, my sort of coup de grace was I became a defensive player, and I could guard different guys, small guys, big guys, centers. And some of that began to happen while I was at Notre Dame. And in some of our big games, we upset some teams. And I've always felt a part of, hey, if you're going to win, not everybody can shoot the basketball, so find a way to play. So why I got drafted in the first round, the Seattle Supersonics a couple of years prior had come off a championship season, and we were in the Western Conference, and there were some big guards, Magic Johnson, George Gervin, the Iceman, and a few others that were real tall and big. And they said the fit that they needed was a defensive guard that could match up with them a little bit. And that's kind of how I earned my keep initially in the NBA.
And of course, the college game was different then. And Digger loved to control the tempo, and you didn't have the shot clock like you do today. So that was one of the reasons why your numbers were a little bit different. But certainly you demonstrated that when you got to the NBA that you could also help control the game defensively. You had a couple of years where you averaged in double figures. So I want people to know you could score as well. But tell me what it was like to play for Digger.
Digger was the consummate, salesman. I'm thinking of words to describe him. He liked to deviate the media attention from our team to maybe himself in a way to try to help us. And so Digger was a guy that really just riled up the crowd, got our student section really into the game. And as you mentioned, Jack, we had some incredible teams during my 4 years there at Notre Dame. I look back and I think I tell people we had 13 guys during my 4 years play in the NBA, not just like got a 10-day contract, but actually play. And I often tell people, I say, well, we could have fielded an NBA playoff team with the talent we had. John Paxson and I would have been the guards, Kelly Trapucco, Orlando Woolridge forwards, and Bill Lambier the center. That's a really good NBA team. We would have won a lot of games, would have won some playoff games. So we had talent, and Digger was the master recruiter at getting that talent.
Now, after your NBA playing career was over, you spent some time in the coaching ranks, including a year as the head coach of the Nuggets after you played for them for 8 years. Now you've been working as a pregame analyst for the Nuggets and on the Nuggets broadcast, and we just talked with Vic Lombardi. And he wanted me to ask you a hard-hitting, behind-the-scenes question. Told me you're all professional. I've seen you on the air. But he says, off camera, watching the games, behind the scenes, well, that's a different story. What are you like when you're watching the Nuggets when you're not
Jack,
on the air?
You to be a true analyst, you got to get emotionally involved in the game. And that's what I do. I get emotionally involved. I'm a Nugget fan to the core. And Vic is just a broadcaster. I like to mess with him. He does an incredible job, and I have a lot of fun with him. We just have a blast doing these telecasts. But one of the interesting things about him, when you get him next on, Jack, you ask him about his tech abilities, like being able to turn his iPad off during a telecast so that when his phone rings, it doesn't ring across the TV set, which is done numerous times. And he asked me what to do, and I told him, but he didn't listen. So, yeah, we just get after it.
You know, he's young enough. He should know how to use all those tech stuff. It's an excuse for me, but not for him.
That's right.
What was it like this year for the team to play in this COVID-19 environment where almost every night, just about every building until late in the season was empty?
Well, I think from the player's standpoint, it came, I don't know if you technically got used to it, But it goes back to your school days of playing club basketball or AAU basketball, where there were basically nobody in gyms, and you're playing against some really talented people. It's just more organized. But from the Denver Nuggets end, they had an incredible playoff run last year. 2 times they were down 3-1 in the playoffs. It looked like they were going to bow out, and that they won them both series, one against Utah, one against the Clippers, and made it to the Western Conference Finals against the Utah, or against the Los Angeles Lakers. And it was just, as a broadcaster, it was a lot of fun watching that and watching these players elevate their game to another level.
I know you stay in touch with Mike Brey right now. You visit with the team when they're out on the West Coast. They had a tough year. It was a weird year, but they're going to be veteran. They're going to be old next year. What do you think about next year's Notre Dame team?
Well, I often think, Mike, it's always a challenge, again, to get talent and recruit. That's the biggest challenge that Notre Dame has because of the academic standards, some other things. It makes it tough. But when Mike Brey gets a squad that usually is around a couple years, he tends to make his mark. And I'm really looking forward to next year. I think Mike's been an outstanding coach for the Fighting Irish. And, he's been coach of the year numerous times, and they've done well. So I like going into next season being a veteran team. They have some problems when they kind of restart the engine with young freshmen coming in. But when he gets a chance to develop a little bit, he's shown that he can take teams deep into playoffs.
Bill, always a pleasure to chat with you. It's been great having you join us on Notre Dame Day tonight, and I hope I get to run into you in the near future. Thanks again.
Jack, I'd love to. It'd be a blast. Can't wait to come back for a football game. Excellent job, except you had Vic Lombardi on. Boy, you're really hard up to get that dude.
Yeah, well, we had Ryan Harris on, so it kind of evened out.
There we go.
All right. Thank you. Now over to Justine.
All right, thank you so much, Jack. So joining me now is a member of the class of 2006, Molly Huddle. Molly is a long-distance runner who is a 10-time All-American at Notre Dame and holds 10 national records. Molly, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So Molly, you graduated from Notre Dame back in 2006. What do you remember most from your time on campus? What sticks out?
Oh gosh, probably I just remember the practices with our cross-country practices around the lakes. Great times with the team. Same teammates that I had cross-country, indoor and outdoor, so we were really close. And just, sharing the, 3rd place finish with our cross-country team. That was probably one of the funnest memories I had there at Notre Dame.
So bringing things back to the present day, the pandemic has changed things for everybody. So how has it changed your routine? Does it make it easier or harder for you to train?
It definitely makes it harder. I think as a distance runner, it's probably the easiest to adapt to because you just need to go outside and get your mileage in. But it's been hard to get on a track this year. And, most of us are trying to make an Olympic team. And when that got delayed, it sort of really put a lot of uncertainty into the schedule as far as when we need to be ready, when races will open up again. So, I think a lot of the athletes shared those kind of struggles this year. But as a distance runner, I can't be too upset. I don't need a gym. I don't need a pool. I can just go outside and get done most of what I need to get done. So grateful for that.
And this past November, you broke 3 records in one run, all in 1 hour, not to mention it was raining that day. What does that mean to you, and how did you celebrate that?
Yeah, that was kind of a fun, unique, special thing. The hour record on the track isn't very often run, so you could say it was a soft record, but my coach had the idea to do it because in the pandemic, it was something we could control. It was like a fun new challenge. And so we celebrated, not a lot of people were allowed there. So it was really just my close friends and a few people that had helped me with the event. And so it was kind of special. We had a good playlist going. We were just out there having fun in the rain and just happy to be at, somewhat of a normal race. So that was fun to take in. And after that, I took a little break. I took a week or 2 off of running and geared back up again.
So I see you're calling in from Arizona. You're originally from the East Coast, but you moved out west. So what brought you out there?
Yeah, I'm just here for a altitude training camp. We come out here in the winter and then usually before a big meet just to get really ready and do a training camp. I spend the rest of the year in Providence, Rhode Island, where my coach lives, and some of the women in my training group live. So we're back and forth, but yeah, we're at the top of the mountain now, so everything's a little bit harder up here.
And you're married to another Notre Dame runner, Kurt Benninger. Who's faster?
So it depends on the distance. Anything I'd say mile down, Kurt's faster. Right now, he doesn't really do as much work. He's kind of retired from the running game, so I think I'm faster anything longer than that. But yeah, he still hops in and helps me with some of the faster workouts.
That's great you guys have that connection. Now, back in 2015, you were one of the people to submit a request for the addition of a female runner emoji. I'm sure I have definitely used that. Why was that important to you to get that emoji?
Yeah, that's definitely a fun fact, I guess. I don't know, just talking with one of my friends from high school. We were on the basketball team together, and she was going to go run a race. And she was like, man, like, this emoji doesn't cover it. Like, we need an emoji with a ponytail or a female running emoji. And we both just kind of were like, yeah, I have some free time on my hands. I'm a professional runner. I'm a woman. I'd love to have that emoji too. So I just looked up how to do it and sent in a proposal to Unicode. And it was kind of like a fun, like, sort of goofy side project, but also, I don't know, representation is important. So I was kind of excited to see it actually come through. Although now there's an emoji for quite a lot of things. So it's not really that hard to do.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Molly. Best of luck with your training. We've loved having you here on Notre Dame Day.
Yeah, thanks so much. Go Irish.
All right, Jack, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Justine. Joining me now is Isley, Baiklukli, a member of the class of 2021 who comes to Notre Dame from Botswana. Isley, when we communicated last night, you indicated to me that your full name's very difficult to pronounce. So how did I do?
You surprisingly did a lot better in the last name. Usually when people ask us, just don't say it. Let's skip over it. But you really did well on the last name.
Thank you. Welcome to Notre Dame Day. You're from Botswana. What brought you to Notre Dame?
So the business school, like Notre Dame is in Indiana. I cannot claim that I knew what Indiana was or where it is. I didn't, but I was looking for a business school that looked beyond just let's make profits, and Notre Dame popped up in one of my Google searches. I was like, okay, first of all, where is Indiana? So that's how I ended up looking at it. Mendoza was really impressive, so I applied, and now I'm here.
Well, don't feel bad. I will not embarrass him, but there's a former Notre Dame men's basketball player from Baltimore who got on the plane, and when he landed at Indiana, he asked what he was doing here because he thought Notre Dame was in Boston. So you are not alone. Now, like many students, you came to the university intending to study one thing and eventually found your way into another major, political science and peace studies. What drew you to these subjects?
That is true. So the business school does emphasize doing good through business, but I realized that the environment there was not really getting at what I was hoping to get at, which is, okay, how are we solving some of the problems that the most marginalized people in our communities are facing? And I think that's where I found a home in political science and peace studies. It felt like there was more flexibility to just be able to explore and just ask the questions I wanted to ask or come up with the solutions to. I'm really interested in education policy, so I get to focus on that without worrying about an accounting class. But I still appreciated my time in Mendoza.
Now, this past spring, when the pandemic hit, you were studying abroad in Greece. Tell us about being overseas when everything changed, and were you able to return home to Botswana when the program was canceled?
Yeah, it was exciting. I really looked forward to going to Greece and experiencing that whole culture, but it definitely was cut short. I think we were there for a little over a month, and then the news broke, then we had to come back. But at the time, because everything was so up in the air, I chose to come back to Notre Dame instead of going home, with the hope that, okay, get to Notre Dame and then book plans to go home, but then everything shut down. So I ended up spending the entire semester at Notre Dame instead. So I didn't go home.
Where'd you stay on campus? Was it, I understand it was at the Morris Inn?
Yes, I was in the Morris Inn from, well, when I arrived around March, I first quarantined for 14 days. So I was off campus in university housing for 14 days. Then when my quarantine was over, that's when I was transferred to Morris Inn till the end of the semester. Then from there, we were moved to Fisher for the summer, because during the summer, that's when everything, like a lot of countries were experiencing their first waves or second wave. So it was really hard to travel home, but I did get to eventually go home.
How long were you able to stay home? How long were you able to visit?
I went home for winter break, which made me so thankful that it was a much longer winter break since I didn't go home for the summer. So I was home for almost 2 months for the winter break, which was a fun time.
You know, watching you and listening to you, I get the sense that nothing ever rattles you. Whatever happens, you just deal with it and move on.
I do. I really try. This is not to say it's never difficult, but I think what I've come to be most appreciative of is the support system I have, whether it's my friends, family, but also Notre Dame. I keep telling some of my friends, and they think I'm crazy, that honestly, if anything ever happens and I am in Notre Dame or the vicinity of Notre Dame, I am fine because I know it'll be okay. There's just a sense of comfort that I feel being in this place. So I'm happy. I guess that explains why I am going to be a double domer, but yeah, Notre Dame has been an awesome place.
So what's the other degree going to be in?
I am getting a master's in global affairs. So when I graduate in May, I'll be back in the fall.
Well, I think you are going to do great things. Onale, thank you for staying up late to visit with us tonight. And I think I learned a lot, and I know you're going to be a great success. So thanks again.
Thank you for having me, and have a good one.
We'll do our best. We will see just how good we are having it right now. Let's head back to the Duncan Student Center for the last giving update of the night.
All right, thanks, Jack. It is the end of our first night here on Notre Dame Day, and we have received a whopping 6,641 gifts so far, raising over $528,000, Katie. Really incredible show of generosity by the Notre Dame family. In the efforts of not trying to be a bit too bombastic tonight, we're going to go through our leaderboards. For those of you who are still sticking with us, the Idea Center Inventors Fund stays at number 1, 293 donors so far, raising over $9,000. Huge kudos to them. The Bowler-Parsegan Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, St. Edward's Hall, Katie, has come up from behind, moved into the number 3 slot. St. Ed's is always a strong player in Notre Dame Day. College Mentors for Kids and the Air Parsegan Medical Research Fund round out the top 5. So, first Notre Dame Day, how do you feel it's gone so far?
It's been outstanding, Brian. It's been really cool to see all of the students rally together around things that they're passionate about at Notre Dame. From residence halls to athletic groups to graduate clubs to ND in the community to so many other categories. It's just been outstanding to see what everyone has done together as the Notre Dame family. We hope you will join us tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then again from 6:42 p.m. to midnight for more incredible Notre Dame stories. That wraps up everything on our end for tonight. We hope you have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.